Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Nyomi. The city breathes beneath me, slow, heavy, and unaware that the day ahead will change everything. From this high up, Manhattan looks like it's waiting for instructions. Central Park blushes gold and crimson under a soft November haze, its winding paths barely visible beneath the flurry of joggers and dog walkers wrapped in designer fleece. My view is clean, panoramic, symmetrical, exactly how I like it. Even the sky seems curated this morning, not quite blue, not quite gray. That slate-colored in-between that makes glass towers gleam like power polished into form. I take my coffee black, 2 drops of lion's mane extract stirred in. No sugar, no cream. I don't believe in dressing things up to make them easier to swallow. That's a principle, not just a palate preference. The flavor punches the back of my throat as I scroll through Luxeon's internal launch feed on my phone. The screen a cascade of updates, press pickups, and digital applause. Our Era Initiative launch hashtag is already trending in 6 countries. 7 by the time I take my next sip. Good. The world is watching. I set the mug down and turn toward my closet, already knowing what I'll wear. The choice was made 3 days ago, refined last night. Presentation is architecture. Today's blueprint is a silk blouse the color of aged whiskey, high-waisted trousers in charcoal, and the camel trench that moves like smoke when I walk. I snap a matte gold cuff around my wrist and swipe a neutral gloss over my lips. Hair, slicked and twisted into a low ebony knot. Eyes, smoked but sharp. There's no part of me I leave unconsidered. Not for an occasion like this. Not when I'm unveiling a crown jewel. The text comes in just as I slide my tablet into my tote. Staging ready, security verified, press on site, Imara en route. I don't respond. She already knows I've read it. I don't waste words on what's already been handled. When the elevator dings, I check my reflection in the mirrored interior for the briefest second, not out of vanity, but discipline. Then I step in, descending 35 floors toward the waiting city with the calm certainty of someone who built her kingdom one continent at a time. The car drops me 2 blocks from Luxeon headquarters. I prefer to walk the final stretch. It grounds me, reminds me of what I've built with my own hands. Madison Avenue sparkles with the self-importance of late fall. Shop windows gleam with gold leaf displays, early holiday installations, and the scent of roasted chestnuts wafts from a street vendor stationed near the curb, daring to exist in the same space as Hermes and Cartier. Leaves scuttle past my boots like confetti. A pigeon lands on a brushed steel bike rack and watches me pass like it knows who I am. Luxeon HQ rises ahead of me, a 7-story glass prism flanked by limestone curves and framed by backlit signage that reads, Luxeon, travel that transforms. It's not just branding, it's philosophy. Every element of this building was designed to evoke motion, passage, intimacy, and scale. The interior scent changes depending on which global region is being honored each week. Today, it's East Africa, jasmine, dry sandalwood, and a hint of Ethiopian coffee bean. The front doors part before I reach them, timed sensors, not security. My face is already registered. Receptionists dressed in Luxeon's seasonal palette, burnt sienna and olive gray, rise subtly as I pass, not because protocol demands it, but because reverence does. I nod once. I don't pause for small talk. That isn't what I'm here to build. The lobby hums beneath my heels. The marble is Ethiopian. The installation overhead is a suspended kinetic sculpture, inspired by wind patterns in the Himalayas. The walls are lined with rotating art from every region where Luxeon has secured an experience. I commissioned each one personally, not for aesthetics, for accountability. You cannot claim to serve a culture you cannot bear to be reflected by. When the elevator opens on the executive floor, Imara Lennox is waiting. She's taller than me by an inch and never once pretends not to be. Her platinum braids are wrapped into a high crown today. Her blazer sculpted, the color of matte eggplant. She carries a thin binder in one hand and a tablet in the other, and she doesn't waste time with greetings. Global mentions are climbing. ERA's hashtag just crossed the 1 million mark, she says, walking beside me like we're co-commanders, rather than CEO and strategist. Engagement from the Middle East is double projection. Nairobi, Tokyo, and Montreal confirmed for the live stream. Cassian's been rehearsing his talking points for the press briefing like a damn TED Talk. I don't roll my eyes, but I allow myself the softest exhale. Is he sticking to the approved media language? Imara's mouth pulls tight. Mostly. But you know Cassian. He likes to flourish. I like results. I know him too well. Remind him which one I pay for. Was it my idea to keep my ex around after a breakup just because he's good with social media platforms? Touché. We pass through the final corridor toward the event space, Luxeon's gallery-level launch venue. The walls curve inward like the inside of a shell, soft lit in copper and champagne. Screens play ambient motion footage of the ERA site, filtered drone views over sweeping highlands, children dancing in the distance. Evening bonfires flanked by music. Carefully curated, lyrically spliced. The version of the world we offer to those wealthy enough to buy their transformation and thoughtful enough to want it wrapped in intention. The chair from the foundation board is seated front left, Imara says, passing me a sleek earpiece. 3 global wellness editors are in row 2, and the woman from Le Monde who called Luxeon neo-colonialist last year, she's here. She already asked for 5 minutes of your time. She'll get 3. If she uses them wisely, she'll leave with 5. Imara smirks, then stops walking. You want a minute alone? I look through the glass wall that frames the event stage. The lights are dimmed now, just low enough to let the fall sunshine spill in and gild the edges of the room. Rows of chairs face a clean white stage where the ERA insignia pulses softly, its design a fusion of Arabic calligraphy and Nordic runes. No, I say, adjusting the cuff on my wrist. Let's crown the empire. The lights rise like a sunrise, slow and golden, designed to warm the room by degree. We don't believe in hard reveals at Luxeon. We curate anticipation. Our events unfold like rituals. Every guest was selected with intention. Every name cross-checked for reach, loyalty, or influence. There are no fillers in this room, only witnesses. I step onto the stage with the confidence of someone who doesn't hope for applause. I expect it. Not because I crave validation, but because I've earned it. The heels of my boots strike the white glass floor with a satisfying rhythm. The soft hum of audio equipment fades as I reach the center, and the silence becomes something holy. There's a full house, but I find the front row with my eyes. The foundation chair, the editor from The Atlantic. Knox, positioned just off center, with his camera resting on one knee, smiling like this is the only place in the world worth being, and Imara, standing behind the last row, arms crossed, eyes sharp. She gives me the subtlest nod. The signal. It's time. I don't glance at the teleprompter. My words live in my spine. When we talk about travel, we talk about movement. But at Luxeon, we've never just sold journeys. We've sold transformation. We've sold the moment you step outside your comfort zone and into a truth that was never packaged for you. A beat of silence, the kind you learn to wield like a blade. The ERA initiative is not a destination. It's an invitation to reckon with the ghosts of a place and honor what remains. In a region once split by fire, we are building restoration, partnership, grace. I speak of the land, the local leaders, the design ethic. I mention our cultural advisors by name. I give the right nods to eco-sustainability, to post-conflict trauma, to community integration. My voice does not waver. I feel it surge through me, measured and warm. I am not just presenting a project. I am laying another stone in the cathedral of my life's work. Luxury without purpose is vanity. Purpose without immersion is performance. ERA is neither. ERA is authenticity. When I end, the applause is instant and sustained. I smile, soft and strategic. Not wide, enough for the room to exhale. Backstage, the lighting is cooler. Blues and whites instead of golds. I remove the mic discreetly as the AV assistant unclips the wire from my back collar. Imara is already waiting with a tablet in one hand and her mouth pressed into a line so tight, I know it isn't about my speech. "Don't make that face," I murmur, stepping beside her. "That was a clean sweep." "It was," she says. "But something's off. There's been a holding change." My fingers still. "Explain." She pulls up a dashboard to our shareholder overview panel. Greystone Trust, our second largest institutional backer, was bought out, quietly, last week, folded into an entity called Vanguard Horizon Holdings. I scan the screen. Greystone's name is gone. In its place, VHH, 51.2%. My stomach drops, but I keep my expression even. "Who the hell is Vanguard Horizon?" "That's the thing," Imara scrolls. "Shell companies, subholdings, nothing concrete. Their board seat got activated this morning. Legal approved it as a clean acquisition." I narrow my eyes. "Without notifying me? What the hell, Imara?" "They don't have to. Not with their structure. You know that. And the chair? He's here. Or rather, his proxy is. No direct introduction. But they've called for an unscheduled board meeting immediately following the press briefing. The cold starts in my palms. A creeping sensation, not fear, but the kind of alertness that comes just before a fire alarm. I nod slowly, calculating. This isn't sabotage. Not yet. But it's a maneuver. A test. Someone wants to see how I respond when caught off guard. I meet Imara's gaze. "Get me everything on Vanguard Horizon, cross-reference board affiliations, lobbyist ties, defense contracts. I want it today." She taps her stylus like a trigger. "Already on it." "Pull Knox. Tell him no internal footage of the board today. I want the face first." Imara's eyes flash. "You think it's someone strategic?" I say, voice low. "It's someone arrogant enough to believe I don't see the game. And arrogance, more than anything, is what gets men like that burned." The boardroom sits like a still lake at the top of Luxeon's 7th floor, soundproofed, mirrored, and sacred, designed for strategy and nothing else. The chairs are suede-wrapped steel, Danish. The table is a single carved slab of Congolese wenga wood. I chose it myself. Stronger than oak, darker than teak, and nearly impossible to break once set. It felt appropriate for a company founded on both beauty and weight. I walk in 2 minutes early, deliberately. I always do. Time is control, presence is dominance. The other board members are already seated, or posturing to be. Gregory Dent from International Finance gives me his usual thin-lipped smile. Malika Jabari nods once, her scarlet hijab pinned perfectly against her navy pantsuit. Cassian, of course, is leaning in his chair with that faint, insufferable smirk he reserves for rooms he didn't build, but intends to rearrange. He doesn't greet me with words. He never does when there's a new power player in the room. He wants to see how I handle the shift before deciding if it's in his interest to align or discredit. And then I see the empty chair. End of the table, no nameplate, just a crisp black leather folder and a pitcher of water set in front of it. "Where's the proxy?" I ask casually, even as my gut coils. Gregory clears his throat. He'll be joining virtually in about 5 minutes. I glance at Imara, seated to my right, her eyes already narrowed at her tablet screen. The numbers haven't shifted. Vanguard Horizon Holdings, 51.2%. The silence in the room isn't uncertain. It's compliance. I sit, smooth, still. I place my pen on the table. And no one thought it prudent to inform me of a 51% acquisition before this morning. Cash-in tilts his head. It wasn't finalized until late last week. Legally clean, structurally opaque, but within the shareholder agreement. His voice is calm, measured, and just oily enough to slick the truth beneath a layer of plausible deniability. "I wasn't asking about legality," I say, locking eyes with him. "I was asking about respect." Silence again. Malika looks away. Gregory taps his stylus. Even Imara doesn't speak. That's when I feel it. Not fear, not betrayal either. The knowing that something has entered the room and shifted the balance, and no one will say its name yet. Not until it wants to be heard. The proxy window lights up on the embedded display screen as the room dims slightly, an automatic setting when video conferencing begins. The image sharpens into view, a profile photo only, no camera, just a white-lettered name across black. Thane E. Calder, Vanguard Horizon Holdings. The sound of my own heartbeat cuts through the quiet. Not a name I know, not a man in my orbit or ethical travel, not even from diplomacy. He's not one of the usual shadows that try to own what they could never create. Imara inhales sharply beside me. Cassian is the one who breaks the silence. Thane Elias Calder, former Army general, now a majority investor with Vanguard, specializes in strategic asset protection and high-risk capital rescue. Built a reputation absorbing failing or unstable firms with large land holdings. The way he says it, land holdings, I know what he's implying. And I know he's waiting for me to snap. I don't. I adjust the angle of my pen. Luxeon is not unstable. Not financially, no. His tone shifts, smooth, calculated. But the optics of the era build have invited some critique? I turn my gaze to the screen again. Still blank, still just the name. Calder doesn't speak. Which means one thing. He doesn't need to. That's power, or at least the illusion of it. I push back my chair, stand calmly. This board may entertain acquisitions, but it does not entertain shadows. His representative will be in New York by the end of week, Gregory interjects, trying to stabilize the tension. You'll meet face to face, and the acquisition stands, clean and irreversible. That was confirmed by law. I nod once, just once. Then I gather my folder, slide my pen back into its loop, and look around the room like I'm memorizing the arrangement of each betrayal. You've allowed a stranger to walk in through the service entrance, I say softly. Just make sure he knows what kind of house he's entered. And with that, I turn and walk out. Not because I'm retreating, but because it's what you do when your next move needs to be made in silence.
Chapter 2. Thane. The plane touches down with a jolt that barely registers. I've had harder landings in Chinooks, in war zones, in storms that threaten to rip steel from sky. This one, controlled, smooth, forgettable. The kind of landing civilians clap for and executives take for granted. The moment we cross onto taxiway asphalt, I'm already calculating exit points. Doors, security placement, sight lines to the car waiting beyond the terminal fencing. I don't do commercial. I don't tolerate crowds unless I'm required to move through them like a weapon. Private flight isn't luxury, it's strategy. LaGuardia's wind hits me like a slap when the jet door opens. Cold, chemical, tinged with jet fuel and wet concrete. November in New York doesn't try to charm you. It spits. It reminds you it's older than you. I like that about this city. Doesn't pretend the sharp edges are polished. Silas is already there when I step off the stairs. He leans against the black SUV like he owns it, arms crossed over a charcoal wool coat, jaw set, expression unreadable. He's put on 10 pounds of muscle since the last op, all of it earned. His hair's shorter than I remember. Or maybe everything just looks smaller here. He straightens when he sees me, nods once. No handshake, no backslap. We've bled too close to pretend we need gestures. Land okay? He asks, voice low. Wheels stayed on, I mutter. Pilot's ego's still intact. Silas doesn't smile, but the corner of his mouth twitches. That's as close as it gets. We walk toward the vehicle without another word. Cameras wait beyond the far barrier. News, gossip, maybe a Luxeon plant feeding optics. None of them get close enough to matter. That's Silas's doing. He's been here 3 days ahead of me, setting up legal briefings, collecting board intelligence, meeting with Vanguard's shell contacts, preparing the terrain. I slip into the back seat of the SUV and shut the door behind me with more force than necessary. I wanted to close on the noise, on the city, on the too bright, too eager faces pressing against plexiglass. I don't care who saw me land. I care that I've landed with the intention to act. And no one, not the press, not Luxeon's golden empress, is going to change that. The car moves. Silas climbs into the front without speaking. The silence is welcome. It's not awkward, it's armor. I let the city blur past outside the tinted glass. Billboards, crosswalks, flags of fake enthusiasm draped over scaffolding. I don't bother with landmarks. I know where I'm going. What matters is where I've been. I reach into the inside pocket of my jacket and press my fingers to the soft canvas pouch nestled between folded documents. It's no bigger than my palm, hand-stitched in Kuwait by a girl who never looked me in the eyes. She gave it to Jules first, said it was meant to carry something precious. Now it carries ash, and weight, and memory packed down into something fine enough to drift. My hand closes around it gently, as if the contents could break again. They can't. They've already broken. The inside of the SUV smells like worn leather and clean air. Silas had it detailed, of course. He runs logistics like some men run war, no missed variables. He doesn't speak until we've passed under the Triborough. You sure about this, man? His voice is neutral, but there's something at the edge of it. Caution, regret, pity. I don't look at him. No, but you're doing it anyway. That's how promises work. He exhales through his nose, sharp. Just saying, this isn't like the others. Luxeon isn't some failing biotech startup or corrupt oil distributor. It's polished. And that's exactly the problem. Silas finally turns to glance back at me. You really think this woman is going to let you shut down her centerpiece? No, I say. I think she's going to try to outmaneuver me until she realizes I'm not playing the same game. I look out the window again. We're near Queens now. Graffiti clinging to underpasses, rows of brown stones standing like veterans. I prefer this part of the city to the sterile glass of Midtown. It's not trying to seduce you. Silas shifts in his seat. You planning to tell her about Jules? No. Why not? Because it's not her story. Doesn't mean she's not building something on top of it. I don't answer, because he's not wrong. The flashback doesn't hit hard, not this time. But it comes. One blink, and I'm back there. Sand ripping sideways in the wind, blood soaking into the collar of my sleeve, Jules gasping through broken ribs and shrapnel. I can still smell it. The copper in the air. The diesel leaking from the busted Humvee. The taste of silence after the radio cuts out. His hand was twitching in mine. He kept trying to say something, but his jaw wouldn't work. I remember thinking, "Don't die with your eyes open. Don't make me remember you like that." But he did, and I do. Every time I close mine, I open them now, rub the heel of my hand over my face, grounding myself in motion, leather, the familiar vibration of wheels under frame. Silas doesn't speak. He's been there. Not in that exact sand, but close enough to know that some names aren't spoken out loud because once you say them, they hurt. I reach for the pouch again. Jules is here. With me, as he's been every day for the last 10 years. What he asked me for before he died wasn't forgiveness. It was peace. And that land, the one Luxeon is planning to turn into a retreat for guilt-washed billionaires, is the last place I have to give it to him. I'm not here for spectacle. I'm not here to make friends or court shareholders. I'm here to bury the last piece of someone who mattered when nothing else did. And I'll do whatever it takes to see it through. Silas doesn't say a word when he hands me the tablet. He just unlocks the screen and passes it back without looking. That's how I know it's important. He only avoids eye contact when what I'm about to see has teeth. The screen lights up with the Luxeon logo. Clean, minimalist, expensive. A live broadcast window opens. Golden-hued lighting, rows of seated elites in earth tones. A stage that looks more like a cathedral pulpit than a corporate platform. And in the center, framed by curated silence and projection screens, humming with drone footage, stands a woman. Not just a woman, her. I've seen her before. On paper, in strategy briefs, in articles lauding her as a titan of ethical luxury. Black, brilliant, brutal when necessary. But no profile ever showed this. She's standing like she owns oxygen. Her blouse is a deep amber, tucked with precision into slate-gray trousers. And when she moves, it's with a tempo that suggests she's never once had to raise her voice to dominate a room. Her hair is sleek and coiled at the base of her neck. Her mouth moves, smooth and certain, and every syllable comes out with that particular rhythm people develop when they've long since stopped asking permission to speak. Era is not a destination. It's an invitation to reckon with the ghosts of a place and honor what remains. I almost scoff. Honor what remains. Easy words from a stage flanked by champagne and practiced testimonials. But I don't scoff. I watch, because something in the way she says it doesn't ring false. It rings practiced, scripted, but earned. She moves like someone who knows where every camera is, whose eye contact isn't accidental, it's weaponized. Her voice softens as she speaks about trauma, then hardens as she pivots to policy. She commands the room like a general, just with perfume and press. I've met presidents who couldn't hold tension like that. She isn't ornamental. She's not dressing up the message to appeal to Western guilt. She is the message, and that makes her dangerous. She's good, Silas says from the front, still watching the road. She's deliberate, I reply. You worried? No. Why not? Because I've survived people with better scripts and sharper teeth. He hums low, unconvinced. This isn't war, man. It's branding. It's always war. Sometimes the weapons are just invisible. The car slows as we take a right near Midtown. I'm still watching the feed. Now she's fielding questions. Softballs mostly from journalists who want to feel like they're digging deep. One man asks how Luxeon plans to ensure community-led partnerships on historically colonized land. She doesn't blink. We don't tell stories we haven't been invited to translate. Luxeon doesn't extract. We listen, we share space, and we build with, not over. That one hits harder than I expect. I sit back, because that's exactly what they're doing with the Era site. Building over. Glossing over a place soaked in memory, in blood, and what was never theirs to buy. I close the tablet without waiting for the applause. I already know how it ends. She'll walk off stage to a standing ovation and 15 more profile features by noon. None of them will mention the history of the land she's just rebranded. Silas watches me through the rearview mirror, but doesn't speak again. We're nearing Madison Avenue now, the skyline tightening into glass and branding. Luxeon's headquarters comes into view, steel, bronze, and mirror sculpted to impress. It gleams like a temple. I stare at it for a moment longer than I mean to. She's not going to give ground easily, Silas says, reading my silence. She doesn't have to. What then? She just has to see the ground she's on. Silas nods once. What if she doesn't want to? Then I make her. Publicly. I meet his eyes in the mirror. Not yet. First, we play civil. He raises a brow. You? Civil? I can be diplomatic. Since when? Since it gets me what I want. I look out the window again, this time not at the building, but at the sidewalks. People wrapped in trench coats and headphones rush toward meetings they'll forget the names of by lunch. But I won't forget. I didn't stay here to argue strategy. I came here to make good on the one promise I never had the chance to keep. And if I have to walk through this woman's empire to do it, so be it. The car slows at a traffic light just shy of 58th. Luxeon's headquarters looms ahead. 7 stories of glass, bronze, and minimalist arrogance. Its logo gleams across the exterior in brushed steel, half hidden behind rows of fluttering golden leaves, still clinging to their branches like the city hasn't yet given in to winter. It's the kind of building designed to photograph well from every angle. I can already tell the inside will smell like money and intentionality. We're not going in yet, I say. Silas glances at me from the passenger seat. They're expecting you. I don't care. He waits a beat before asking, why hold back? I tap the pouch in my jacket pocket gently, because clarity doesn't come when you rush. Silas doesn't argue. He never does when I'm like this, tight-voiced, slow-breathing, coiled from the inside. He knows the signs. Knows not to prod when the weight I'm carrying isn't something he can shoulder. I sit back in the seat and let the silence press in again. Not the kind that suffocates, just the kind that allows space for the ghost sitting beside me. The coin is in my right pocket. It always is. I reach for it without thinking, fingers closing around the worn edge like I'm worried it might vanish. It's old, flattened by years of skin and sweat and sand. A military challenge coin Jules gave me the night before our last deployment. Custom. On one side, the phrase, "No glory without ghosts." On the other, an image of 2 hands clasped, one gripping the other at the wrist like a lifeline. He carried one too. I buried it with him, what little there was left to bury. Mine hasn't left my side since. I flip it once in my palm, the weight grounding me. I don't believe in omens, but I do believe in intent. And this coin? This is how I remember the man who died, asking me to live better. I've failed at that. For years, I buried the war in work. I built an empire out of vengeance and capital, turned battlefield instincts into market dominance. It worked. I thrived. But I never stopped carrying him. And now Luxeon wants to repurpose the last piece of land that meant anything. They want to whitewash the place where I held him, bled for him, promised him something I haven't yet delivered, a healing retreat, built on a grave. It's not grief I feel when I think about it. It's rage. But rage doesn't serve me now. Discipline does. The light turns green and the car rolls forward again, edging closer to the reflective entryway of Luxeon's sanctum. The building swallows the skyline like it knows it doesn't have to earn its place. Just exist. Just gleam. They'll send someone to greet us, Silas says. They can wait. What are you thinking? I press the coin into my palm and say nothing. Because I'm not thinking. I'm measuring. I'm measuring the woman who stood on that stage and turned suffering into currency. I'm measuring the empire that dressed itself in reconciliation, while quietly acquiring the last acre of grief I haven't managed to let go. and I'm measuring what it's going to take to tear through all of that without losing what little of myself I've still got left. When we finally come to a stop at the curb, I don't reach for the door. I sit still. The windows show a reflection of the building. The wind rustles the trees. Somewhere far off, I hear the sharp stutter of high heels on stone. I don't move, because the war hasn't started yet, and I intend to win it with every weapon she doesn't see coming.
Chapter 3. Nyomi. The air in my office is still, perfectly filtered. 70 degrees, soft light pouring through the arched glass windows, and a faint trace of frankincense diffused into the atmosphere at 15-minute intervals. It's the blend I selected for the Era Announcement Week, sourced from Ethiopia, formulated by a scent designer in Marrakesh. It's not about preference, it's about control. The city glitters below, oblivious. Central Park is a sprawl of firelit gold, the kind of color that makes tourists gasp and locals pretend not to notice. But I'm not looking at the leaves. I'm looking at the glass, watching my own reflection, still, composed, lethal if necessary. My chair is high-backed and charcoal gray, not because I want to feel powerful while I sit in it, but because it reminds me not to relax. It doesn't cradle. It braces. The desk in front of me is smooth obsidian. No clutter. Only a black lacquer tray holding 3 fountain pens, a leather-bound notepad, and a small antique clock passed down from my grandfather. He taught me how to keep time like it was currency. Imara enters without knocking because she's the only person allowed to. She moves with purpose, heels tapping a tempo I've memorized after 12 years of partnership. Her coat is still on, open just enough to reveal the gunmetal blouse she wore for today's press event, which now feels like it happened in another lifetime. She's carrying 2 tablets, 1 stylus, and the look of someone who just came back from war without firing a shot, but who's already planning the counterstrike. "You were right," she says without preamble. Her tone is clipped, low, already razor sharp. I don't ask what I was right about. I simply extend a hand, and she places one of the tablets in my palm. The screen is open to a shareholder ledger. Numbers, columns, timestamps. At the top, Vanguard Horizon Holdings, 51.2% controlling interest. Underneath, a network of shell companies and transfer dates that paint a picture in quiet devastation. I scroll through line after line of clean legal theft. "They moved through a Luxembourg holding group," Imara says, stepping around the desk to stand beside me. "Used a trust to avoid foreign entity disclosure. The board was informed only of the final acquisition, not the preceding shifts. And no one thought to alert me." "They didn't want you to be alerted. They wanted you ambushed." I tap the screen once. The legal signature line glows under my fingertip like an insult. "How long have they had this in play?" "Minimum 3 months," she says. "Longer if you count the groundwork. It looks like they timed the final acquisition to land during the Era launch window." "Of course they did," I murmur. "They wanted maximum leverage with minimum visibility." "Which means they studied you." "They studied Luxeon." Imara crosses her arms. "Same thing." I lean back slowly, letting my eyes scan the ceiling for a beat. The light fixture is a custom installation. Suspended glass petals that shift color depending on time of day. This morning, they were warm rose gold. Now they're ivory frosted steel. Almost metallic. Almost cold. How fitting. I inhale once, let the scent of sacred smoke pull me back into focus. "We need to identify the weak point in the board," I say. "The one who let them in without blinking." "My bet's on Dent. He's too obvious. He'd have asked for a favor first, someone quieter, someone with ties to venture capital infrastructure." Imara taps her stylus against her forearm. "You thinking Jabari?" She's loyal. She's practical. She wouldn't have done this unless she believed I couldn't stop it. The words hang between us, heavier than I want to admit. Imara steps closer to the desk and sets down the second tablet. This one's open to a bio dossier, scanned headlines, clipped intel, a short paragraph that feels entirely too vague for what I need. Thane Elias Calder, former U.S. Army general, current high-stakes investor, strategist, reputation for salvaging companies with geopolitical risk exposure and large land portfolios, known for silence, for success, known for walking into chaos and emerging with the deed in his hand. I stare at the photo. It's not high-res, a cropped press image from some summit 3 years ago. He's in a tailored coat, face half-turned from the camera, salt gray temples, set jaw, no smile. Nothing about him reads corporate. Nothing about him reads here to play. He looks like a jerk, really. Have we got any background on Vanguard's interest in ERA specifically? I ask. Not yet, Imara says. They've avoided public entanglement with humanitarian ventures in the past. This is a pivot. That makes it deliberate. I know. I want his military record, declassified or not, where he served, when. I want to know what region he's trying to take off the map. Imara's gaze sharpens. You think this is personal? I don't answer her right away. I tilt the tablet back toward me and look at the outline of his face. It's not rage that coils in my chest. It's recognition, not of him, but of the strategy, of the way he's maneuvered into my house with surgical precision. No one comes through the back door unless they're hiding something, I say. And men like this don't get into humanitarian investments unless they're laundering something. Guilt, grief, or blood. Imara nods once. What do you want to do? I set the tablet down with care and reach for my notepad instead, flip it open to a blank page and uncap my pen. Make space on my schedule. Move the design call with Oslo to next week. Push the Zurich dinner. You're keeping the meeting. Of course I am. You want counsel in the room? I shake my head back and forth, slow. No. I want him to believe I'm not concerned enough to lawyer up. Let him sit across from me and think I'm still processing what happened. Let him underestimate how fast I learn. Imara smirks faintly. You're scary when you're composed. I'm always composed. She doesn't argue. Just taps her stylus once more and steps back. As she turns to leave, I say, one more thing? She pauses in the doorway. Yes? When he walks in, I want to be seated already. Understood. Frame the room the way I want it. No projections, no digital files on display, just me, the table, and what he doesn't expect. Her eyes gleam, which is that I don't need tech to end a man. When I arrive, the boardroom is empty, just as I asked. The light has been adjusted, cooler, diffused, shadowless. No visible screens, no projection panels humming in anticipation, just the matte black table, its edges sharp and symmetrical, and the 12 chairs that line it like sentinels. I take my place at the head. The chair sighs beneath me. The faint creak of leather familiar, grounding. I place my hands flat on the tabletop, nails manicured into a soft almond shape, painted the same storm gray as the Atlantic in winter. One by one, the others begin to file in. Dent mumbles something about traffic. Jabari gives me a tight nod, eyes flicking once toward the chair beside her. 2 junior advisors enter with tablets they won't dare unlock until I speak. Cassian, of course, is the last to arrive. His tie loosened just enough to suggest charm, his mouth already curving into that PR-sculpted smile that women at press events eat like candy. I don't return it. And then he walks in. No preamble, no announcement, just Thane Elias Calder, all 6 foot something of shadow and silence, crossing the threshold like he owns it. like he's already measured the dimensions of the room, the depth of our loyalty, the range of our threats. He's traded his airport fatigue for a tailored Navy suit, one that doesn't hide the breadth of his shoulders or the military cadence of his stride. His shirt is black, no tie. The open collar exposes a hint of his throat, tanned, scar-silvered near the base, as if something once cut him deep and didn't quite finish the job. His eyes find mine. Everything goes quiet. There are still voices, still rustles of fabric and shuffled papers, but they dull into background static as the two of us hold the line between us. His stare doesn't waver. It doesn't challenge. It considers. I tilt my head a fraction. A dare. He moves to his seat, second from the opposite end. Not directly across, but close enough to be seen, close enough to see me. Cassian starts to speak, of course. Let's officially welcome. Not yet. I cut in, my voice velvet-wrapped steel. Cassian blinks. The silence tightens. I fold my hands in front of me. Mr. Calder and I haven't been formally introduced. Thane leans back in his chair, spreading his arms across the rest like he's settling into something much more comfortable than a war table. His mouth curves just slightly. Then let me fix that, he says. His voice is low, sandpaper and smoke, cut with something almost southern. Almost. Thane Calder, Vanguard Horizon, interim board representative for our holding interests. I assume I'm speaking with the person in charge. I don't blink. You're speaking to the architect of everything your firm just bought. A slow smile slides across his face. Good to know we made a wise investment. He says investment like it's a weapon, like it's a purchase he intends to inspect from every angle and dismantle if necessary. Cassian tries again. Well, now that we're all... I assume you've reviewed the acquisition documents? I say directly to Thane, my tone unshifting. And that you're familiar with the founding charter of Luxeon Global? Charter, bylaws, shareholder agreements, profit forecasts? Yes. Then you know control doesn't equal vision. His gaze flicks across the room once before returning to me. But it does equal veto power. I smile, not because he's wrong, but because he thinks that's the game. No one vetoes the direction of this company without understanding where it's going, I say. And no one sits at this table if they're only here to play war games. There's a ripple in the air, not fear, not tension, just heat. The kind that rises when two bodies refuse to yield. The kind that crackles between tectonic plates before the shift. Thane leans forward slightly. Then maybe we should take this outside the table. Maybe we should. Great, he says, all gravel and grit. Because there's something you should know about the land in question. Something I think you'll want to hear, off record. I arch a brow. You think flouting board protocol and cornering me off camera is going to earn you respect? No, he says. I think it's going to earn me the truth. The audacity is breathtaking, and familiar, and infuriatingly compelling. Cassian clears his throat. I can schedule a private strategy meeting between you both. No need, I say. We'll handle it. Across the table, Thane nods once. With recognition, with the faintest hint of something like grief or grit. I don't know yet which one will matter more, but I intend to find out. The meeting adjourns with the kind of silence that clings. Cassian tries to catch my eye as people file out, some faster than others. I don't give him the satisfaction. He'll try to find his lane in all this, some wedge to keep himself relevant and near the center. But I don't feel like playing concierge to fragile egos today. Thane is the last to rise. He doesn't offer his hand, doesn't look at me again. He walks out like he walked in, unbothered, unreadable, unapologetic. And yet, the energy he leaves behind is loud, like aftershocks rippling through concrete, imperceptible at first, until you realize something beneath the surface has cracked. I wait until the door hisses shut behind him before I move. "Shall I cancel the rest of your afternoon?" Imara asks from the threshold, tablet in hand, eyes sharp. No. I sweep out of the boardroom and into the hall like a current too fast to be caught. Have the footage from his press engagements pulled, all of them. Military-era interviews, too. Imara doesn't miss a beat. Already working on it. We move in synchronized steps back toward my office. The glass walls catch the light now, low and golden, hinting that the day is already sliding toward dusk. Somewhere outside, the scent of roasted chestnuts is bleeding through the air vents. Fall in New York, gilded edges on a blade. "He won't be easy," Imara says, voice lowered. "His record's clean. His firm is impenetrable. No dirt, no cracks. Just decorated service and a wall of silence. Everyone has a breaking point. We just have to apply the right pressure." She studies me for a beat, then holds out her tablet. "Man, you're cold. The audit team is almost done reviewing the capital influx from the acquisition. There's something strange about the Cayman Fund that made the final transfer." I pause. "Strange how?" "Delayed filing, no trace of previous interest in corporate travel. Not on their books, not in their portfolio." "Dummy corporation?" She nods once. "Possibly. Or someone trying very hard to stay hidden until the last second." I take the tablet, flipping through line items like I'm dissecting a corpse. This is more than an aggressive investor play. This is targeted. Back in my office, I shut the door behind us. The frosted glass slides shut with a hiss, sealing us in with silence and the hum of the recessed lights. Imara doesn't sit. She leans against the far credenza, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "You're too calm," she finally says. I lift a brow. "Isn't that what I'm trained for?" "You were trained to outmaneuver bastards. This one's not playing chess. He's setting fire to the board." I almost smile. "Then I guess we'll play in the ashes." She doesn't flinch. "You're ready to fight him?" "I was born fighting." "You're also human, Nyomi," she says, the use of my first name uncharacteristic. "He's dangerous, not in the charming Cassian way. In the actual way. His silence isn't passive, it's stored rage. That gets my attention, because I felt it too. Not anger, pain. That strange gravity under his stare. The way he seemed to clock every corner of the room, not like he needed to win it, but like he'd already survived worse. Still, that's not my concern." "Let him rage," I say coolly, placing the tablet on my desk. "He's in my house now." Imara's eyes darken. "Then let's reinforce the walls?" She pushes off the credenza and exits without another word. She doesn't need to say it. We both know this is the beginning of something, and we're not just talking financials. I stand alone in the center of my office, the glass walls now blurred by dusk and reflection. The skyline glimmers faintly behind the conference wing. Central Park has turned to shadow, and in the distance, I can just make out the lights of Fifth Avenue beginning their nightly dance. I unfasten the cuff from my wrist and set it on the edge of my desk like a signal to no one. My pulse is steady, too steady. There's a part of me that relishes this disruption, this challenge, this crackle of uncertainty that forces adaptation. But there's another part, buried deeper, that doesn't trust it. I swipe open the Luxeon projection feed from this morning's broadcast. There I am on screen, 30 feet tall, calm and precise, delivering the vision behind Era like I'm unveiling salvation in a glass box. Thane watched this from the back of a black car, I'm told. I wonder what he saw, what he didn't. Then I pull up the live satellite feed of the retreat site. Just sand and wind for now. No machinery, no press. I stare at it until the screen dims and the office lights rise automatically to compensate. Soon.
Chapter 4. Thane. The elevator ride to the Luxeon boardroom feels like the slow, mechanical inhale of a predator before it pounces. Chrome walls, backlit floor panels, and the ghost of some irritating eucalyptus scent clinging to the air, all of it designed to make people forget they're climbing toward a battlefield. Not me. I don't forget. I tally. The boardroom doors open without ceremony, and I step inside first. Silas follows, his phone already in hand, thumbs moving like a sniper loading shells. There's no one else I trust to cover my flank. That's not paranoia. It's practice. Nyomi is already seated at the table, posture straight, expression calm in the way black ice is calm. She doesn't rise, doesn't offer a hand. Her mahogany hair is pulled into a smooth, high twist, her lips the precise shade of judgment. Beside her, a tall woman in cobalt, a strategist by the sharp angles of her suit and the colder ones of her gaze, nods at me without warmth. The brother Knox is here too. Gold nose ring, open collar, sketch pad balanced on one knee like he's here to observe a dress rehearsal, not a corporate war. I unbutton my jacket and take my seat without a word. Welcome back, Mr. Calder, the board chair offers, like this is a golf tournament instead of an execution. Shall we begin? Nyomi doesn't blink, but I feel her watching me, studying, calculating. She opens with vision, of course, legacy, the transformative promise of Luxeon's next retreat, era, a name meant to soothe, a project meant to dazzle. She speaks of peace building, of cultural collaboration, of land turned from ruin to renewal. Her words flow like champagne, effervescent, high-end, and hollow when you're bleeding out in the sand. My folder lands on the table with a dull, final sound. I speak numbers, conflict zones, data on regional insurgencies, fluctuating power alliances. I don't gesture, don't raise my voice. I don't need to. My intel carries the same weight it did when I was briefing battalion commanders with lives hanging on every syllable. Silas leans forward and tags in. Investment risk, liability exposure, likelihood of supply chain disruption if regional tensions rise. We've vetted the site thoroughly, Nyomi says, cool as frostbite. Our local partnerships are firm. We're not building blindly. You're building beautifully. That's not the same thing. She folds her hands. Are you implying we abandon the initiative out of fear? I hold her stare. I'm saying that painting paradise over a powder keg doesn't make it a garden. A flicker in her jaw. Small. Precise. I've hit a nerve. Imara, so that's her name, slides a proposal down the table suggesting a limited operational hold. The diplomat in her is well trained. She's giving them a soft out. But it's Knox who surprises me. Transparency matters, he says, his voice quieter than his outfit suggests. If this gets out, about the regional threats, we need to control the narrative. Cassian clears his throat like he's hosting a cocktail hour. We want alignment, not alarmism. No need to rattle the public before anything breaks ground. The word rattle rubs me wrong. I was there when bones rattled under mortar fire. When we use shrapnel maps instead of site plans, the vote is deferred. The tension isn't. We adjourn. Out in the hallway, I stare at some massive abstract sculpture made of bent aluminum and LED tubing. It's supposed to represent the soul's awakening or some stuff. All I see is noise. You mind if I ask you a few questions? A voice cuts in. It's Knox walking beside me like we're old friends who just happened to square off in a boardroom. About? Your vision for Luxeon. I'm doing a series called Behind the Visionary. People love a myth they can Instagram. I eye him. You think I'm a myth? No, but you're definitely trying to bury something that always makes for a good story. I agree, reluctantly. Silas will say it's strategic. I say it's containment. I want final review, I tell him. Of course, Knox replies, all teeth and ease, but you don't get to edit me. The suite at the hotel is cold in that sterile, modern way that reeks of polished chrome and the illusion of calm. I strip down in silence. Jacket, shirt, shoes, watch, all off in order like I'm still following protocol. There's no noise except for the muted hum of air conditioning and the distant city beyond the window. I step into the shower. Hot, painful steam fogs the glass almost instantly, curling around me like a memory. I let the water run over my back, hot enough to burn. The tile beneath my feet is clean. Too clean. It doesn't smell like blood or smoke or diesel, but my body remembers. Jules. 1 minute he was laughing, big, full-throated, idiot laugh about a knockoff chessboard we found in the market. The next, he was choking on his own lungs, fingers clawing at the sand. I held him, watched the life drain from him as he said my name like a question I couldn't answer. My knees hit the tile. The heat scalds my neck, but I don't move. I can't. My fist thuds once against the glass. Jules, I whisper, voice fractured. I'm trying. I swear to God, I'm trying. It takes too long to stand again. By the time I do, the water's gone lukewarm. I dry off, redress, rearm. Then I open my encrypted tablet and start pulling up every blueprint, map, and logistics report for the ERA site. If Nyomi thinks she can build over ghosts, she's going to learn what it means to share space with the dead. She wants legacy, control. She'll have to bleed for it.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 5. Nyomi. The itinerary is supposed to be a formality. By the time a Luxeon press tour reaches finalization, every city, suite, and sip of sparkling water is choreographed with surgical precision. But when Imara slides the updated file across my desk, there's something in her silence that makes me look up. "What is it?" I ask, even though I'm already opening the folder. She doesn't answer. There it is, line 11, nestled between Nairobi and Oslo, in a font no different than the rest. Investor Liaison, Thane Elias Calder. For a second, I genuinely believe my brain is misfiring. My first instinct is to correct the copy, to assume it's a clerical error, or better yet, a cruel prank from someone in PR with too much creative license. But the way Amara's jaw is set tells me this is no mistake. They voted on this? My voice is too calm, too sharp. Unanimously, including Cassian, she says, a note of apology woven into her otherwise crisp tone. I blink, then set the folder down, with the sort of composure one uses before flipping a table. My manicure doesn't chip. My voice doesn't rise. But something inside me begins to slide sideways. And what, pray tell, does a war-sculpted investor have to add to our carefully sculpted narrative of immersive luxury and reconciliation? Imara doesn't answer. We both know the board isn't afraid of Thane Calder. They're afraid of what he might reveal about the land deal, the numbers, the whispers already circulating. Fine, I say. Book the penthouse suite and triple the security. Luxeon Nairobi gleams under a perfect late afternoon sun, the kind of filtered golden light that makes photographers weep. Our motorcade winds past the newly constructed guest villas, each perched strategically along the hillside to allow uninterrupted views of Ngong Hills. Acacia trees stand sentinel over the red soil, and a breeze perfumed with jacaranda blossoms winds its way through the air like an invisible welcome committee. This retreat, the Era Initiative, is my crown jewel. It's where wellness meets witness, where rest is offered not as escapism, but as reckoning. Here, luxury isn't loud. It's intentional. Every linen thread, every sculpted clay bath, every sun-powered lighting feature is a story stitched from local hands and global vision. My dress, an ecru linen belted midi, moves like it knows the weight of my mission. My heels click against the stone walkway in perfect rhythm as I step into the lobby, where investors, press, and ministry officials wait behind champagne flutes and polished smiles. Across the room, standing half in shadow and wholly unbothered by the pageantry, is Thane Calder. He wears black like a threat, his shirt open at the collar just enough to be noticed, but not enough to be called unprofessional. He's just watching, and not at me, through me, the way one might assess terrain before a battle. I inhale once, then smile for the cameras. He doesn't look at me. I pretend not to notice. But we both know the game has started. The coordinator claps her hands once, a crisp command that slices through the din of foreign dignitaries and domestic stakeholders mingling over hibiscus tea and curated sound bites. We're ushered into a photo lineup. My smile tight, his jaw tighter, and then corralled through a series of briefings that feel more like performance art than strategy. I give 3 statements to the press in French, then English, then Swahili, all while pretending Thane's silence beside me isn't strategic. He offers one short reply about Luxeon's international vision, and even that feels like a warning shot. By the time the aide murmurs that the car is ready, I'm already calculating how many seconds I can go without speaking to him before it registers as a win. The car is too quiet. It's a glossy black hybrid with leather seats that still smell new, even though I suspect it's already been sanitized for press and dignity. The driver doesn't speak. The assistant in the front seat doesn't blink. And Thane Calder sits beside me like he was sculpted from dusk and debt. He hasn't said a word since we got in. I haven't either. But the air between us has weight. I open the dossier on my lap, flipping past the usual scripted pleasantries to the section on regional partnerships. The ERA initiative has been through 3 rounds of approval and a dozen local consults. Still, the language here feels off. "You missed a note," he says. His voice is gravel and quiet violence. I don't flinch, but my eyes cut to his. "Excuse me?" He gestures toward the second paragraph. The clause about water sourcing. The ministry wants a full environmental breakdown before the end of the fiscal quarter. That's not in your version. I don't appreciate being corrected, especially not by someone who thinks intimidation is a viable communication style. Still, I glance at the text and find, damn it, he's right. "Noted," I say, turning the page. He leans in to adjust something in his own copy of the file, and our hands brush, just for a second, but it lingers. A normal man would apologize. A man trying to play nice would at least withdraw. Thane doesn't move, and neither do I. My heart gives a single traitorous thud. I continue reading, as if nothing just passed between us, as if my pulse isn't tapping a new rhythm beneath my skin. I don't look up, but I know he's smirking. Let him. If this is war, I'll win it in heels and silence. The Nairobi compound is walled in by ochre stone and wide gates, a striking blend of modern sustainability and cultural homage. Floor-to-ceiling windows catch the waning sun as if it's a guest of honor. Inside, the reception is quiet elegance. Ivory linen, sculptural floral arrangements, and a quartet playing something restrained and jazzy. The air smells like citrus and candle wax, and every detail bears my stamp. Thane stalks behind me like a shadow wrapped in tailored gray. I see the way reporters track him with their eyes, unsure whether he belongs in a boardroom or on the front lines. He doesn't offer pleasantries, not that I expect them. But when we pose for the opening photo op and the flashbulbs start popping, he leans down as though we're co-conspirators. "You're good at this," he murmurs, voice pitched low for only me, like you were born for it. I keep my expression neutral, every muscle rehearsed. "I was," I say without looking at him. "Were you born to disrupt things you don't understand?" His smirk is maddening. I understand power and why it makes people nervous. I step away before the next round of flashes, letting him stand alone beneath the Luxeon banner. I wonder if the irony hits him, how his presence here, in this space crafted for peace, feels like a cold war with the safety off. Later, in the press car, weaving through Nairobi's crowded lanes, the city rolls out like a tapestry of contrast, glass high-rises casting shadows over open-air markets, the scent of dust and roasting maize curling through the AC vents. I glance over the itinerary on my tablet, lips tight as I scan the revised list. He's scheduled for remarks in all 3 cities. It's not a compromise. It's an ambush wrapped in protocol. Thane sits beside me, too large for the back seat, legs spread like he owns the space. He's flipping through a printed dossier I was certain had been on my side of the seat only moments ago. When he reaches across me for a page tucked in the folder's flap, his hand brushes mine. The contact is brief, accidental surely, but his fingers are warm and rough and stay for a beat too long. I don't pull away. I don't breathe. I don't give him the satisfaction. But my pulse betrays me, thrumming behind my ears like a threat or a promise. He notices. Of course he does. "Your heart's racing," he says, not as a flirtation but a fact, like a soldier calling out enemy movement. I arch a brow. "Don't flatter yourself, Calder. It's just the altitude." He chuckles, dark, knowing. "Whatever you need to tell yourself." I turn toward the window, watching as the city rises and folds itself inward again. He can have the last word in this car, but not in the campaign, not in the legacy I've built, not in my story. My room at the Nairobi villa is all clean lines and gauzy drapes, the kind of minimalist elegance that usually settles my mind. But tonight, the air feels too still. I stand on the balcony with a glass of wine I haven't touched, listening to the hum of traffic fade beneath a canopy of stars. My thoughts won't settle. Not on the retreat, not on the ERA initiative's goals, not even on my speech tomorrow. Only on him, Thane Calder. The way he watches me like he's already decided something, like he sees too much. I hear the faint click of a door closing, then footsteps across the shared terrace. He's out on his own balcony, maybe 10 feet from mine, separated only by a column of carved wood and polite silence. "Nice view," he says. I sip my wine finally. "Enjoy it. You'll be gone soon." "Doubtful," he replies. "I've got a war to win." "Against me?" "No," he says after a beat. "Not anymore." I let that hang between us, heavier than the humid air. He turns and leans against the railing, his arms folded across that broad, implacable chest. In the moonlight, he looks less like a corporate threat and more like a soldier displaced, watchful, haunted, tethered by something deeper than profit margins. He doesn't speak again. Doesn't need to. Whatever truce this is, it's fragile and unsaid. I finish my wine and turn back inside, drawing the curtains closed with a soft shiver I pretend is from the breeze. In bed, I scroll through messages until my eyes blur. There's a note from Amara, tense but efficient, flagging financial inconsistencies in one of the African regional branches, and a text from Knox, sent 3 hours ago. "He's not what he seems, but neither are you. Be careful, sis." I close the screen. Let the dark come. Let the dreams rise. But even in sleep, I feel him near. the man who invaded my empire and somehow, maddeningly, walked through its gates like he belonged there all along. Tomorrow we face the press. Tonight I face myself.
Chapter 6. Thane. The conference room is sparse but sunlit, walls paneled in pale acacia wood with long windows cracked just enough to pull in the Nairobi breeze. It smells like dust and diesel and something wilder. Jacaranda, maybe, blooming in the distance. The table is oval, non-hierarchical by design, meant to evoke diplomacy. But make no mistake, there's a queen at its head. Nyomi Rousseau doesn't raise her voice. She doesn't lean forward the way power-hungry executives do when they're trying to signal dominance. Her voice is low, controlled, measured to land perfectly between interruptions like it's guided by sonar. And when she speaks Swahili, fluent, effortless, I feel something twist in my gut. It isn't envy or suspicion, it's respect. When a logistics contractor cuts off the local water cooperative rep mid-sentence, she doesn't scold him. She turns, softly, cleanly, and invites the man to continue. The pivot is seamless. Everyone in the room shifts their focus to the man she just elevated. It's not power she wields, it's legitimacy. I cross my arms behind the privacy glass, shades on, back straight. The local Luxeon director offers me a seat, but I shake my head once. I didn't come to participate. I came to assess, to confirm what I already believe. That this entire retreat initiative is a bloated vanity project masking Luxeon's weak spots in Africa's regulatory zones. But what I see at this table isn't a figurehead spouting sound bites from a PR script. She doesn't dominate the room. She's building it. I feel it then, deep in my ribs. Not just grudging acknowledgement, but admiration. I hate that. I've spent 6 months studying Luxeon's weaknesses, building dossiers, marking soft entry points to disrupt their expansion model. But with 5 sentences and no mention of her title, she reorients the room's gravity. And me? I'm still standing here, arms crossed like a man who's already lost the first round. When the meeting ends, she doesn't acknowledge me with words, just a nod. But her eyes, they see me. That makes her dangerous. The summit crowd sways under white linen tents that snap against the wind. Luxeon banners hang cobalt blue across the stage, and beneath it all, elders and students and local press form a tight half-circle around a single microphone. I stand at the edge, back by the sound booth. I didn't plan to stay, then I hear her voice, unarmored. When I was 14, she says, holding no notes, my mother brought me to her first well project in the north of Côte d'Ivoire. I remember the heat most, the kind that makes your bones ache, and the queue of women and girls holding empty buckets that weighed more than we did. She pauses. That day I carried a pail for a girl smaller than me. Hers was metal, dented, the handle wrapped in cloth to keep it from cutting. We walked back together, and I learned 2 things. 1, water is the currency of life. And 2, no one forgets the person who helped them carry their burden. Silence swells around the tent, the kind that doesn't ask for applause. It just holds. I exhale, long and slow, my eyes locked on the way her jaw tightens at the end, daring herself not to blink. I don't see the boardroom assassin from Geneva, or the media-trained CEO with her power suits and airtight statements. I see a girl with a dented pail who didn't forget. God help me, I don't hate that, which scares me more than anything else. The rooftop bar glows in soft amber, flickering lanterns set into the walls like stars trapped behind glass. Nairobi stretches around us, velvet skyline, heat rising from the ground, jasmine curling in the air like a challenge. And then she arrives. Nyomi doesn't glide. She walks toward me, elegant, graceful, and goddamn intimidating. Hair pulled back, sharp lines, dress sleek and severe. She looks like a contradiction, restraint built to unsettle. Her drink's already waiting. Whiskey, neat, no garnish. Why Luxeon? She asks, no preamble. I lean back in the lounge chair, let the leather groan beneath me. Smart investment, long-term growth, emerging markets. She arches a brow. That's the line you gave Forbes. Try again. I'm not on the record. You're sitting across from the woman whose company you disrupted. Correction, I say, taking a sip of sparkling water, whose company needed disrupting. She lets the silence stretch between us like a wire, tight, intentional, dangerous. Why are you here? I ask finally. She meets my stare. Because I built Luxeon with my blood and breath. Because I refused to let a blowhard in a tailored suit decide its future. She raises her glass in a mock toast. And because I don't trust anyone who watches more than they speak. Her words land in my ribs like a suppressed round. Controlled, but still fatal. We sit in that silence again. But this time it feels like something's changing under the surface. She isn't just an opponent, she's becoming something else. A mirror, maybe, or a warning. I don't want to win. Not if winning means destroying our fire. The construction site smells like scorched dust and eucalyptus. Security lights sweep over unfinished beams and pack dirt like searchlights on the edge of memory. I walk alone. At the meditation path, where the eastern wing of the retreat will rise, I crouch low, fingers sinking into the soil. The earth is still warm from the day. Rough beneath my nails. Familiar. I reach into the inside pocket of my jacket and pull out the pouch. Canvas. Worn. Weighted. Jewels. Hey, I murmur, voice breaking on the consonant. He doesn't answer, of course. The night just swells quiet around me. The distant hum of traffic. Insects returning. The kind of silence I know too well. It's not peaceful. It's memory. Heavy. Unforgiving. I clutch the pouch tighter and stare at the dirt. Not yet. It's not ready. Neither am I. I don't hear her footsteps behind me, but I sure as hell feel her. Barefoot dress clinging to her legs, hair curling wild around her jawline. Nyomi stands 10 feet away like she didn't mean to find me, but did anyway. You always hang around unfinished buildings? She asks. Only the ones I might sabotage. She lifts a brow. Poetic desecration. How on brand. I almost laugh. Almost tell her that this isn't a stakeout, that it's something closer to sacred. But I don't. Because the second I open my mouth, the truth will rush out like a wound I can't dress again. She doesn't press. She just nods and walks away like she didn't see the tremor in my hands. The mirror in the hotel bathroom throws my reflection back at me like an accusation. Shirt half open. Dirt on my skin. Scar under my jaw, catching in the light. I don't look like a general. I look like a man losing ground. Her voice plays in my head. Why, Luxeon? I didn't answer her, because I don't want her to see me. But maybe I do. Not for redemption. Just to be seen. Fully. Without recoil. And that might be the most dangerous thing of all.
Chapter 7. Nyomi. The Nairobi sun slants low through the gauzy curtains of my hotel suite, casting long, burnished shadows over the half-packed suitcase on the bed. The room smells like bergamot, inexpensive floor polish, with just a hint of tension rising off my skin. I can't decide whether to fold the silk blouse or crush it on purpose. Knox's face lights up the screen of my tablet, propped precariously on top of my travel bag. He's shirtless, as usual. The glow of his drafting tablet casting neon blues and pinks across his chest like some kind of unintentional art installation. Behind him, the organized chaos of his studio spills across every surface, rolls of schematics, an empty coffee press, and a cluster of succulents that are somehow still alive. You're packing angry, he observes, not bothering with hello. I lift a brow at him and hold up one of my heels like a weapon. This shoe survived a monsoon and a customs inspection. It might not survive this press tour. Knox leans forward until his cheek nearly grazes the camera. This about Barcelona? Or the new employee who's suddenly shadowing your every move? I don't answer. Instead, I zip the side pouch with more force than necessary and let the silence stretch until he exhales like I just proved his point. He's too good at reading the air, even through pixels. He didn't come to play small, I finally say. He came to infiltrate our infrastructure, inside my head, if I let him. And what's worse, he doesn't even raise his voice. Just stares like he already knows how I'll move. So infuriating. Knox tilts his head. And does he? Know what your next move is? I narrow my eyes. Knox? Okay, he says, holding up both hands in surrender. But I'll say this. Respecting your enemy doesn't make you weak. It just makes it harder to tell where the lines are. His voice softens when he continues. Just be careful. You start admiring him too much, you'll start doubting your reasons for hating him. And we both know you don't hate lightly. That lands harder than it should. I sit down on the bed, suddenly aware of how long this week has been. How many long flights and late meetings and half-finished meals have added up to this sense of spiraling. Knox watches me for a beat. Then his tone shifts, bright but sharp. By the way, I heard Cassian's heading to Barcelona early. Wants to manage PR? Want me to plant a glitter bomb in his carry-on? Tempting, I murmur. But I need him to stay charming for at least 48 hours. Then he can implode on someone else's dime. Knox smirks. Fine. But if he starts quoting Machiavelli again, I'm calling in a favor. And I mean the nuclear kind. We hang up a few minutes later, but his warning clings like the Nairobi heat, just under my skin, prickling and persistent. The plane lifts off as the horizon bleeds orange and gold, the sky outside my window turning the shade of cooled lava. Barcelona is 7 hours and a time zone away, but the tension boards the plane with me like carry-on luggage. Across the aisle, Thane sits with the stoicism of a statue, his profile lit faintly by the overhead reading lamp, entirely still. The kind of stillness that isn't restful, but calculated. I've seen war veterans hold themselves like that. Like the moment they relax, the world will find a way to punish them for it. I dig my thumbnail into the corner of my tablet case and try to concentrate on the stack of media briefs blinking in my inbox. Spanish press, Catalonian organizers, Luxeon's European philanthropic branch. I read the words. I absorb none of them. Every time I look down, my mind replays the sound of his voice from that summit. Steady, measured, reverent somehow, in a way I didn't expect. I try to get more comfortable, but there's no sleep to be had. I glance around the cabin. Silas is slumped against the window behind Thane, earbuds in, one foot bobbing in rhythm with whatever playlist he's pretending not to cry to. Imara's 2 rows ahead of me, laptop open, editing tomorrow's itinerary like the fate of East Africa, depends on her font size. The plane banks left. The stars blur against the glass. By the time we land in Barcelona, it's mid-morning and already humid. The airport smells like sea salt, espresso, and tourists wearing too much perfume. I wrap a silk scarf around my head and slide on my sunglasses before stepping into the swarm of flashing lights and murmured welcomes. Our local Luxeon coordinator ushers us through with practiced efficiency, all clipped Spanish accented English and laminated badges. Cassian is waiting near the transport bay, leaning against the hood of a luxury hybrid with the confidence of a man who hasn't heard the word no since boarding school. Darling, he drawls, arms open like a runway model. Barcelona suits you. Save it, I say, brushing past him. You're early. He falls into step beside me, looping an arm through mine like he's staking a claim on an old lover instead of our most recent role, that of corporate frenemies. Just wanted to ensure the media optics are as flawless as your bone structure. I catch Imara's eye over his shoulder. She's already texting me. When I glance down, the message is waiting. Watch your 6. He's circling. I type back a single word, noted. The car ride into the city is blessedly quiet. Cassian talks at Silas, who pretends to listen. Imara reviews my talking points in a clipped monotone, her voice the only sound cutting through the low hum of traffic. The city unfolds outside the windows like a living painting. Gaudy rooftops, graffiti-stained tunnels, bougainvillea spilling over ancient walls. I stare out the window, past the blur of color and history, and still myself. Thane Calder is about to share a stage with me, again, and this time, there won't be any shadows to hide in. Cassian shows up uninvited to the hotel lounge, and I know it before I even see him. There's a certain shift in the air, like the scent of too expensive cologne mingled with pretense and entitlement. By the time I look up from my espresso, he's already halfway across the polished floor, dressed in one of those slim-cut jackets that announces he's on trend, but somehow above it. Barcelona looks good on him. Arrogance always does. He doesn't ask to sit. He just does. You're hard to pin down these days, he says, crossing one leg over the other like this is a casual reunion and not the tactical ambush I know it is. I've been in meetings and dodging PR disasters you were supposed to be mitigating. Funny, you were never this interested in my whereabouts when we were together. Cassian smirks. Come now, Nyomi. I only polish the narrative you give me. You're the one who invited the ex-combat general into your empire and handed him a microphone. I lean back in my seat, fingers wrapped around the warm ceramic cup to keep them from reaching for something sharper. I invited oversight. He bought a controlling share through back channels. Let's not rewrite history. His gaze flickers, brief, but not meaningless. Semantics. Either way, the board sees a story brewing, and it would be nice if we were ahead of it instead of cleaning it up after. He lifts his glass, rose of course, and takes a slow sip, like he's savoring the flavor of his own manipulation. I want to throw something. Instead, I let silence stretch between us. It makes him nervous. Cassian needs the stage to feel stable. Let me handle him, he says finally. Thane, all the details. I'll book the interviews, shape the narrative, make it look like a shared vision instead of an unholy merger. No, I say simply. Nyomi, no. I set my cup down, letting the sound of porcelain on glass punctuate the moment. You don't get to turn my enemy into a product. You don't get to twist this into something slick and palatable. He's not Luxeon. He will never be. But he is, Cassian replies, too quickly. At least to the public. The minute his face showed up in that Nairobi photo op, he became part of the brand. And that's exactly why I'm keeping you away from him. He opens his mouth again, but I'm already standing. I smooth the hem of my slate gray blazer and gather the folders I brought down with me. Go sell someone else's soul today, Cass. I'm all stocked up. I don't wait for a response. I just walk out, heels clicking against the polished marble tile, throat tight with unsaid warnings. He's too eager, and exactly the sort of man who lights matches behind your back just to see how long it takes you to smell the smoke. Barcelona is all sun and shadow, gilded mornings that melt into amber afternoons. The press panel is scheduled for 4 p.m. in a courtyard that smells like citrus and fresh ink, the kind of space designed to look casual and stuffy all at once. A single row of ficus trees lines the backdrop, as if greenery can soften the sharp edges of a PR ambush. I'm barely 2 questions in before I realize this panel isn't neutral, it's bait. The moderator, one of Cassian's hand-picked darlings, no doubt, steers the conversation into territory I didn't authorize. Projections for the retreat, environmental impact metrics still under audit, an offhand remark about militarized oversight that earns a flash of curiosity from the reporters crowding the back. I straighten in my chair, shoulders drawn but smile firm. Luxeon's expansion model isn't about dominance, it's about integration. We invest in communities, not just facilities. Before I can pivot further, Thane's voice cuts in beside me. When I was stationed in Marja, he says, calm and clear, we used to say that if you really want to know the soul of a place, you watch where the women walk. I freeze. That story's not in the prep notes. I glance at him. He's not looking at me, just the audience. There was a water dispute, a pipeline project, the kind that drew aid and corruption in equal measure. Nyomi Rousseau flew in on a Tuesday. No fanfare or entourage. Just boots in the dust and questions that made grown men sweat. A few chuckles rippled through the press line. How the hell did he know about that? He continues, voice lower now. She sat down with a tribal elder no one else would touch, learned his language in 3 days, brought in 2 engineers and a contract the local council could actually read, and then she left, quietly, without a single camera crew, because it wasn't about the optics. My pulse hammers in my throat. He's not wrong, but he wasn't supposed to know about that mission. No one was. She could have tanked the deal to make a statement, could have pulled funding, but she stayed. She finished what she started, and people drank clean water the next month because she gave a damn. Silence follows, the kind that expands, the kind that redefines narratives. The moderator blinks. So, would you say your views have shifted? I don't speak in absolutes, Thane says, but I know honor when I see it. It's not an apology or an allegiance. It's something else entirely. I don't thank him. I don't even look at him, but the air between us shifts, just slightly, and it leaves me with one terrifying realization. I don't know whether I want to thank him or destroy him. I make it exactly 13 steps past the press courtyard before I stop pretending I'm fine. There's a terrace just beyond the catering tent, stone balustrade, climbing ivy, and a view of the sea so picture-perfect it feels like a rendering. I lean against the railing, one hand braced on cool stone, the other curled so tightly around my phone it might crack. My thoughts should be sharp, strategic, focused on fallout control. Instead, they feel like broken glass scattered across the floor of my chest. That story, my story, wasn't his to tell. But damn it, he didn't tell it with reverence. Not the PR polished kind. The kind that makes you feel seen. That's what unnerves me most. It's that I didn't flinch. I hear footsteps behind me and pray they aren't Cassian's. If he starts talking about net positive optics right now, I will shove him into the nearest ornamental koi pond. But it's not Cassian, it's Imara. She appears like she always does, in silence, with a gaze that slices straight through whatever lie you're trying to tell yourself. I saw the clip, she says, without preamble. Of course you did. Want my opinion? Not particularly. Too bad. She leans beside me, arms crossed, her linen blazer catching the breeze like it belongs here more than either of us. He didn't do it to undermine you, and he didn't do it for applause. I glance at her, wary. Then why? Because even killers have codes, and I think you rattled his. The word killers doesn't make me flinch the way it used to. Maybe because I've spent the last 3 years in boardrooms with men who weaponize charm better than any firearm. Or maybe because Thane's version of danger feels different, less performative, more earned. You think I rattled him? Imara shrugs. Men like him don't offer respect freely. They offer it like a battlefield truce. Doesn't mean it's peace, just means you survived the same war. That night I can't sleep. Barcelona hums outside my hotel window. Vespas coughing down cobblestone alleys, music rising and falling like someone's exhale. I sit cross-legged on the velvet chaise, nursing a glass of garnacha and a headache I can't fully explain. On the table beside me, my phone glows with missed calls. Cassian, twice. A Luxeon board member I don't particularly trust. And Knox. Knox, who I know will pick up no matter what time zone I'm in. I hit video call before I talk myself out of it. He answers instantly, tousle-haired and bare-shouldered, a hoodie zipped halfway up like he wasn't planning to sleep anyway. Did the panel go nuclear? No explosions, just an unsanctioned missile strike? Let me guess. General Grimjaw? I smile despite myself. He told a story, one he wasn't supposed to know. Knox lifts a brow. About you. Yes. Was it true? I nod slowly. And more honest than anything I've ever said in front of that many cameras. Knox exhales, long and slow. So you're spiraling because the man you hate might actually respect you? Don't be cute. I'm not. I'm serious. He leans in toward the camera, brow creased. I think you're used to men posturing or placating. Thane Calder does neither. That doesn't make him less dangerous, but it might make him more real. I'll let that sit. Let it fester like I still hasn't forgiven my father, or Cassian, or any man who used my drive as a mirror to reflect their inadequacy. You think I should trust him? I think you should trust yourself to recognize the difference between a weapon and a witness. In the morning, the air smells like seawater and stone. Barcelona waking up is a softer thing than I expected. Bells from the basilica, rustling leaves along the narrow alley, the sound of coffee being ground somewhere below my window. I dress in silence. Navy wrap dress, minimalist earrings, hair pulled back into a low twist, armor disguised as elegance. The schedule says site tour, briefed delegation, investor walkthrough, but I know better. He'll be there. I step into the lobby just as Thane does. He's in charcoal slacks and a pressed white shirt, sleeves rolled casually but not carelessly. He sees me before I speak and tilts his head. Not quite an invitation, just acknowledgement. We ride in the same car to the site. Silence fills the space between us, uncertain. I glance sideways, and for a moment I see the man from Nairobi, the one who watched me build consensus without force. The one who listened to my mother's story, with his whole body tensed like it might tear him apart. I didn't ask you to say those things, I say, voice low. I know. They were mine. I know that too. We drive in silence a little longer. Then he says it, so quietly I almost miss it. But I couldn't let them see you as less than what you are, not when I've seen the truth. I swallow, hard, because I know exactly what line I'm tiptoeing toward. And if I cross it, I don't just risk myself. I risk the legacy I've built. And worse, I think he knows it.
Chapter 8. Thane. The hotel lobby smells like oranges and ambition. It's a polished kind of morning. Sunlight cutting through art glass windows, the clink of porcelain on marble tabletops, executives in pressed linen murmuring over tablets and croissants. A string quartet plays something forgettable in the background, just loud enough to signal wealth without interrupting commerce. I'm halfway through a strong espresso and an even stronger mental checklist when I sense him before I see him. Silas moves with that brand of entitlement peculiar to men who've never been punched for overstepping. "General," he says, sliding in beside me at the espresso bar like we're old comrades. His suit is gray, silk-threaded, smug. "You've been hard to pin down." "That's the point," I reply, not looking up from my tablet. He waits until the barista finishes foaming the milk for his cappuccino before continuing. "Some of the board members have questions." I glance at him then, brief, direct. "Let them call me." "They'd rather not." He stirs his drink even though he didn't ask for sugar. "There's concern that your objectivity may be compromised." I set the tablet down. "By what?" Let's not insult each other by pretending you don't know. He sips. Your tone during the Nairobi panel was surprising, and the footage of you watching her. I watch everyone. Not like that. He leans in slightly, voice lowering. You're a strategist. A good one. You don't flinch. You don't soften. And you sure as hell don't elevate someone else mid-battle unless you've switched sides. I don't move. The plan hasn't changed. Then why does it feel like you have? There's a hum in my ears, low and dangerous. I press both palms flat against the counter and exhale once through my nose. He's not wrong. That's the part that makes me want to break something. You don't get to interrogate me, Silas. I let the words hang like a blade. Stay in your lane, or I'll build you a new one. He freezes just long enough to register the threat for what it is. Then he blinks, straightens, and flashes that bland donor luncheon smile. Of course. As he walks away, I feel the weight of the exchange settle behind my ribs, sharp, notched. Doesn't matter what he suspects. What matters is that I know the plan, and I've never missed a mark. Except now, apparently, I'm watching her instead of the path. Later that morning, after a press check-in and a painfully performative investor brunch, I excuse myself from the delegation walkthrough. I've done this enough times to know when I'm not needed. Besides, my head's not in it. I wander the stone path that circles the hotel's southern gardens, ducking a camera crew and a flock of overly chatty interns. The air here smells different, fresher, less filtered. Bougainvillea spills and tangles over the low stone walls, and somewhere nearby, a fountain gurgles in low, lazy rhythm. That's when I see her. Nyomi stands beneath a flowering jacaranda, its violet blossoms thick as a dream. She's in flats today, no heels, no pretense, and listening intently to a woman I don't recognize. The woman is older, dressed in a linen wrap the color of terracotta, with hands that move gently as she speaks. A trauma counselor, I'm guessing, from one of the partner clinics. She speaks slowly, with conviction, and pauses that stretch, but don't break. Nyomi doesn't rush to fill the silence. She lets it settle. She's not performing. I know the difference. I've seen her perform, on stage, on screen, in boardrooms, thick with testosterone and ego. This is something else. She leans slightly forward, arms loose at her sides, nodding in slow rhythm as the woman recounts something heavy. I can't hear the words, but I don't need to. I see it in the way Nyomi tilts her head, in the quiet gravity of her attention. She's not just listening, she's bearing witness. At one point, the woman touches Nyomi's wrist, just lightly, an anchoring gesture, and Nyomi smiles. Not the bright, tight-lipped PR smile, a real one, small, soft, entirely undeserved by this world. My chest tightens. I should turn away. This moment isn't mine to watch. But I can't move. Something in me, something I thought I buried in the desert beside a man I couldn't save, stirs with reluctant awe. It's the kind of stillness I remember only from chapel mornings after firefights, or the 5 seconds after a detonation where the universe holds its breath to see what's left. She is not the empire I thought I came to unmake. She's the reason it still matters. And suddenly, I'm not sure if I'm on the right side of this war. It's just past midnight when I bolt upright in bed, drenched in sweat and not sure what year it is. The room is dark except for the thin silver slash of city light bleeding in through the slit between blackout curtains. I stare at the ceiling, chest rising too fast, lungs clawing for air that feels wrong, too filtered, too far from where I should be. I rub a hand over my face, but the echo's still there. Not the dream, not exactly. Just his voice. Jules. It's not the war that kills you, he said once, eyes bloodshot and hands trembling after a 12-hour extraction. It's what you bring home. At the time, I'd grunted and handed him a ration bar. Told him to sleep it off, same as I always did. But the phrase lodged somewhere deep. Like shrapnel you don't know you've swallowed until it festers. Now years later it chases me into the quiet. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and press my heels into the plush carpet like I'm bracing for recoil. The walls of the suite are neutral, stone and beige, wood accents that scream luxury, but feel more like camouflage. I walk to the minibar, pour 2 fingers of whatever whiskey they've stocked, and knock it back in a single pull. It doesn't help. My hands are steady, but only because I've trained them to be. The rest of me feels like a live wire with nowhere to ground. The pouch is in my suitcase, tucked between 2 folded shirts I won't wear, and 1 photograph I don't let myself look at anymore. I don't reach for it tonight. Just knowing it's here is enough. Barefoot, I cross to the window and tug the curtain open. Barcelona at night is soft gold and deep shadow, the city stretching like a held breath beyond the hotel gardens. I can just make out the edge of the retreat site past the tree line, marked by cranes, floodlights, and the outline of promise. I came here to plant an ending. Now I can't stop thinking about beginnings. Morning creeps in with lavender light and the scent of espresso drifting up from the ground floor. I dress in silence. Black slacks, dark button-down, no tie. The uniform of someone prepared for damage control, but pretending it's just another day. The investor panel is scheduled for noon. Until then, the agenda is loose. A delegation breakfast, followed by site tours and press coordination. I should be reviewing notes, but instead, I find myself back in the gardens. Same path, same jacarandas, same soft rustle of leaves like someone whispering just out of reach. I don't expect to see her again. Not this early. Not twice in 24 hours. But she's there. Nyomi stands near the perimeter wall, speaking with a contractor in high-vis gear and a clipboard too full to be recreational. She listens, nods, asks a question that makes him pause. Then another. Then she offers a solution. Not a command, just an observation wrapped in strategy. He scribbles something, smiles. She pats his shoulder before turning toward the central walkway. She hasn't seen me. But I'm watching. I always am. When she reaches the turn near the garden archway, she slows, looks over her shoulder. Her eyes catch mine like we're the only 2 people in this landscape. And maybe we are. She doesn't smile or wave. Just holds my gaze for 3 unblinking seconds before walking on. And I hate how much those 3 seconds matter. I lean against the stone railing and close my eyes. Breathe deep. This isn't about her. It can't be about her. But the line between enemy and exception is thinner than I ever imagined. And I'm not sure which side of it I'm standing on anymore. By late afternoon, the air has thickened to something just shy of suffocating. Barcelona's sun is bright but indifferent, pressing against the glass walls of the Luxeon Retreat's temporary press center like it wants to expose everything. I pace the back hallway while the final AV checks drag on, my steps echoing over polished concrete. Silas passes me a printout of updated media talking points, and I pretend to read them, even though I already know the script by heart. None of it matters. This panel isn't about data. It's about public perception, how we wear our war paint in front of cameras. Nyomi arrives 5 minutes before start time. Her outfit is simple. High-waisted navy trousers, white blouse tucked at the wrists, gold earrings that catch the light when she moves. It shouldn't affect me, but it does. She nods at me as she steps into the green room, expression unreadable. And still, I feel the sharp, irritating tug of approval in my chest. I ignore it. 10 minutes later, we're on stage, side by side. Microphones clipped. Moderators smiling like vultures who've scented an open wound. It begins with rehearsed questions, timeline updates, community impact goals, collaborative partnerships. She speaks first, as expected, her answers fluid and poised. I follow, crisp and neutral. Then the moderator asks a curveball, something about our personal investment in Luxeon's expansion into global wellness retreats. It isn't my turn to speak, but I do. I was stationed near the Rwenzori border for 5 months in 2012, I say, tone even, gaze forward. Uganda. Close to the first field office. We didn't know it at the time, but Luxeon had a clean water initiative underway nearby. It's the only reason my unit had potable water for a week straight during an equipment breakdown. The moderator blinks. Nyomi turns her head just slightly, but I don't look at her. I didn't connect the dots until years later. Until I read the mission logs, the case studies. Until I met the woman who expanded that vision into something global. A pause. She's built something remarkable, and she did it with her eyes open, not closed. The moderator calls it inspiring. The press writes it down like gospel. I just sit still, jaw tight, wondering when the hell I started telling stories for her instead of against her. We're the last to leave the press center. Most of the delegation is cleared out. A few stragglers remain for photographs and networking, but I head for the rear exit, needing air. The sun's gone hazy behind the buildings. Evening traffic hums in the distance. I expect to be alone. Instead, she's already out there. Nyomi stands beside a low stone bench, backlit by the gold-dusted sky, arms folded across her chest. She doesn't say anything when I approach, just tilts her chin slightly like she's expecting me to speak first. I didn't plan to say all that, I admit. Then why did you? I want to tell her everything, right here, right now. I swallow the lump in my throat, but all I say is, it was true. Her eyes search my face, looking for something I have no idea how to give. Not yet. Maybe not ever. You made me look good, she says at last, the words careful. You didn't need help. Didn't ask for it either. I nod once, noted. She doesn't smile, but something in her posture eases. She steps past me without another word, her perfume trailing behind her. Jasmine and iron will. I stay where I am, watching the spot where she stood, wondering what kind of man tells the truth for a woman he plans to destroy. That night I don't sleep. Again. I lie in bed, arms behind my head, watching shadows shift across the ceiling like old ghosts pacing their old routes. The pouch of ashes is under my pillow, a weight I've learned to live with. Jules used to say things I didn't want to hear. He said them anyway. Said the war doesn't end just because the guns go quiet. Said silence has teeth. It's not the war that kills you, he whispered again tonight, as clear as if he were leaning over my shoulder. It's what you bring home. I didn't understand it then. But now I feel it in every breath I hold too long, every flash of memory that burns hotter than it should. I bring home guilt. I bring home silence. And lately, I bring home her voice. It might be the most dangerous baggage of all.
Chapter 9. Nyomi. The cabin hums low, like the plane's trying not to intrude on the tension thickening between us. I've abandoned the plush seat beside the window in favor of pacing, slow, deliberate steps across imported carpet designed to feel like cloud cover. I'm not comforted, neither by the silence nor the steady rhythm of our ascent. Across from me, Thane reads a policy brief he's already memorized. I know this because he hasn't turned the page in 7 minutes. His thumb hovers over the corner, unmoved. His eyes stay fixed, but they're not reading. They're retreating. The sunlight bleeding through the oval windows is too sharp for this early. It catches on the titanium buttons of his cuff, winks off the ridges of his watch. Everything about him looks composed, down to the crease in his trousers, except the muscle ticking at his jaw. I watch it tick once, twice, and then I ask, "What is it you're trying to stop?" He doesn't look up. I cross my arms, shift my weight onto one foot like I'm giving him time to play coy. But I'm done with that game. This isn't about shareholder leverage. It's not about maintaining an image. You're not some rogue investor with an axe to grind over carbon emissions or executive salaries. So what is it? What's your end game, Calder? Now he lifts his gaze. Slowly, precisely. Like he's measuring the length of the fuse before deciding whether to light it. He closes the file, folds his hands over it. His tone is dry when he answers. I'm evaluating whether Luxeon is a viable vessel or just a glossy lifeboat for the guilt-ridden elite. I blink. Excuse me? You've turned humanitarian outreach into a branded experience, he continues, voice calm but sharp, like a scalpel being guided along bone. Designer clean water campaigns, trauma-informed retreats that cost more than most people's annual income. Your mother would call it vision. I call it curation. Carefully sanitized pain sold back to the world at a premium. There it is. The burn of fury rises so fast I nearly choke on it. I straighten. Don't you dare mention my mother. You don't know a damn thing about what she built. He shrugs once, infuriatingly mild. No. But I know how fast legacies become brands, and how easily brands rot from the inside. The flight attendant ducks out of the cabin with practiced discretion, leaving behind 2 fresh glasses of lemon water and the stench of tension thick enough to slice. I don't sit. I won't give him the satisfaction of lowering myself, physically or otherwise. You think you've got it all figured out, don't you? I snap. Like your lone wolf routine makes you some kind of moral authority. I think I see what others choose to ignore. My laugh is brittle, bitter. What you see is a woman who didn't invite you to the table, so you decided to flip it. He stands, slowly. His height is never just a number. It's a calculated reminder of his maddening presence. But I don't flinch. I don't back up. I meet him squarely in the aisle, the air between us vibrating with something too volatile to name. You're right, he says, voice lower now, barely audible above the hiss of cabin pressure. You didn't invite me, but you needed someone to ask the questions your board's too scared to raise. No, I hiss. What I need is for you to stop pretending this is about Luxeon. He doesn't respond, just looks at me. And God help me, I hate how readable his eyes are in this light. Storm gray with too much history behind them, not pity or rage, just fracture. That kind of damage doesn't come from board meetings or mergers. It comes from war, from promises kept too long and graves left unspoken. For a split second, we're not adversaries. We're just 2 people standing on opposite ends of a fault line that neither of us drew. The jet dips slightly with the current. His hand shoots out instinctively to steady me, fingertips grazing my elbow. I slap it away on principle, not urgency. He exhales. You want the truth? You wouldn't believe it. Try me. His lips twitch, but not into a smile. More like an old wound remembering where it hurts. Not today. The seatbelt light pings overhead. I sit down without looking at him, but my hands won't stop shaking, and I don't know if it's from anger or something far more dangerous. I watch the clouds drift past my window, like smoke off a slow-burning fuse. He's behind me now, still standing, still silent, but I can feel him. Not in a way I'd ever admit, but in that visceral, primal way you feel a threat at your back, or a possibility. The overhead chime pings again, and I pretend I'm too busy adjusting my tray to notice how close he's moved. There's a pause, a stretch of air too thick for comfort, too thin for escape. You're good at this, he says at last, his voice a low gravel whisper meant only for me. The misdirection, the martyrdom, the spin. My hand tightens on the tray's edge. You think this is spin? I think you've made survival into a narrative, a sellable one. I pivot in my seat, turning to face him, one leg tucked beneath me like I'm gearing up to sprint or fight. You say that like you've never spun your pain into purpose. His jaw ticks. Just once. But it's enough. You want to know why I'm here? He says, and there's a note in his voice I haven't heard before. Less sharp, more scorched. I'm here because someone I loved died in a place like this. A place that promised healing and delivered dust. I'm not here to protect your reputation. I'm here to make sure no one else gets sold hope in a bottle and left to drown in it. The plane dips slightly. Or maybe I do. Then say that, I whisper. Say it out loud. Stop hiding behind board memos and ethics white papers, and just say it. He looks at me like he might. Just for a breathless second, I see the storm beneath the soldier, the scar beneath the strategy. But the moment passes. Instead, he retreats with a sardonic murmur. Some truths sound better in the silence. And with that, he slips into the seat across the aisle and snaps his belt into place like punctuation. The landing gear groans beneath us as we begin our descent into Marrakesh. I haven't spoken in 20 minutes, but my mind's been yelling at full volume. This trip was never supposed to feel like penance or temptation. The cabin lights dim to a golden glow as we descend, casting shadows on the sharp planes of his face. He hasn't looked at me since he sat down, not once. And somehow that hurts more than anything he said. When we land, the driver's already waiting, Moroccan hospitality wrapped in discreet diplomacy. Our luggage disappears into a second vehicle as we're led toward a line of black sedans parked under a blooming jacaranda tree that seems to mock the tension hanging between us. I step outside, the heat of the evening curling like incense around my ankles. And then I hear her. Nyomi. The voice is sugar-coated steel, every syllable wrapped in silk and suspicion. I turn. Vivian Vale. My mother stands beside one of the cars, a single manicured hand resting on the doorframe like she owns the city, the sky, and the secrets hanging between us. She's in a champagne-colored pantsuit, sharp enough to slice through airspace, and her smile is pure weaponry. Some men conquer. She leans in, her voice low, her gaze flicking over to Thane like he's already failed her expectations. Some bury. Don't let him do both to you. My spine stiffens. My pulse forgets its rhythm. I offer her the same smile I gave a Dubai sheikh last spring. Diplomatic, razor-edged. Thanks for the poetry, but I prefer my threats direct. Vivian leans in slightly, her perfume laced with something ancient and expensive. It's not a threat, dear, just a preview. Thane says nothing, but his silence doesn't feel like absence. It feels like smoke after a shot's been fired. I'm still vibrating from my mother's words when the car door closes behind me. The AC is too cold, the leather too smooth, the man beside me too quiet. I can't read him. He's angled toward the window, like the city might offer answers I can't. But the set of his jaw, the tension coiled in his thigh, he's not at ease. He's never at ease. Neither am I. His hand shifts on the seat between us, just enough that his knuckle brushes mine. It's not a touch, but it jolts something awake in me that I've spent months burying under white papers and brand decks and boardroom polish. We're not playing anymore. And the worst part? I'm not sure either of us ever were. The car pulls up to our boutique riad near the Medina. I expect him to get out first, to walk ahead and let the door fall closed between us like every other day. But he waits. When I glance over, his expression is unreadable. Less mask, more mirror. I meant what I said on the plane, I tell him, voice low. If you've got something to prove, then prove it. But don't do it by dismantling what we've built just to satisfy a ghost. His eyes darken, not in anger, but in recognition. Like I've hit a nerve that's been rotting too long beneath the surface. You think this is about you? He says. I think this stopped being about Luxeon 5 minutes after you stepped on board. He exhales. Slow. Controlled. A soldier's breath before he pulls the trigger or walks away. Then he opens the door and steps into the night without a word. Later, after I've unpacked and poured a glass of mint tea I don't actually drink, I wander out to the central courtyard. The moonlight spills across mosaic tiles like fractured memories, And somewhere a lute hums a song I don't recognize but already feel. I catch sight of him again, Thane, standing near a potted olive tree in the corner. His back to me, hands in his pockets, head bowed slightly, like he's listening to something I can't hear. For one foolish moment, I consider walking over, asking the question again, telling him that I see it, the fracture beneath his precision, the wound behind the warface. But I don't. I slip back through the archway without making a sound. I let the shadows keep their secrets. Let the night do what it's always done. Cover the cracks, cradle the broken edges. And for now, that will have to be enough. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 10. Thane. I stand on the perimeter of the Luxeon ballroom, spine straight, jaw locked, eyes on everything and nothing all at once. The air is laced with citrus oil and something more artificial. Whatever they've pumped into the vents to make high society feel like a balm instead of a battlefield. Press cameras pan in gentle arcs across the room, flashes softened by rose-tinted filters. Screens loop polished reels of Luxeon's work. Children laughing at a clean water station, a weeping mother at a rural hospital ribbon cutting, solar panels gleaming on a once crumbling schoolhouse. They've branded benevolence, bottled it, monetized the miracle of human decency. Every guest here smells like old money and self-congratulation, bespoke righteousness in linen suits and gold thread caftans. They sip their imported wine and nod thoughtfully at panel buzzwords like restorative ecosystems and colonial unlearning, as if they invented morality just this morning over a curated mezzi plate. Nyomi moves through them like she's been sculpted from starlight and control. Every pivot of her head lands precisely, every handshake angled for maximum effect. Not staged. Never that. That's what makes it lethal. She knows who she is in a room like this. A woman who can make change feel cinematic. A woman who can rally nations without ever raising her voice. The applause when her name is spoken rolls across the marble like thunder veiled in silk. People lean toward her unconsciously, as if proximity to her gravity might somehow absolve them of the comfort they live in. And I hate how easy it is to watch her. How the spotlight finds her and decides to stay. I'm not here to admire the Empress of Impact. I'm not here to let my gaze linger on the soft curve of her shoulder, or the way her laugh cuts under noise like an unscripted chord in a rehearsed song. I'm not here to feel anything. I'm here to dismantle what she's built. Or at least I was. There's a curated floral arch near the stage, dripping in deep plum calla lilies and crimson protea, blooms native to the very regions Luxeon claims to uplift. Even the plants are making statements here. Behind the podium, a staggered wall of glass columns holds gently bubbling water, lit from beneath in soft jewel tones. It's meant to evoke hope, transparency, rebirth. All I see is performance art for the elite. All I smell is money sanctified by guilt. I step back, deeper into the corner shadow of an ornate pillar. A waiter floats by with a tray of minted orange cocktails and I wave him off. Too sweet, too soft. I need my senses sharp. Nyomi takes the stage. She's wearing deep green, something close to olive but richer, grounded by strength rather than trend. The sleeves are structured, the neckline clean, the jewelry minimal. A gold pin glints at her collarbone. A symbol I don't recognize but instinctively know has meaning. Maybe ancestral, maybe earned. Her voice cuts clean through the ambient noise as she begins, thanking local leaders, partners, donors. Her cadence shifts just slightly when she names the land itself. Behind her, the screen flares to life again, this time with an animation of the retreat site they're here to announce. Aerial drone footage shows sweeping cliffs, terraced gardens, minimal impact lodges shaped like riverstones. The words, "Healing is not a luxury," bloom across the screen in brushstroke font, then dissolve into a logo that costs more than most families make in a year. The crowd murmurs their approval. I sip my water and taste ash. Someone behind me, a hedge fund heir in desert boots and an ethical wool jacket, says, "This is how legacy gets built." She's rewriting the model. Another answers, "She'll be on the cover of Forbes Impact before the quarter's up." My throat tightens, not with jealousy, but something more corrosive. Something that tastes like betrayal I haven't earned the right to name yet. Silas is somewhere on the other side of the room, working the donor tables with the precision of a man who's used to swapping money for silence. I catch a glimpse of Cassian by the far window, phone in hand, smiling like he's already got the quote that will break tomorrow's internet. He's not watching Nyomi. He's waiting for her to trip. He'll be waiting a long time. She's not just fluent in power. She makes it a native tongue. And me? I'm still trying to remember why I walked into this ballroom certain I could break her. Because right now, all I can do is stare. And that scares the hell out of me. The ceremony hits its stride like a well-oiled machine. Spotlights dim just enough to give the screen prominence. An orchestral swell pulses through the overhead speakers. Soft strings, hopeful horns, a sonic balm engineered to tug at every heart in the room. The towering LED display flickers to life behind Nyomi as she steps aside, her silhouette sharp and regal against a backdrop of light and motion. The video starts with drone footage, sun-drenched landscapes, minimalist domes tucked into rocky plateaus, time-lapse shots of moonlight over rippling water. A voiceover, clean and honeyed, delivers the script with reverent precision. Where trauma meets renewal, where story meets silence, where survivors don't just retreat, they rise. Words bloom on the screen in cursive white against desert gold: sanctuary, resilience, grace. I exhale slowly, arms folded, jaw clenched tight enough to crack enamel. I don't blink as the camera pans across a stylized rendering of the main retreat compound, glass-fronted buildings built into the hillside like a secret waiting to be discovered. Luxeon's logo floats at the bottom corner of the screen, clean and modern and merciless. The applause rises again, polite, predictable, the kind that signals more wine is coming soon. And then, a noise. At first it's muffled, background static, a sound the room is trained to ignore, but it builds, sharpens, refuses to stay muted. Then it breaks through the illusion, shouting, real shouting, the kind you don't rehearse. The sliding glass doors at the far end of the ballroom, previously tinted for privacy, light up with silhouettes, shapes moving fast. A flash of something bright, a sign? No, multiple signs. Security moves fast, but not fast enough. The outer perimeter is breached. A metallic thud rings out as fists and placards strike the doors, echoing through the marble and mirrored surfaces like thunder in a cathedral. People turn, gasps spiral outward. Cell phones lift like reflex. Then come the chants. Not your land! Not your legacy! Stop profiting off our dead. The doors finally shut tight, but the impact's already landed. Not just with the audience, with me. Because that's when I see it. Not on the lips of a protester, but on a banner. Blood red, hand-painted, slung high and trembling in the fists of two protesters on the stone terrace outside. Arabic on the top line, French on the second, and right in the center, stenciled in black, Ain al-Kisra. I freeze, but something inside me slams to a halt so violently it almost knocks the air from my lungs. The crowd blurs. My focus tunnels. There's a roaring in my ears that doesn't come from the protest or the speakers, or the ripple of panic threading through the ballroom like an unseen fire. It comes from memory. That name shouldn't be here. That place shouldn't be here. Ain al-Qasra is not just another pin on some investor's acquisition map. It's not a phrase on a protest banner to me. It's the last place I saw Jules alive. The sun had just gone down when we arrived at the outer edge of the zone. The locals had warned us the terrain was unstable, but the order came from above. Sweep and clear. Hold the line. Standard protocol. Until it wasn't. I remember the blast. The dust. The sound of Jules choking as I pressed my hands into the wound and begged him to hold on. I remember whispering his name long after he stopped hearing it. And now that name is here. Tangled in Luxeon's newest miracle build, pitched to donors as a place of renewal, never once mentioning what's buried under the soil. Sacred ground. Blood-soaked ground. Ground where the dead were never counted because they didn't count. My skin is ice, my pulse a hammer. Nyomi says something into the mic, something poised, controlled, but I can't hear it. I'm too busy watching the security team herd guests back toward the lounge area, too busy cataloging how many of these protesters knew what I didn't, because that's the worst part. They're not wrong. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I hear Silas calling to me. I ignore him. My hands curl into fists at my sides, the fabric of my suit jacket tight across my shoulders. I take one last look at that banner, the name I haven't spoken aloud in years, and feel something shift inside me. Grief. Not at Jules. At me. Because I didn't know, and I should have. The room is moments from tipping. The kind of edge you recognize instinctively. Tight throats, wide eyes, fingers twitching over phones or flute stems. This crowd doesn't know what to do with chaos unless it's been neatly branded and auctioned off at a fundraising gala. They shift in their seats. A few rise under the pretense of heading to the restroom, but I've seen that gait before. That's not social discomfort. That's flight instinct. The murmurs swell, gaining mass and velocity. Security tries to reassert order, guiding the front rows to stay seated, murmuring about protocol and discretion. One of the photographers angles his lens toward the terrace. The press knows a real story when it bleeds through the glass. But Nyomi doesn't flinch. She stands center stage, spine straight, heels rooted like they're spiked into the marble. Her expression holds, not the diplomatic neutral she wore earlier, but something more primal. Determined. Resolute. She steps forward, past the safety of the podium, right into the floodlights and flashbulbs, and raises both hands. Her voice threads through the static, low and unwavering. Let them speak. For a beat, no one moves. We don't silence grief, she continues, her voice sliding through the air like silk-wrapped steel. Even when it's inconvenient. And suddenly, the crowd recalibrates. It's no longer about the schedule, or the scripts they rehearsed while their stylists powdered their faces backstage. It's about her, and what she just chose to do. Security hesitates, but Nyomi motions again, more firmly this time. The terrace doors crack open, enough for a single figure to step forward. Older, slight, shoulders squared like she knows the risk. Her face is sun-worn and tear-streaked, with a white scarf tied over her head and eyes that carry decades of knowing. She doesn't introduce herself. She doesn't need to. I buried 3 generations of my family on that land, the woman says in French, voice raw but fluent. Before the maps were redrawn. Before your foreign contracts came with drones and deeds. Before anyone called it a healing sanctuary. Someone tries to cut the mic, but Nyomi stops them with a single look that could flatten a ministry. The woman continues. Her hands tremble only once, when she pulls a folded photograph from her shawl and holds it up. A black and white image curled at the edges. Children. A husband. A field with a crumbling stone marker. She tells the story of how the land was taken in the quiet of bureaucracy, how sacred sites were bulldozed before bodies could be exhumed, how the new roads meant nothing when the roots were gone. My gut twists. I stare at the floor. Because I know that photo. I've seen that terrain before. That stretch of soil behind the stone marker. That's the slope our team crested the night of the ambush. Jules and I dug our heels into that ground to find cover. That's the patch of earth he died on. And we didn't know it had a name, or a history, or a keeper still living. Nyomi doesn't interrupt. She doesn't perform empathy. She just listens. Eyes locked, posture open, like this isn't about her at all. Behind her, I see Silas shifting in his seat. I can already hear the strategic calculus happening in his head. What this means for the shareholders, how to rewrite the press release, how to dilute this narrative into something palatable. And Cassian, gone. I spot him slipping out the side exit like a whisper with teeth, phone already up to his ear, capturing sound bites or calling in favors. Probably both. His loyalty is wherever the spotlight lands, and right now it's not flattering. But Nyomi holds the room. Not by force, by gravity. That's more dangerous than any hostile takeover. She thanks the woman quietly. No translation, no grand closing remarks, just a nod, and then a silence so full it hums. The crowd doesn't applaud. They don't know how. Not after what they just heard. And neither do I. Because what I feel at this moment isn't a strategy. It's sorrow, awe, and a slow, burning shame. Security reasserts itself with slow, deliberate choreography. No shouting, no shoving, just the practiced art of recontainment. The protesters are guided out the way they came in, heads high, signs still gripped like shields. The last one out, an older man with a limp and a faded keffiyeh, turns once at the threshold and nods toward Nyomi. Not a thank you. Recognition, maybe, or reluctant respect. Inside, the illusion creaks back into place. The orchestra resumes its softened strings. Dignitaries reposition their smiles. Someone toasts resilience with a vintage rosé, and no one mentions that the most honest voice in the room didn't come from the podium. A PR rep glides toward the front, mic in hand, his voice warm and featureless. Thank you all for your patience as we continue tonight's celebration of global healing and local partnership. It's nonsense. Polished, practiced, palatable. My phone vibrates in the inner pocket of my jacket. Once. Twice. A third time. I ignore the first two. The third comes with a chime. I draw it out under the table and tap the screen. And there it is. A clipped, high-contrast video, already looped into a social media storm. Protesters storming the terrace. Nyomi standing tall beneath the Luxeon logo, the banner fluttering behind her like a bloody confession. Text overlays in block-wide font. Luxury over lives. The hashtag burns below it, already trending. Cassian move fast. Little jerk. I can almost hear his smirk behind the camera. No accident this got out before the plates were cleared. No doubt he's feeding it to sources, spinning it from the sidelines like the good little saboteur he's always been. I slide the phone back into my jacket. The ballroom hasn't caught up yet, but it will. This isn't going to stay a local headline. Across the room, Nyomi hasn't moved. She stands near the floral arch meant for closing remarks, the soft spotlight still catching on the silver clasp at her throat. Her posture is the same. Shoulders set, jaw poised, hands loose at her sides like she's resisting the urge to clench them into fists. But her eyes, they aren't here anymore. They're scanning something farther off, not the crowd or the reporters. Like she's tracking a fault line no one else can see. I know that look. It's the one you wear when the ground's about to shift and you're the only one bracing for it. She catches me watching. Across the dimmed ballroom, lit by chandeliers and curated chaos, our eyes lock. And this time, I don't look away. She doesn't either. There's nothing flirtatious about it. Nothing coy. It's not attraction that holds us there. It's understanding, or warning, or war. I don't know if she sees what I'm thinking, if the glint in her stare is blame or battle cry. But something in her gaze tightens, not with fear, with resolve. Whatever happens next, she's already decided she won't be the one who flinches. I nod once. It's the only line I have left to draw. And then I turn my back to the ballroom, to the cameras, to the curated narratives, and walk out. Because the performance is over, and the reckoning has begun. The lights backstage flicker like nerves. It's quiet except for the low whir of ventilation and the distant murmur of cleanup crew chatter bleeding in from the ballroom. I lean against the corridor wall, one hand curled loosely around my phone, the other fisted in my pocket. The air smells like orchids and ozone, leftover tension and overwatered arrangements. Then I hear her walk, the unmistakable cadence of Nyomi veil in heels, each step sharp, intentional, unrelenting, like punctuation fired from a weapon. She rounds the corner before I've braced for impact. "You knew," she says. No hello, just detonation. I don't pretend not to understand. I don't waste either of our time with feigned confusion. "Not about the land," I say quietly. My voice doesn't echo. It just lands. She stops a few feet from me, arms at her sides, but taut with restraint. Her eyes search mine, scanning for the fracture point. She narrows them, not in suspicion, but in confirmation. "But about something," she says. Not a question. A conclusion. I hold her gaze, and I don't deny it because I can't. Her hands twitch at her sides. She closes them into fists, like she's holding herself together with raw willpower and stubborn pride. "If you're here to destroy me, Calder," she whispers, voice jagged and shaking just enough to cut, "at least have the decency to do it without pretending you see me." She turns on her heel before I can answer. And I let her, because any response would be too much, or not enough. But as she vanishes back into the maze of corridors and handlers, the words echo louder than any press headline ever could. I do see her, too well, and I still haven't decided if that makes me better or worse. The car smells like old leather and fresh ash. No music, no words, just us, separate and silent. She stares out the window, arms crossed, chin high, refusing to give me even the echo of a glance. I don't push it. I don't ask. Because this silence, it isn't strategy, it's fallout. We're both too trained to flinch, too proud to apologize, too gutted to pretend this is just about politics anymore. It's not even about trust. It's about betrayal that hasn't happened yet, but feels inevitable. Outside, the Moroccan dusk folds the horizon into shadows and gold. I unlock my phone, pull up the footage again, freeze it, zoom in, the banner, Own Al-Kasra. I'd assumed it was coincidence, an activist catchphrase, a recycled protest symbol. But now I trace the coordinates over the site acquisition map I stole from Luxeon's encrypted vault 3 weeks ago. And there it is, right on the line. A site Jules bled out defending. A site I thought buried, untouchable, but Luxeon knew. Or someone did. And that means I didn't just step into a firestorm. I brought the matchbook with me. Nyomi doesn't know. Not yet. But if she finds out I've been walking through her empire, holding pieces of a dead man she never met and never asked for, I don't know if she'll recover. I'm not sure I will either, because this stopped being about sabotage somewhere between Nairobi and here. Now I'm not the one doing the damage. I'm part of the wreckage, collateral, just like Jules. The jet hums beneath me, steady and low, like a mechanical heartbeat refusing to sync with mine. We haven't spoken since the ballroom. She's somewhere toward the front, probably pretending to sleep, probably not sleeping at all. And me? I sit in the dark. No scotch, no noise or lies to keep me company. Just the padded hush of altitude and the burn of memory tightening around my throat like a second collar. My hands are clasped loosely in front of me, knuckles pale, the bones tight with pressure that won't release. I stare past the dark window, not at the clouds, not at the stars, but at a memory I didn't invite. Jules, breathing hard, voice ragged, hand in mine, slipping. "It's not the conflict that kills you," he'd said, mouth blood-slick and smiling anyway. "Don't bring it home with you, buddy." At the time, I thought it was poetry. Gallows humor dressed in camo and nicotine. The kind of thing men say when the pain makes them brave. Now I know it was prophecy, because here I am, years later, continents away, seated in a pressurized tomb lined with velvet and champagne flutes, and I'm still carrying him, still trying to find meaning in the noise and the noise in the meaning, still clawing at a legacy I didn't ask to inherit, but can't stop trying to dismantle. I came here to settle a debt, to make sense of a company built on curated empathy and hidden land deeds, to haunt the people who thought silence was loyalty and pain could be packaged for resale. But this isn't justice, it's quicksand, thick, clinging, and deceptively quiet, and I'm already neck-deep, eyes open, breath slow, mission compromised. And I can't tell if what's drowning me is Jules's ghost, or Nyomi's voice still ringing in my head.
Chapter 11. Nyomi. The mirror doesn't lie, but it does know how to flatter. Sunlight spills across the marble counter in the Marrakesh suite, gilding the room in gold that looks richer than truth. I smooth concealer beneath my eyes, set it with powder, and ignore the quiet throb just behind my temples. There's a certain kind of fatigue that can't be cured with caffeine or charisma, the kind that comes from constantly walking the edge between what they expect me to be and what I know I am. My coral blazer is crisp, sleeves rolled just high enough to show I'm polished but not too precious. Everything about this tour has to walk that line between elegance and approachability, leadership and partnership, strength and softness. Every gesture is deliberate, every word preloaded. I spritz perfume once at my pulse point and set the bottle down like I'm finished pretending that any of this feels natural anymore. The welcome event in Marrakesh kicks off in 6 hours. I have 4 interviews stacked, 2 walkthroughs, and a dress rehearsal for the joint presentation Thane and I are expected to deliver like co-captains of an unshaken empire. Only the empire shook, and people noticed. The protests outside the Morocco event didn't stay outside. They fractured the sheen of accepted benevolence Luxeon built its brand on. I've read every op-ed since, every blistering tweet and carefully phrased inquiry from investors, wondering if our global wellness initiative might be gentrified grief in disguise. Cassian naturally has suggestions. Of course he does. He meets me in the penthouse conference suite, suit pressed to hell and back, a tablet in one hand, and a faint cologne cloud trailing behind him, like the ghost of boardrooms past. His smile is that polished, carnivorous thing he perfected at Harvard, charming until it cuts. "You look luminous," he offers, as he takes the seat across from mine. Exactly the image we need to project. I don't thank him. Instead, I flip my notes shut and cross one leg over the other. "What are we spinning today, Cass?" "Not spinning," he replies, too fast. Reframing. It's not about ignoring the protests. It's about contextualizing them. We lead with empathy. Highlight your statement. Then maybe drop a teaser video of the new resilience initiative we discussed in Kenya, Phoenix Rising, or whatever we want to call it. I tilt my head, folding my arms. So we're making trauma aspirational now? Turning protest into promo? His smile falters. Briefly, just a flicker. It's already out there. Better we control the narrative before someone else does. No. The word is calm, final, unsparing. Cassian leans back, crossing his arms in a way that mimics mine, only smugger. With respect, Nyomi, transparency doesn't trend. Framing does. I rise slowly, adjusting the cuff of my blazer before turning to face the windows that overlook the garden below. Somewhere out there, in that soft dust and brilliant color, is the world we claim to want to change. And somewhere in this very room is the man who thinks he can sell that world back to itself. If we have to manipulate grief to sell impact, I say without turning around, then we're already part of the problem. His silence confirms it. I hear the shuffle of his tablet and the quiet rustle of expensive suiting as he rises. But I don't watch him leave. Because something's shifting in me, and I don't trust what I'll do if I start giving him more than my back. The car this morning is cold enough to make my knuckles ache. I adjust the temperature control above me and glance across the aisle at Thane, who's already hunched over his laptop, sleeves pushed to the elbows, tie long forgotten. He hasn't spoken since we left, not even when I handed him the investor itinerary annotated to death. He read it, nodded once, and started making his own edits without asking. I take a breath. Try again. You changed the cultural immersion day. Why? Security. One word, no elaboration. I press. It's a vetted village site with decades of history. It's not a liability. It is if the guest list includes high-risk investors who require soft security clearance. They won't go if they think they'll end up in someone's protest live stream. So we erase culture to coddle comfort. We mitigate risk to maintain funding. I glance out the window at the sun-soaked landscape. This isn't a conversation. It's a cold war. One fought in clipped syllables and veiled insults. He speaks again without looking up. You can keep your food sovereignty panel? Gee, thanks. His eyes lift then, meeting mine fully since the ballroom in Morocco. There's something unreadable in them, maybe conflict or regret. I'm not your enemy, Nyomi. That depends on the day. He smiles, but there's no amusement in it. Or the hour. I open my laptop again, the glow of the screen doing nothing to warm the chill that settled between us. It's not personal, I remind myself. Only it is. And we both know it. The Marrakesh Welcome Gala is a spectacle. Candlelight flickers against mosaic-tiled columns, and the scent of saffron and sweet mint curls through the courtyard like silk. The investors arrive in waves, dripping in vintage Cartier and calculated compliments, every handshake a veiled negotiation. I move between conversations like choreography, performing certainty, even as my mind replays the protest chants in looped, ugly rhythm. Then it happens. A British financier, Roberts, something or other, leans in a little too close, breath tinged with gin and colonial arrogance. Must be quite the performance, he murmurs. A woman like you, pulling off a global health empire. Who's really behind the curtain, darling? Before I can cut him off with the precision he deserves, Thane is there, shoulders squared, voice deceptively smooth. Perhaps you'd like to ask her instead of talking through her, he says, his eyes glinting like cut steel. The silence that unfolds is delicious. I thank him with a nod I don't mean. He answers with a smirk he absolutely does. And yet, beneath the barbed tension, something else simmers. Not an alliance, but a moment of unexpected armor. And I don't know what to do with that. Later, in my suite, I peel off the clothing I wore like armor and stare at the blinking cursor on my laptop. The press statement sits unfinished, hollow words meant to pacify the board, to make sense of history that refuses to stay buried. I can't stop thinking about the protester's voice, her grief, her audacity, and somewhere in the shadows of that memory is Thane's expression as the footage leaked. Not gloating or triumphant, just haunted. I close the laptop. I climb into bed, exhausted, but sleep won't come. Not because of guilt. I've long made peace with necessary compromise, but because I'm starting to want things I swore I wouldn't, like softness and rest, like someone who sees through the veneer and doesn't flinch. I'm starting to want him, and that, more than any protest or press leak, is the danger I can't afford. The notification pings just past midnight. I shouldn't check it, but I do. And when I open the tag media alert from Luxeon's PR bot, the air in my lungs turns to ash. There it is. Footage from the Morocco protest. Cropped, angled, weaponized. Cassian's watermark is in the corner. Faint, but there. The caption reads, Luxeon faces history, not headlines. In the comments, a wildfire of rage. People think we staged it, that we manipulated grief for optics. And the worst part? I still haven't confronted him. I told myself I'd wait for proof, that I needed clarity before accusation. But this is his brand of clever. His signature style of sabotage. I should call him Mara, or Thane, or someone. But I just sit there, scrolling through the aftermath, surrounded by designer silence and the scent of bergamot clinging to my pillowcase. I let the shame settle in like sediment. I moved to the terrace, barefoot, robe knotted, wine glass untouched beside me. Below, the city breathes. Lanterns glow over narrow alleys. Music drifts in from a distant riad, soft and lilting. And all I can think about is how tired I am of protecting things that refuse to protect me back. I think of my mother, of her voice through the years, soft but sharp. Don't wait for someone to save you. They're usually the ones who set the fire. And still, I think of Thane, his voice at the gala, his restraint in the car, the way he looked at me when I wasn't performing, just being, just breathing. It isn't affection, not quite, but it's something. And it terrifies me that in this moment, where I should feel abandoned, I only want one person's voice on the other end of the line. I don't call him. Instead, I draft the press addendum myself without any spin, just truth. I highlight the protesters' demands, name the village leaders we've invited to the table, and commit, on record, to an independent audit of the land's acquisition records. It's not what Cassian would do. It's not what the board wants, but it's what I can live with. I send the draft before I can doubt it. Power doesn't protect me, but maybe integrity can. And if Thane Calder wants a war, he's going to have to fight someone who isn't afraid to burn the facade down herself. Because I've built my name on clean lines and clean hands. And I won't lose both for a man who still won't tell me what haunts him.
Chapter 12. Thane. The sun hasn't cleared the ridge yet, but the heat's already rising like a warning. I walk the perimeter of the new Marrakech site alone, boots pressing into soil that refuses to forget what it once held. Every step kicks up the scent of dust and lime, part progress, part grave. The kind of ground that doesn't just support weight, it remembers it. A crane groans overhead, pivoting slow and deliberate. Steel frames glint in the morning haze, stacked like ribs of some unfinished beast. A few laborers spot me and nod, respectful but wary. I nod back, not slowing, not speaking. Clipboard in one hand, my thumb dragging across the ridge of a laminated plot map. I trace red lines that once felt like vision, but now look suspiciously like containment. My other hand ghosts over the railing of a half-installed terrace, metal cold despite the rising temperature. It's measured, precise, just like everything else in this operation. The soil tests are clean, the blueprints are flawless, the infrastructure's solid enough to outlive both of us. That should comfort me. It doesn't. I reach the southern end, where temporary fencing curls in on itself like it's unsure whether to keep things out or hold something in. The tension in my chest tightens. I came here to see progress. What I see is a cage, one I forged with good intentions and locked behind strategy and scale, one I might not walk away from. I keep moving. Anger is easier to manage than introspection. At least anger doesn't look like grief when the light hits it sideways. The portable office is no sanctuary. The air is thick with heat and the cloying scent of cheap coffee someone left too long on the burner. Dust coats the corners of the desk like no one dares claim the space outright. I'm flipping through updated cost projections, not reading them, just letting the numbers blur when the door creaks open without a knock. Silas steps in, sunglasses hooked into the collar of his button-down, sleeves already rolled. He doesn't bother with pleasantries. Doesn't sit. Just crosses his arms and lets the silence stretch like a test I don't want to take. "The board's circling," he says finally. "They smell hesitation." I don't look up. They can smell whatever the hell they want. I'm not the one leaking Luxeon's soul to the press. That earns me a sharp look, amused, appraising. "They're not just watching her now, Calder. They're watching you." My hand pauses mid-turn on the next page, just long enough for the paper to curl slightly under my fingers. Silas steps further into the room, but doesn't break stride. The Morocco stunt rattled people, not just in PR. There's a sense that something's off. He taps once on the stack of blueprints with the back of his knuckle. They don't like off. I exhale slowly through my nose, tell them I'm still aligned with the mission. He shrugs. "Doesn't matter what you say. They've already started looking at who you were before this, not just what you're doing now." My jaw locks. Is that a threat? "It's a courtesy," he says, voice even. "The threat would have come from someone else." He turns, leaving the room with the kind of silence that follows detonations. The door swings shut behind him, but his words stay, lodged like shrapnel in the hollow behind my sternum. They're watching, but the question is, what exactly are they hoping to catch me doing? Or worse, remembering? By mid-morning, the sun has turned ruthless, low-angled and sharp, painting everything in blinding contrast. The construction site buzzes with movement, shovels scraping rock, power tools whining in bursts, voices clipped and layered in a dozen languages. I'm halfway through reviewing the topographical resurveys when I catch her, Nyomi, striding across the far quadrant of the property like she owns every grain of sand under her heels. There's no camera trailing her, no PR handler murmuring sound bites into her ear. She wears a fitted navy jumpsuit and a white hard hat, her dark braid coiled low at her neck, sunglasses pushed up onto her head like she forgot about pretense. It's not a performance today. It's something closer to instinct. A small group follows her, East African investors by the look of them, professionals, purposeful. They don't orbit her, but they respond to her. I watch her nod as one of them speaks. She listens without that vacant CEO expression executives wear when they're just waiting to reclaim the floor. Nyomi lets silence stretch between questions, holds it without discomfort. At one point, a woman in a red shawl steps forward, voice low but firm. "Water infrastructure isn't just about access. It's about trust. Our last partner made promises that dried up like the pipeline they laid." Nyomi doesn't smile, doesn't pivot into damage control. She pulls a pen from her back pocket and flips to a clean sheet on her clipboard. "Name? Sorry. Your previous partner, the project. Location. Who approved the grant?" The woman blinks, startled, then says the name, place, and ministry contact. Nyomi writes all of it down without flinching, then looks her in the eye and says, "I'll follow up myself. I won't make promises I can't verify." The woman's spine straightens a little. Just a little, like she's been acknowledged by someone with both power and intention. The others shift, recalibrating how they see Nyomi in real time. I exhale through my nose and look away. It shouldn't affect me. I've seen leaders, soldiers, CEOs, diplomats, people who could move mountains with charm or brutality. But this kind of power, it's quieter, and somehow more dangerous. The courtyard is stone cool and wind-bitten by the time I return to the hotel that night, the kind of midnight hour where most lights are extinguished and most people are elsewhere, sleeping, pretending to. I shouldn't be out here, but something pulls me off course. She's there, alone. Elbows propped on a carved limestone table, a leather-bound ledger open in front of her. The lantern flickers beside her, flame guttering with every gust of Moroccan night air. It casts movement across her mahogany skin, soft shadows that play along her collarbones and jawline, catching in the delicate slope of her nose and the stubborn crease between her brows. Her blazer is gone, sleeves rolled, eyes unblinking. "You don't sleep either?" I ask, stepping forward. She doesn't flinch, doesn't even glance up. Sleep doesn't review and sign contracts. I move closer. The wrought iron chair scrapes quietly against the stone as I sit across from her, close enough to see the tiny fracture in her nail polish, the way her fingers tighten slightly around the pen, close enough to hear the hitch in her breath when she realizes it's me. Still not close enough to touch her. "You handled that tour like a general," I say, nodding toward the binder. She finally lifts her eyes, guarded and unreadable. "No one wins wars with one-liners and donor dinners. You know that." There's something in her tone, steel softened by fatigue. Truth without armor, it cuts clean. I don't offer anything back, just this moment, quiet, charged, and fragile. The wind shifts again, rustling the edge of her papers and the loose strand of hair curling at her temple. I resist the urge to tuck it behind her ear. Because if I do, if I cross that line now, I won't come back the same. And I don't know if that's something either of us can afford. "You still haven't told me what you're really after," she says, not looking at me as she speaks. Her pen hovers mid-mark, the tip barely touching the page like she's considering whether to write me in or cross me out. The courtyard around us is a cocoon of shadows and unfinished thoughts. The lantern between us sputters as if even it knows what's coming next. "This can't just be about a stake in Luxeon." My mouth opens, then closes. I glance at the ledger, at the ink bleeding in furious red, at her fingers pressed into the leather binding like she needs something to anchor her. Then I look up at her, the version of her that isn't curated. What if I told you I don't know anymore? She goes entirely still, like someone who's just stepped into a room she's not supposed to be in. Her eyes lift to mine slowly, measuring every word for traps. I'd say that's the most honest thing you've said to me. A muscle jumps in my jaw, but I don't blink. "Don't move." Her voice didn't carry judgment this time, just something else. Suspicion laced with something gentler. Maybe concern. Maybe recognition. Maybe we're not that different after all. The silence between us tightens like a pulled thread, fragile, glinting, impossible to ignore. She exhales, softly, the way a person does when they've been holding something in for too long. Her eyes drop to my mouth. Just for a second. Just long enough for me to feel the tectonic shift under my skin. I shift forward slightly. My hand grazes the corner of her contract, purely by accident. But the air stutters around us when it happens. Neither of us pulls away. We are close now. Closer than we've ever allowed. Close enough that I can count the gold flecks in her irises, feel the faintest warmth radiating off her wrist. She leans in. Not enough to meet me, just enough to tempt fate. Like she's holding a match to dry leaves and daring them not to catch. I don't breathe. Can't. My pulse is a goddamn drum line in my ears. Our noses almost touch. Her lips part. Mine do too. There is a moment, brief, electric, suspended in amber, where anything could happen. And then she pulls back. Not like she's afraid. Not like she's unsure. She retreats like a queen choosing not to give away her crown. Like she's daring me to close the space and daring me to leave it alone. She closes the binder with quiet finality, with the sound of something being sealed away. Her hands are steady now. Too steady. That's how I know she's rattled. "Good night, Calder," she says, standing before I can summon a response. She doesn't wait for permission or a reaction, just turns and walks, slow, measured steps over ancient stone, the hem of her dress whispering across the ground like silk spun from second thoughts. I stay seated, my hands clenched under the table, pressed into fists tight enough to leave crescents in my palms. My heart is still pounding, still echoing that breath, that non-kiss that landed harder than any contact ever could. I didn't plan on wanting her, but I do. And I didn't come here to hurt her either. But that might be the first thing I do.
Chapter 13. Nyomi. The outdoor amphitheater in Accra curves like a cupped palm against the hillside, its concrete bleachers softened by trailing bougainvillea and the salt-laced breath of the Atlantic just beyond. From where I sit, the sea glints too calmly in the morning light, mocking the tension coiled just beneath my skin. Palm trees flank the stage like sentinels, rustling in rhythm with the murmurs of the crowd. It's beautiful here. Too beautiful. The kind of postcard setting developers slap on glossy pamphlets to sell the illusion of progress. But beauty, I'm learning, is not a guarantee of peace. Sometimes it's camouflage for war. To my left, a UN ecologist speaks in measured tones about sustainable irrigation models. To my right, a Ghanaian economist scrolls through climate impact graphs on his tablet, nodding along to her points. I nod too, mostly for appearances. My own notes are precise, bullet-pointed, and entirely unread. The words blur together as I glance toward the front row. That's when I see them. Absences. Entire rows of empty seats left intentionally unoccupied. Each one bears a white placard, handwritten in careful black ink. Names: Kukrantumi, Aburi, Osu, Nutafo, Komfo, Anokia. Some are villages I've only seen mentioned in agricultural proposals. Others I recognize from news stories, relocation projects packaged as development partnerships. But this isn't partnership. It's erasure in slow motion, dressed up in diplomacy. A lump lodges in my throat. The placards stare back like tombstones. I shift in my chair, suddenly aware of how stiff my blazer feels across my shoulders, how tight the collar is around my neck. My pulse beats against the shell of my earring, a subtle percussion beneath the drone of the microphone. I hear none of the speech next to me, only the thud of my own heart and the rising static in the crowd. The silence roars louder than any protest in Morocco. That protest came in like a storm, angry, breathless, bleeding urgency. It rattled glass and unsettled comfort zones. This one, though, this one seeps in like smoke, like memory. Slow, steady, suffocating. A grief too old for fury, too righteous for spectacle. I fold my hands in my lap, fingers trembling just enough that I curl them into fists. On the stage, I catch Cassian's profile, rigid posture, jaw tight. He leans toward an aide, already whispering, probably planning a way to spin this as a misunderstanding or cultural sensitivity issue. I don't want to hear it, not when I can feel every empty seat like a pressure point pressing into my ribcage. The panel moderator shifts in his chair, clearing his throat to refocus the audience on the discussion. But we've already lost them. Their eyes are trained on the front row, on what isn't there. And I don't blame them, because something is missing. Not just people, not just permission, something that was taken and never given back. And I can't keep pretending we're building sanctuaries and luxury retreats when the foundations are poured over bones. Cassian shifts in the shadows like a blade preparing to unsheath. I see him out of the corner of my eye, standing just off stage, one arm raised as he speaks into a headset. His fingers are tight around the mic, jaw clenched, spine too straight. That's his tell. He's calling security. I don't think. I rise to my feet, heels anchoring me against the sway of nerves. My voice doesn't tremble, but it slices straight through the humid air. No. The mic amplifies it, and it rings out, clean, unflinching, absolute. Every head turns. No, I say again, slower this time, each syllable deliberate as a match strike. We're not removing them. We're acknowledging them. Cassian's hand drops, his eyes narrow, but he stays put. I turn back toward the crowd and gesture gently toward the front row. Each of those seats represents a village, a burial site, a place where memory still lives. even if buildings now stand there. Today, we hold space for that. And for them, silence thickens, but this time it doesn't feel weaponized. It feels earned. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence, I continue, keeping my posture neutral, even as my pulse ricochets inside me. For the land, for the lives, for the legacies, for the silent protests taking place here today. A murmur rises. Not agreement, not protest, just movement. Beside me, the moderator hesitates, clearly unprepared for deviation. One of the board members, a trim man with a European accent and an expensive opinion about everything, exhales hard enough for the mic to catch it. But no one interrupts. I close my eyes and bow my head. The moment stretches. Not long enough to be dramatic, just long enough to make people uncomfortable. Just long enough to mean something. And when I look up again, there it is. Scattered applause. Genuine. Like something cracked open and let air in. As the panel wraps, the crowd disperses in slow, uneven clusters. I thank the moderator, offer a quick nod to the economist beside me, and step down into the aisle, my legs moving automatically while my brain tries to catch up. I barely make it 2 steps before someone stops me. She's small, maybe 5 feet tall, wrapped in deep gold kente and age-worn grace. Her eyes are sharp and soft at once, and when she takes my hand, it feels like being tethered to something ancient. Without a word, she presses a square of folded cloth into my palm, indigo and saffron, woven with care. "Speak truth," she says, voice low but unwavering, "even when you're paid to stay silent." It hits harder than I expect, lodges behind my ribs and presses up against something I thought I'd buried under strategy and sound bites. I want to cry, but I don't. I thank her instead, genuinely, quietly, and walk on. The cloth burns warm against my palm the entire way backstage. A small flame of clarity in a hall of smoke. I begin to wonder, not if I can do this, but if I already crossed the line between leadership and liability. And what the hell happens if I'm the one too far gone to pull the mission back into the light? He doesn't knock. The door to the hospitality suite clicks open like a verdict, and I know it's him before I look up. I'm still in my blazer, heels off, the kente cloth folded and refolded between my fingers like it might keep me from saying something I'll regret. But I'm not in the mood to be good. Thane steps inside and shuts the door with a soft snick. It's somehow louder than a slammed one. "You want to tell me what that was?" he says, voice low but sharp, like flint dragged across stone. I don't move. "A panel." "That wasn't leadership," he says, stalking closer. "That was martyrdom. Don't dress it up." The words slice. Not because they're cruel, because they come from him. Because he thinks he's the one who gets to call me out. I stand, slowly, controlled, every inch deliberate. "You mean I did what you wouldn't?" His jaw ticks. "I mean, you're playing with a fire you don't understand. You think making space for grief wins you allies? It just paints a target." I step forward, matching him toe to toe. "And what would you have done, General? Bulldozed the truth and called it progress?" He takes a breath through his nose, nostrils flaring. "You highlighted assumed protesters into a branded Luxeon event. In Ghana, with the media present, investors were watching." "Let them watch," I snap. "Let them see what happens when someone leads with a goddamn spine." His mouth tightens into a line that's too close to a snarl. "Reckless," he bites out. "You want to save the world? Fine. But don't burn down your own company to do it." I feel something break then. Something brittle inside me, cracking under the weight of staying polished, staying professional, staying palatable. I'm done with diplomacy. I'm done with being the woman who swallows her own fury just to look composed in someone else's narrative. You think you're the only one who's ever carried loss like a second skin? I hiss. You think pain gives you monopoly on how to lead through it? His eyes blaze. No, but it teaches you how not to make it worse. We're so close now I can smell the storm on him. Salt and heat and delicious unspoken things. You're a coward, I say, and it lands like a slap. He doesn't flinch. He steps closer. And you, he says, voice like gravel, are a naive idealist playing at war. Something in me snaps, and I let it. I shove him back with both palms flat on his chest, just enough to say I'm done with the version of me you think you see. He grabs my wrist. I don't pull away. I turn to leave. I'm done bleeding truth into conversations with someone who keeps his truth sealed behind barbed wire. But he moves fast, an arm braced against the wall, body angled just enough to block the exit. He doesn't touch me. His presence is a barrier all on its own, wide and bracing, built from fury and restraint. Get out of my way, I say low. He doesn't move, so I shove at his arm, sharp and unapologetic. He catches my other wrist mid-motion, just enough pressure to freeze me. Don't walk away from this, he growls. My laugh is short and hollow. From what? The argument or from you wanting me and hating it? That does it. The air between us collapses in on itself. His hand tightens slightly. His chest rises. And for the briefest beat, I think he's going to walk away. But he doesn't. He surges forward. And I'm the one who's pressed now, back against cold plaster, heart slamming against bone, breath stuck somewhere between a scream and a gasp. His body cages mine, but not like a trap, like a question he's done, pretending he doesn't want answered. Say it again, he rasps. I tilt my chin, slow and steady, not in surrender, in defiance. I said, I whisper, you want me, and it's driving you insane. His mouth crashes into mine like a confession, messy, hot, blistering with everything we haven't said. There's no finesse, just teeth and heat, and the sharp pull of his fingers fisting the side of my blazer, like he can't decide whether to hold me closer or shove me further against the wall. My hands are in his hair before I think better of it. My mouth parts beneath his like I've finally found a language we both speak. His thigh nudges between mine. His breath scalds my skin, and something inside me shatters, not in fear, in hunger. The kind I've spent a decade burying beneath polish and posture and power. The kind that doesn't care what city we're in or what this might cost in the morning. I kiss him back, like I've been waiting for a reason to burn. And now I've found one. His hands find my waist, steady, strong, fingers splayed like he needs confirmation that I'm real. Then they're climbing, up my sides, over silk and skin, flattening against my ribs like he's trying to memorize the terrain of a place he was never supposed to touch. I don't stop him. I writhe into it, arch a little harder than I mean to. My breath hitches, my blouse lifts. His hands move underneath, rough palms against smooth flesh, and it's too much, not enough all at once. My fingers pull at his hair. I pull, not to hurt, though I'm not avoiding it either. He groans, low and guttural, like the sound has been waiting somewhere in his chest for years, and finally found the right key to escape. It lights me up from the inside. His mouth finds mine again, this time slower, more ruin than rush. His lips drag over mine like an apology, like a promise, like a plea, and then he breaks just far enough away to whisper against my jaw. You make me forget why I'm here. It unravels me, because I want to forget too, because maybe if I let this go any further, I will. But I can't afford to. Not now, not with him. I push at his chest, gently at first, then firmer. He freezes, hand still beneath my blouse, pulse hammering through every inch of contact. I step around, breaking the spell. He lets me, barely. His jaw flexes like he's chewing glass. His hands drop to his sides, Fists clenched so tight, I hear the leather of his watch band strain. We're both panting, the air between us humid with sweat and regret. That won't happen again, I say, voice low, clipped, lying through my teeth. His mouth twitches. Not a smile. Not even close. Sure, he mutters, like the word itself is a dare neither of us will win. And that's it. No door slam, no dramatic exit. Just silence. We don't speak for the rest of the night. But the want, it doesn't leave with us. It stays behind, burning in the walls like a fuse we both know is still lit.
Chapter 14. Thane. We arrive in Kyoto under a sky the color of scorched silk, the early evening light folding itself neatly over ancient rooftops and modern rail lines. The contrast hits me square in the chest. Japan doesn't beg to be understood. It just exists. Quiet, intentional, unfazed by spectacle. After Ghana's chaos and the moral minefield that came with it, this leg of the investor tour feels almost surgical in its cleanliness. No protests, no flashbulbs, just a curated procession of meetings and polite walkthroughs that are efficient to the point of sterile. The Luxeon facility here is still in soft launch phase. High-design minimalism framed by bamboo gardens and sweeping views of the Arashiyama Hills. Every corridor smells like hinoki wood in control. Glass walls gleam. Hallway floors reflect back your insecurities if you let them. I don't. Not here. Not now. I bury myself in logistics from the moment we step off the plane. Security walkthroughs, sanitation reports, translator coordination. It's mindless, thankless work. The kind I prefer when my head's too crowded to trust my instincts. I check the on-site surveillance feeds twice, then again, just to feel the rhythm of the place settle beneath my skin. Silas arrives a day later. No greeting, just a curt nod and a clipboard shoved into my hands before I can even finish my morning black coffee. Media requests from Tokyo. Final panel draft for the investor Q&A, and HR is asking again about the contract terms with the Ghana interns, he says, flipping through pages with practiced apathy. I answer each question with a clipped, quiet efficiency that even I can't decide is discipline or self-defense. It's not until the afternoon site tour that he corners me. We're near the koi pond tucked behind the administrative wing, an intentional design feature meant to foster calm. It does the opposite. "You're burning too clean, Calder," Silas says, eyes not leaving his tablet. "You've gone full ghost protocol." I don't reply. He shifts the screen toward me. Surveillance footage. Nothing damning. Just a still of me and Nyomi at the Kyoto airport, standing too close, her hand brushing my sleeve as we pass the security checkpoint. My jaw tightens. "You're falling," he says flatly. "I can tell. And she's not your parachute." The koi ripple in the water, their colors knifing through the surface like brushstrokes on chaos. I hand him back the tablet. "Watch the footage?" "Not the fantasy." He doesn't move. "You think the board won't notice? They're already circling. Ghana and Morocco spooked them. That protest could have tanked the entire West Africa expansion. They're watching her, but now they're watching you too." He lets that hang between us like incense smoke. I walk away before I say something I can't take back. Or worse, something I mean. Because the truth, he's not wrong. And I hate that more than I can admit. The late afternoon art gallery exhibit is a hushed, holy thing. Glass walls and shoji screens bathed in pale amber light, as if the air itself has chosen to whisper. We're supposed to be here to show cultural engagement, some PR strategy Silas insisted on after Ghana's headlines. But even he's silent now. Footsteps softened against the tatami flooring as we file in among Kyoto's curators and dignitaries. I expect sterile modernism, abstract pieces with hollow intent. Instead, the exhibit is raw in its restraint. Installations devoted to grief, repair, transmutation. Each work speaks louder for its silence. She finds it before I do. In the far alcove, under a suspended orb of washi paper that glows like a second moon, Nyomi stands before a sculpture of fractured ceramic, a vase, maybe, or something once meant to hold water, cracked through like it's been broken and pieced together again. The gold veins lace through the scars, catching the light like quiet defiance. Kintsugi. I remember the term. The art of mending what's broken so that it doesn't hide the damage, but worships it. She doesn't speak, doesn't turn, just folds her arms, lets her eyes travel the jagged fault lines in that porcelain body like they mean something only she understands. And I'm wrecked, not by the art, by her, by the way. She sees it, not as a metaphor, but a mirror. Her silhouette is carved out of stillness, all clean lines and sharp edges, and something deeper underneath. A kind of quiet ache I can't name without admitting I felt it too. She shifts, just slightly, and I catch the side of her face, calm, elegant, beautiful, guarded, but not closed, not entirely. I stay behind her, far enough that I won't have to explain why I'm staring. Close enough that I don't miss the breath she releases when she finally moves on. And maybe it's nothing. Maybe she didn't feel anything at all. But I did. And it stays with me long after we leave the gallery, gold lines etched in my memory, like fault lines waiting to give. We leave before the reception ends. No driver, entourage, or curated camera ops trailing us like a second skin. Just the sound of our footsteps threading through Kyoto's narrow alleys, cobbled stone underfoot, lanterns overhead swaying like they remember how the world used to breathe. We don't talk about where we're going. We just end up there. A whiskey bar half submerged beneath a wooden storefront etched with sumi ink and age. No signage. Just the scent of cedar smoke curling into the night like it's just waiting for us. Inside, everything is dark wood and soft corners. There are no stools, just floor cushions around low tables and a barkeep who nods once when we step in and disappears to pour without asking. He brings 2 glasses, no ice. A bottle carved with kanji I don't bother translating. We drink, 1 pour, then 2. No toasts, no apologies. Just the kind of silence that feels like it knows you. She swirls her glass once before setting it down. You like Japan, she says, not as a question. Just a fact she's finally ready to test. I nod, not looking at her. Things don't ask to be forgiven here, I say. Just accept it. It's a different energy. She tips her head, eyes on me now, but not sharp. Just curious. Or maybe tired. Do you think that's strength? No, I say, running a finger around the rim of my glass. I think it's survival. The silence is longer. Full of what we didn't say in Accra. Full of what we almost did in Marrakech. Full of whatever this is now. This closeness that stopped feeling like proximity and started tasting like danger. I could walk away. I won't. She leans in slowly, like the gravity between us has shifted, and she's just letting herself fall sideways into it. Her shoulder brushes mine. Deliberate. Unapologetic. Her lips are stained deep plum from the whiskey, but there's something richer on them now. Something I can't name without tasting. You want to save Luxeon, she says, tone light, but her words cut clean. But you don't want to save yourself. I huff out a laugh, short and low, more wound than amusement. You think you've got me all figured out? She doesn't blink, doesn't shift. No, she says, and it's the way she says it. Quiet, certain, almost reverent, that makes me hold still. I think you're a man who builds walls, she continues, voice softening, and then mourns when no one climbs them. The sentence lands like truth sharpened into a blade. It slides through me with an ease that suggests she's been waiting to say it. Maybe not in words, in silence, in every breath we haven't shared yet. My jaw tightens, but I don't look away. She doesn't flinch either. Outside, the wind shifts and lifts the edge of the paper screen door, letting in a single coil of smoke from somewhere down the alley. It swirls between us, and for one strange, suspended moment, I think I see myself the way she sees me. Not the strategist, not the soldier, just a man made of quiet ruins, and somehow she still wants to get close. Her hand drifts toward my thigh, fingers grazing fabric. Not an invitation, not yet, just warning. And I'm not sure if I want to flee it or answer it. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but she doesn't wait for my words to catch up to the moment. Her hand slides up the skin on my neck, like she owns the right to touch me there, fingers curling into my hair with a kind of confidence that makes it impossible to breathe through. And then her mouth melts onto mine. There's no hesitation in it, no preamble, just heat, teeth, and months of friction igniting on contact. The kiss is a strike match to a fuse I didn't know I'd been protecting this whole time. I grip her hip with one hand, the other curling around her jaw like I need to hold the truth in place. My thumb drags over the corner of her mouth, desperate to memorize the shape of defiance there. She tastes like fire, whiskey and risk, smoke and something floral I didn't notice until now. The kind of kiss that feels like a dare and a warning in equal measure. I deepen it, or I try to, but she pulls back first, not far, just far enough for breath to slide between us, ragged and uneven. Her voice comes low, almost inaudible. This doesn't change anything. Her pupils are blown wide, her lips are swollen, her pulse races under my hand like she's just lied to herself and dares me to call it out. It changes everything. But I don't say that. I can't afford to believe it. I don't wait for the next move. I step back, fast, like it might undo what just happened if I put enough distance between us before it sinks in. I don't say goodnight. I don't touch her again. I don't give myself that luxury. Because if I do, I'll stay. And if I stay, I'll forget every reason I boarded that first plane. Every scar that still aches. Every oath I've kept in silence. I leave her there under the glow of that low-hung lantern, her mouth parted, her fingers still half-curled like she didn't expect me to walk. But I do, because wanting her has never been the problem. It's surviving what comes after that I don't trust myself to handle.
Chapter 15. Nyomi. The light in Tokyo doesn't rise so much as it creeps, pale and deliberate, like it's afraid to wake the city. It filters through the blackout curtains in thin, disciplined slices, cutting across the suite with surgical precision. I'm already awake before it touches me. Have been for an hour, maybe more. Though I pretend, for the sake of ritual, that I just opened my eyes. The room smells like nothing. Not even the faint antiseptic tang of hotel-grade detergent. It's quiet in that heavy, glass-encased way expensive rooms are designed to be. But my body is in chaos. A hive of nerves and memory and heat that doesn't belong here. I shift beneath the cotton sheets, their crisp smoothness suddenly foreign against my skin. One knee brushes the other, and the sensation alone triggers a cascade I can't stop. The feel of his breath against my mouth, the sting of his stubble along my jaw, the desperate silent pressure of being pinned to a moment that should have never happened. I kissed Thane. He kissed me back, and it was amazing. I roll onto my back and stare at the ceiling, as if it might offer a narrative I can live with. Something rational, but all I get is the faint hum of the central air and the echo of his voice, low and fractured, telling me I make him forget why he's here. My hand drifts toward the center of the mattress before I catch it and curl it into a fist. The sheets are cool on my palm, empty in the way only luxury can be, clean, undisturbed, pristine. Unlike me, there is no reason to feel this undone. We didn't go further than a kiss. We didn't strip away anything more than a few layers of breath and bravado. And still, I can't seem to reset the parts of me that tilted off axis the second his mouth met mine. I inhale once, sharp and deep, and let it burn through my chest like a kind of penance. This isn't about desire. It's about what I can't afford to need, what I can't allow to compromise me. I am Nyomi Rousseau, CEO, Legacy, strategic diplomat for a company currently walking a geopolitical tightrope. And yet the only thing I can think about, truly physically feel, is the imprint of his hands, like he touched me from memory, or like he was trying to rewrite one. Outside, the city begins to stir. A distant rumble of tires over rain-slicked streets, the clatter of a bike chain. A chime from the suite's automation panel signals a message waiting. Probably Knox, or Cassian, or someone else who wants something from me I'm no longer sure I have to give. But I'll get up. I always do. I throw back the covers and plant my feet on the polished floor, grounding myself with a whisper. Last night meant nothing. My body doesn't believe me. My phone buzzes once on the dresser, loud enough to make me flinch. It's the kind of buzz that vibrates with premonition, urgent, precise, too early in the morning to mean anything good. I cross the room and glance at the screen. Knox, of course. I press the answer key and lift it to my ear without ceremony. Talk, I say, flat and already bracing. He doesn't ask how I slept, doesn't bother with pleasantries. There's been a leak. Every muscle in my body tightens. What kind? Memos. Negotiation drafts tied to the Morocco site. Water rights, relocation language. It's all out there. I don't move, not even to breathe. How bad? Bad enough that the phrasing is verbatim. Whoever leaked it had full access. I don't sit. I pace, barefoot across the lacquered wood floors, each step a sharp echo of unraveling trust. I can practically feel the board's collective panic metastasizing. The press will turn it into a headline before the hour's out. There are implications, legal, ethical, reputational. And beneath all of that, the truth. This isn't a careless mistake. This is a targeted move. Someone inside Luxeon wants to sabotage the build, wants to sabotage me. Keep digging, I say finally. I want everything, metadata, timestamps, user history. You got it, Knox replies. But you need to get ahead of this, fast. I hang up without saying goodbye. There's no time for grace. Cassian's message pops up before the call with Knox is even finished. A single sentence. Let me get ahead of it. I've got contacts on the editorial team, friendly ones. My thumb rests over the keyboard, undecided. Every instinct screams no, but not because I don't need the help, because I don't trust the cost. Cassian Bell doesn't do anything unless it serves him twice. I'm still staring at the screen when the suite buzzer rings. Imara? Her voice crackles through the intercom, clipped and low. Open up. I swipe the control and the door slides open with its trademark whisper. Imara strides in wearing her usual travel black and white, eyes sharp even before coffee. She tosses her duffel onto the bed like it offended her. You look like hell, she says by way of greeting. I earned it. She eyes the phone still in my hand. Cassian offered to spin it, said he has friendly media. She snorts. Friendly to him, maybe. Don't let him near this. Not yet. We're too exposed. I nod once, my mind already mapping out every possible outcome, each uglier than the last. If we stay silent, the story metastasizes. If we move too fast, we confirm guilt. If we let Cassian handle it, we lose control of the narrative. There are no clean options, only pressure points and fallout. I open my tablet and pull up the original Morocco drafts. Every clause feels radioactive now. I'm not afraid of fire, but I am tired of pretending it doesn't burn. Start prepping for Singapore, I tell her. We leave tonight. Imara studies me for a beat longer than she needs to, then nods. She understands. We're past the stage of damage control. This is war, and I'm done playing nice. She leaves without ceremony, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and even faster pulse. I scrolled through the metadata embedded in Knox's forwarded memo, my thumb stuttering every time I spot a timestamp that aligns too perfectly with internal access logs. Whoever sent this didn't panic. They planned it. They knew what to release and how to frame it. Enough to ignite speculation, not enough to indict. The Morocco site files, water rights, displacement language, and no watermark trail. Not a rookie. Not a whistleblower with a conscience either. This was meant to wound, not warn. The chill that rolls over me isn't from the air conditioning. I fold my arms across my HAST and pace to the edge of the suite, where the view opens over the soft gray sprawl of Tokyo. Stillness hums like a threat outside these windows, glass too thick to let the truth in. Back over to my tablet, I open the encrypted Luxeon team channel, my fingers moving before I can second-guess them. Contain quietly. I want full IP tracking logs pulled and cross-referenced with badge entries from the Marrakesh site. Initiate a staff audit, discreet. No one's above it, not even me. I hover over send. My thumb doesn't move, my pulse does. Because once I release this, there's no pulling it back. No pretending we're still a team instead of a target. I glance at my reflection again, shoulders drawn, jaw set, eyes too alert to belong to someone still pretending she's in control. The message sends with a flick of my finger, and the silence afterward feels like permission I haven't earned. Tokyo's skyline blurs in the window. My reflection is crisp by contrast, polished, practiced, perfectly wrong. I trace the shape of my lips with 2 fingers, searching for some remnant of control. Instead, all I find is him. The flash of Thane's mouth on mine, rough, sure, like he wanted to erase something and I let him. I drop my hand and take a long drink of water from the glass on the nightstand. It doesn't cool the heat behind my ribs. There's no time for this. No space for the chaos of want tangled up with the ache of almost trust. And yet, I can't seem to shut the memory out. It's there, in the stretch of my breath, in the way my body leans slightly toward the door without my permission, in the silence that won't let me forget how close I came to unraveling. The stakes are continental. Entire ecosystems of power are shifting under my feet. But for one terrible, beautiful moment last night, all I could think about was the sound he made when I kissed him first, and the small part of me that didn't want to stop. A soft chime pings from my tablet, flashing a new itinerary in the corner of the screen. Departure, 12:40 p.m. Destination, Singapore. I don't need to open it. I already know the flight time, the hotel, the security logistics down to the thread count of the sheets. Still, I tap it open anyway, just to give my hands something to do besides tremble. I move through the motions like a woman possessed, clothing rolled, chargers coiled, toiletries tucked into TSA-approved pouches, the silk blouse with the hidden interior pocket, the neutral heels that look effortless and walk like armor, the backup blazer, in slate gray, sharp at the shoulders, unforgiving at the seams. I fold it like it's a weapon. My reflection in the mirror watches me pack, like it doesn't recognize this version of me. More strategist than soul, more calculation than flesh. That's fine. Maybe that's the point. I pause only once, thumb grazing the collar of the blouse I wore the night before. My scent still clings to it. His probably does too. I hesitate, then fold it. Tighter than necessary. Like that might make the memory wrinkle and vanish. Next country, same ghosts, I murmur. The words aren't meant for anyone, but they settle into the air like prophecy. As the zipper seals across the edge of my suitcase with a sound too final for fabric, I feel something else close inside me. The part that almost opened. The part that reached for his mouth, not his motives. And this time, I don't pretend it didn't happen. I just decide it won't happen again.
Chapter 16. Thane. Singapore is gleaming precision. Polished glass, symmetrical hedges, light that behaves exactly as it should, reflecting, refracting, never distorting. It's the kind of city that makes you believe chaos can be contained if only you're disciplined enough. I arrive at the Marina Bay Luxeon suite to find everything in its place, until it isn't. The concierge flags me down before I reach the elevators, his white gloves clasped behind his back like a soldier in ceremonial stance. "Mr. Calder," he says with an almost imperceptible bow. "This arrived for you. No messenger record, just left at the desk." The envelope is standard, the kind they use for inter-office memos or apology letters that come far too late. There's no logo. Just block lettering. My name, all caps, sharp like it was carved instead of written. I turn it over in my hands once, then again, aware that Silas is speaking to a local sustainability director just a few feet away. I don't break stride. I thank the concierge with a nod and head straight for the elevator, the envelope tucked beneath my arm like a file of routine logistics. Inside the suite, the air conditioning hums at a programmed 21 degrees. I toss my jacket onto the edge of the sleek leather sofa, loosen my collar, and peel open the envelope with the edge of my hotel keycard. 3 items slide out. The first, a photo of Jules in uniform. Grainy, but clear enough that I know the exact moment it was taken. We were 3 hours from extraction, covered in desert grit and decisions we weren't old enough to be making. His face is calm, even then. Steady. I run a thumb across the bottom edge and feel the drag of memory catch on bone. The second, a freeze frame from Morocco. The protest. One of the moments I thought hadn't made it to the press. Someone holding a blown-up photo of relocation plans, shouting into a bullhorn. The crowd looks angrier than I remember. Or maybe I just remember it quieter, easier to compartmentalize. And then there's the third, scrawled across the back of the protest image in the thick, slanted ink, deliberate and hurried all at once. "You owe more than silence." I stare at the words like they might reorder themselves into something benign. They don't. My pulse doesn't spike. My hands don't shake. I've trained my body not to betray what the inside of my skull is doing. But make no mistake, inside, the lock has shattered. The door has blown open. Someone knows about Jules, knows enough to link him to the protests, knows enough to know I haven't said a damn thing. The photos go back into the envelope. I fold them with the kind of precision born from field manuals and grave markers. One crease down the center, another across the horizontal. I slide the whole thing into the interior breast pocket of my suit and button the flap closed, my thumb pressing against the fabric like it might hold everything still. Out the window, the skyline gleams like the future everyone keeps trying to sell. But beneath that, I can feel it. Something old and ugly clawing its way forward. They know about Jules. They know about me. The question is, what else do they know? And how long do I have before they decide to show the rest of their hand? By the time I re-enter the main lobby, the afternoon sun has turned the floor-to-ceiling glass into a gold-tinted mirror. It reflects everything: refined architecture, well-tailored suits, the illusion of control. Silas is standing near the concierge counter, 2 steps deep in discussion with a tech investor whose name I keep forgetting, and a regional director who always wears her Luxeon pin crooked. His posture is relaxed, but his eyes flick the moment he spots me. That tells me everything. I walk over like nothing's changed, like the past didn't just arrive in a sealed envelope I can't afford to acknowledge. "Investor dinner confirmed," Silas says as I approach. "Press embargo locked. Room's been swept, and yes, your bourbon is the one you like." I grunt in approval and glance at the digital panel behind the front desk, noting the dinner is still listed as Private Event L Global. No names, no trail. As the group disperses, Silas angles toward me. His gaze sharpens, narrowing like he's reading telemetry only he understands. "What is it?" "Jet lag," I say, jaw tight, eyes forward. It's a lie, sloppy, obvious, but I let it hang anyway. He waits, doesn't challenge it, not directly, just lowers his voice. "I call nonsense on that one. It's not a warning, just recognition. He's seen this before. He knows the signs. Field fatigue. Emotional dissonance disguised as leadership. I don't respond. Just adjust the cuff of my blazer and start walking, muttering something about logistics and PR framing as I go. Something hollow and forgettable. Because I'm not ready to bleed in public. Not for the cameras. Not for this campaign. Not even for the one man who still remembers what it looked like the night I held Jules together with nothing but my hands and a lie. The rooftop is engineered for optics. Floor-length glass railings, soft ambient lighting, centerpieces that whisper opulence without trying too hard. Luxeon's name is etched into the marble menus in the bottom of every wine glass, so that even the residue of luxury feels branded. We're on the 39th floor of a building designed to sway with the wind, not break. It feels metaphorical. It isn't. I take my seat at the long dining table, the skyline of Singapore arranged behind us like a postcard no one asked for. Investors make small talk. Photographers drift like scentless ghosts, capturing images meant to look candid. I tune out most of it, except her. Imara. She's across from me where the power sits when it's still deciding how it wants to be used. Her dress is black. Her phone is face up. Her expression unreadable. She doesn't speak, doesn't probe, just watches. I raise my glass, and for half a second I fumble it. Not enough to spill, just enough to notice. Just enough for her to notice, too. Her brows arch, barely. She doesn't ask what's wrong, doesn't lean in, because she's not here to question me. She's here to catalog the answers I don't give. Her gaze moves like a blade across a surface, measuring angles, testing for cracks. And I feel it, that slow calculation. She knows something's shifted. She just hasn't decided which knife to use yet. The wine in my glass has started to warm, deep garnet, clinging to the crystal like memory clings to breath. I'm half listening as Nyomi outlines Luxeon's new carbon offset initiatives, her voice smooth and assured, calibrated for both investors and dissenters. She gestures lightly toward the architect beside her, threading technical nuance through charm like it costs her nothing. But I'm not watching her hands. I'm staring into my glass. And for a moment, no longer than a blink, I see a face that isn't mine. Jewel. Uniform crisp, eyes sharp. The photo, but older somehow. As if the past has decided to age in front of me, punishing me for forgetting even for a second. The stem of the glass digs into my fingers. Harder. Until I feel the faintest crack, a thread of tension beneath the surface, like the fault line beneath everything I've built. I set the glass down before it shatters in my hand. The laughter around me warps, echoing like voices underwater. A joke is told. Someone claps. I don't hear it right. Or maybe I do, and I just don't care. You're still fighting wars you never came home from, Jules once told me, drunk on something harder than whiskey, his voice thick with sand and regret. And maybe he was right. Maybe I never wanted to come home at all. Across the table, Nyomi lifts her water glass with the same calm precision she uses to dismantle a hostile acquisition. She's wearing navy tonight, tailored within an inch of defiance, and there isn't a hair out of place. She laughs at something the architect says, not forced. Just enough to disarm. I hate her for it. Just enough to make me dangerous. Because while I'm unraveling under the weight of a message no one else can see, she's making it look easy. Seamless. Like this isn't a battlefield. Like this isn't a fight we're all too polite to name. And I want, to reach across the polished mahogany and tell her. About Jules, about the photos, about the war I brought with me in my chest, like a concealed weapon. But I can't. Because if I do, I stop being the man with a mission and start being the man who's unraveling in plain sight. The leash slips, the ghosts get louder, and she'll never look at me the same way again. Not as a threat, not as an asset, not as anything but a broken equation she was foolish enough to solve. So I clench my jaw, grip my fork like it anchors me, and hold the line between want and ruin. By the time dessert is served, Some lavender panna cotta that looks like it belongs in a still life painting. I've slipped back into my public skin. It fits like armor now. Polished, impervious. A version of myself I've practiced in mirrors and negotiations alike. I offer a few clipped but gracious remarks, thank the sponsors, congratulate the event team on their seamless execution. My smile lands with surgical precision, not a hair out of place. I nod at investors like I haven't spent the last hour haunted by a photograph with blood on its margins. I raise my glass like nothing's burning, because that's the job. Be the firewall between disaster and perception. Make strategy look effortless. Keep the pressure points hidden beneath the lapels of a bespoke jacket and the discipline of perfect posture. But I feel it. I feel the envelope in my inner pocket like it's pressing through my ribs, like it's trying to carve its way back out. I feel Jules's absence like an ache that doesn't fade, a silence that thunders louder than applause. And in the slow clatter of dessert forks somewhere between a laugh I fake too well and a glance I don't return, I make a decision. Whatever comes next, I'm not running. Not this time. Not again. Swede is quiet when I return. Too high above the city to hear the traffic. Too sterile to feel like anything but a layover in a war I didn't start. I loosen my tie with one hand and swipe open the itinerary with the other. Next stop, Paris. Diplomatic briefings, a televised summit, Luxeon's architectural showcase along the Rue de l'Université. I should be excited. Paris sells redemption better than anywhere else. Rose gold facades and red carpet optics, elegance engineered to forget. But the city of light doesn't care about the things I still carry. It won't wait for my grief or my ghosts or the version of myself I've been holding together with grit and scotch tape. I pour a neat whiskey, no ice. Then I pull the envelope from my coat and lay the photos on the table in a clean, unforgiving line. Jules in uniform, the protest, the message. You owe more than silence. I'll give them a war, I murmur to the empty room. But it won't be mine. The words taste like ash and truth. I slide the photos back into the envelope, seal it, and lock it in my suitcase. Then I turn to the skyline. Electric and indifferent. Tomorrow I'll smile for the cameras. I'll talk about innovation, progress, and partnerships. And I'll do it all with a battlefield stitched beneath my skin.
Chapter 17. Nyomi. The jet touches down just after sunrise, and for a moment, Paris looks like a watercolor. Soft brushstrokes of pearl and frost smudging the edges of the runway. I don't speak during the descent. Don't react when the flight attendant offers lavender-scented towels and fresh espresso. My hands stay folded in my lap, one thumb working an invisible groove into the side of my ring finger. A habit from another lifetime, one I thought I'd buried back in Nairobi, or maybe Tokyo. The SUV glides through the city in silence, tires whispering against slick pavement as we cut through the 8th arrondissement. The Champs-Élysées should feel romantic, cinematic, but all I can see are the identical facades, perfect symmetry that somehow feels more oppressive than beautiful, like the city is trying too hard to remind me of its own power. Luxeon France headquarters sits just off Rue La Boétie, all smoked glass and limestone authority. I step out of the car, into the kind of chill that cuts through even the thickest wool, my breath fogging the moment I exhale. A driver takes my luggage. A security badge is clipped to my lapel before I've even reached the elevator. The air inside smells like bergamot, wealth, and fear, barely disguised under polish. As soon as I step into the executive level, an aide intercepts me with eyes too wide and fingers trembling slightly over her tablet. Madame Rousseau? I stop walking. Her French accent is clipped and frantic. There's been a notification from the Ministry of Urban Development. A formal inquiry. The paperwork arrived overnight. My spine straightens instinctively. What kind of inquiry? Fraud, madame. Land acquisitions, agricultural zoning reclassifications. The press. They've been calling since before dawn. The hallway seems to shift underfoot, like it's no longer tethered to the ground. I nod once, no visible fracture in the foundation, and pivot toward the nearest conference room. Get me legal and internal compliance. Now. She scurries ahead to open the door, and I step into a space that smells faintly of fresh espresso and unspoken panic. The walls are glass, the view a postcard of the Eiffel Tower basking in winter fog. A distraction, not a comfort. I peel off my gloves, shrug out of my coat, and slip into the seat at the table. Paris is awake, and it's already trying to swallow me whole. The conference room fills in waves, legal, compliance, regional directors still buttoning their coats and whispering nervously into phones. I stand by the table, hands braced on the polished wood, refusing to sit. Power doesn't recline. Not today. I want a full internal audit, I say, letting the words land like gavel strikes. Every contract related to land acquisition in the past 5 years. Unearthed, unfiltered, unredacted. If it touches Luxeon France, I want it on my desk by morning. A hush falls across the room. Not silence. Calculation. Cassian leans back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. He doesn't flinch. Just offers a faint smile like this is all mildly amusing. Of course, he says, voice like velvet over barbed wire. Transparency is always our best defense. He's too smooth, too ready. And I don't trust people who meet fire with still water. I don't thank him. I don't blink. Then I assume you'll have no problem providing the original land zoning documents and contact details for the field brokers who executed the purchases. The faintest twitch of his left eyelid betrays him. Barely there. But I see it. And file it away for later. Thane stands near the window, hands in his pockets, posture deceptively relaxed. But I know better. His body is still, but his mind is running laps. He's watching everyone, especially me. Our eyes lock for the briefest moment. There's no heat in it, no softness, just wariness. Like two apex predators circling the same water hole, unsure if the other has come to drink or to bleed. I don't look away first because I can't afford to wonder which side he's standing on, and I won't make the mistake of assuming it's mine. The dinner is set like a performance. Crystal stemware, white roses floating in shallow water bowls, and lighting so intentional it could double as a crime scene sweep. We're at the Hotel du Port along the Seine, all riverside charm and hushed exclusivity, as if the scent of scandal can be masked with warm bread and imported champagne. I wear navy silk, not because it flatters, but because it conceals. The dress clings in all the places that earn looks without questions, and the sleeves drape low enough to suggest softness. It's a lie. Every thread is strategic. Tonight, I am weaponized grace. Cassian plays the host with the polish of a career politician, kissing cheeks, trading inside jokes with the media guests he no doubt hand-selected. Every smile is a blade, every toast a distraction. I sip from my flute and listen to a banking partner rattle off figures like seduction. Across the table, Thane doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. He watches me with a gaze sharp enough to strip paint. The kind of look that lingers longer than it should. The kind that sees past silk and strategy. I hate how I notice. He speaks only once all evening, when I step out onto the terrace for a moment of reprieve. The champagne in my hand is still cold, the tension behind my eyes burning. You shouldn't have to handle this alone. His voice is low, quiet enough to disappear if I wanted it to. But I don't. I glance sideways, refusing to give him more than half my profile. Is that an observation or a pitch? His mouth twitches, half smile, half confession. Maybe it's neither. Maybe it's just the truth. I hold his gaze, long enough to feel something shift. The lights from inside blur against the windows, casting our reflections back at us like ghosts. Seduction or sincerity? Maybe both. But either way, I'll let him speak. I just won't let him in. The elevator hums like it's trying not to listen. It's just the two of us. Thane standing far enough to be polite, close enough to be impossible. We don't speak. Not about the dinner. Not about the headlines waiting to bloom overnight. Not about the way his hand brushes mine once. Then again, a whisper of skin, deliberate in its casualness. My body reads it for what it is, a warning shot wrapped in a dare. I should step away. I don't. By the time we reach my suite, the city is a blur beyond the window, golden and indifferent. I leave the door open long enough for him to follow, then click it shut behind us. We talk at first, about risk mitigation and board optics, about the audit and what could still be salvaged. Our voices carry the cadence of professionals, rational, strategic, detached. But strategy is a brittle thing. He moves closer. I stay where I am. The air between us folds inward, thick with unsaid things. You should be careful, I say, not sure if it's for his benefit or mine. His gaze doesn't waver. Careful got us here, and then his mouth is on mine. No prelude, no hesitation, just heat, urgent and unedited, like something buried too long clawing its way free. His hands find my waist. My fingers dig into the lapels of his jacket. I taste whiskey and hunger in all the ways I've wanted this to be a mistake. We devour each other like absolution, like a secret we were never meant to keep. I let it happen. I let him press me against the suite door, one hand braced beside my head, the other skimming the line of my thigh like he's memorizing fault lines. My pulse thunders in my throat. I kiss him harder just to drown it out. His hands slip beneath the hem of my blouse, slow and reverent, fingers grazing my spine like he's searching for something holy beneath all the armor I've worn too long. I arch toward him, breath caught between hunger and disbelief. And then, the nightstand lights up, not once, a strobe of urgency. My ringtone doesn't even sound, just a banner alert, bright and unflinching, breaking. Luxeon Paris under investigation for corruption. Sources claim founder's daughter may be implicated. The words carve themselves into the screen like a blade. For a moment, I can't breathe. My skin goes cold. Not with fear. No, I've danced with fear. This is betrayal. This is being seen before I'm ready, before I can explain, before I can defend, before I can even figure out who set the trap. Thane sees the shift before I speak. I don't have to say a word. He's already stepped back, face unreadable. Not hurt, not angry, just bracing, like a soldier expecting the shot to follow the silence. I have to take this, I say, already moving, already reaching for the robe I left draped over the desk chair. He doesn't argue, doesn't ask what it says. He just nods slow and grim, the look in his eyes quiet and old, like he's seen too many moments like this to be surprised anymore. I don't have time to soften it, to explain that this isn't about him, that this thing between us might have mattered, might still, because the wolves are at the door, and they aren't howling, they're here.
Chapter 18. Thane. The espresso machine hisses behind me, the only sound in a room that feels too calm for a morning like this. I sit on the bed, elbows on my knees, tablet in hand. The screen casts a faint glow against my palms as the headlines load, one after another, ruthless in their precision. Outside, Paris wakes slowly behind gauzy glass, but it's all facade. Haze soft, architected, pretending the world isn't on fire. I swipe to the first article and exhale through my nose. Le Monde doesn't waste ink on subtlety. Paris under fire. Luxeon faces fraud, allegations in Paris. Nyomi's face is the lead image, captured mid-step, slipping into a Luxeon-branded town car, jaw set like she's already answered every damn question they haven't asked yet. Tinted windows, navy coat, no mistakes. But even in that controlled blur, she looks hunted. More headlines stacked like a slow collapse. Is the crown slipping? Sources say corruption tied to Rousseau lineage. The shadow behind the legacy. It's not just media frenzy, it's a coordinated strike. The language is too aligned, the sources too synchronized. Someone fed this to the press like red meat to starving dogs. A whistleblower might aim to expose corruption. This is meant to gut the foundation and salt the ground. I tighten my grip on the tablet, jaw clenching until my muscles lock. The headlines don't surprise me. What chills me is how fast they've spread. Someone knew the exact moment to strike, when Nyomi was vulnerable, distracted, spread across continents and barely catching her breath between fires. The morning news flickers from the television across the room. A silent panel of polished anchors gestures toward a glowing graphic of the Luxeon logo split in half. Nyomi's name flashes beneath it, paired with words like impropriety, scandal, legacy, erosion. I mute the sound because I already know the script. I've lived it in another lifetime. Same cadence. Different battlefield. I toss the tablet on the duvet and pace to the window. Paris unfolds in layers below. Austere, bustling, oblivious. And yet, somewhere out there, the ground is shifting. Someone is orchestrating this, calculating how many stories it takes to bury a woman like her alive. I press my fingers to the cold glass, trying to still the churn inside my chest. It's not panic. It's not even fear. It's the pressure of knowing the knife is already in motion, and I still don't know who's holding it. She doesn't deserve this, but it's not my place to shield her. Not unless she asks, and I doubt she ever will. Still, I know the shape of a war when I see one forming. And this one? It's personal. Even if she doesn't know it yet. I don't push through the crowd. From where I stand, near the column just inside the atrium, I have a clear sight line to her, and that's all I need. Nyomi holds court like she was born for it, dressed in a camel trench that cuts clean lines down her frame and heels that don't wobble once, even as reporters shout over each other for blood. Her voice slices through the chaos, measured, impersonal, deliberate. She doesn't blink when someone invokes her father, doesn't flinch when another demands to know if Luxeon intends to stall the investigation. She answers with numbers, timelines, names of committees most people don't even know exist. She keeps her tone just warm enough to be human, just sharp enough to make them think twice before interrupting again. But I watch for what they miss. The micro-pause before she answers a question about relocation grants. The way her left hand tightens behind the vent of her coat when the cameras angle from her right. They don't see it. Hell, most people wouldn't. But I've been trained to clock stress the way a soldier reads wind patterns. And right now, she's walking through a hurricane like the air isn't shifting around her. She's standing still while everything else moves. And I hate how familiar that feels. Silas once told me there's a kind of bravery that looks like refusal. Refusal to collapse. Refusal to run. Nyomi's version of that is quieter than mine. More elegant, but no less dangerous. Because the kind of strength that looks like stillness, that's the one that snaps without warning. And no one sees it coming until it's too late. The business lounge on the mezzanine is nearly empty. Just one German executive muttering into his headset and a pair of students arguing over who invented carbon capture first. I take the corner booth near the frosted glass partition and slide my tablet from my coat. The Luxeon files load slowly, security protocols refreshing like they know I shouldn't be looking. I ignore the warning. If this company's going to bleed, I need to know where the artery starts. At first, it's standard issue. Environmental compliance logs, acquisition summaries, PR-approved land use statements, all surface gloss, all expected. But then, just beneath the summary sheets, I find a line item from Marrakech dated 3 weeks before the official signing. A scanned contract marked with Nyomi's digital signature, And next to it, a second version. Same parcel, different clause, different beneficiary. No signature at all. I sit back, the muscles in my neck going rigid. The timestamp metadata doesn't match the email trail. And that's not a clerical oversight. That's sleight of hand. Someone buried this deliberately, moved numbers like shells on a board, and they left just enough of a trail to make it look like she was part of it. I scroll further. Cross-reference legal approvals against board logs. Another discrepancy. A sudden reassignment of rights to a phantom subsidiary in Lyon. Nyomi wouldn't have greenlit this. She's too surgical. Unless someone forged the trail behind her. Or worse, made sure she signed something with landmines baked in. I close my eyes, fingers hovering over the screen. If she doesn't already know she's walking into this blind, and if she does know, then I'm already too late. I stand in front of her suite door longer than I should, hands buried in my coat pockets, pulse trying too damn hard to act like this is routine. I tell myself this is strategy, optics, due diligence, but my heart knows better. It's hammering for reasons that have nothing to do with fraud investigations or media spin. When the door swings open, she's barefoot. A charcoal blazer slips off one shoulder, thrown over a slate-gray tank that shouldn't be this distracting after the day we've had. Her hair is up, but not polished, not deliberate. It's the kind of mess that comes from tugging at the roots all day trying to outpace a storm. And those eyes, rimmed in exhaustion, defiance, something close to grief. They see through every excuse I've rehearsed. "What do you want, Thane?" she asks. She doesn't raise her voice, doesn't step aside, but she already knows. Knows it isn't just about a briefing or clarification or concern for her press statement. It's something heavier and messier, something I haven't named out loud. I clear my throat. "To talk." She studies me like she's deciding whether that's an invitation or a threat. She steps back. And just like that, I'm inside a place I probably shouldn't be, haunted by something I haven't faced since Jules died, the terrifying clarity that some ghosts don't knock. They just enter, and take everything with them. The door clicks behind me, but we don't move past the threshold. The distance between us feels like a taut rope we're both pretending not to hold. I speak first. The press is spiraling. Luxeon's trending everywhere but the stock index. She crosses her arms. "And you're here for damage control?" I ignore the jab. "I'm here because I found something. Discrepancies. Backdated land contracts. Signatures I don't believe were yours." That gets her attention. Her jaw ticks. "So now you're auditing me. I'm trying to protect you." "From what?" she snaps. "From optics or from the idea that I might actually be capable of this?" My voice stays low, but the tension threads through every syllable. "Did you know?" The question hangs there brutal in its simplicity, and for a second, I almost wish I could take it back. Her mouth hardens. "You think I'd risk everything for a shortcut?" "No," I say, "but someone wants the world to think you did." That lands harder than anything else. She turns her back to me, paces toward the minibar like she needs something to throw. She just presses her hands to the counter like she's grounding herself against impact. The silence stretches, thinner and thinner, until I swear I can hear the break forming in her breath. Then she turns and kisses me. No warning, no apology, just heat and teeth and something wild that tastes like anger and relief, and 1,000 unspoken truths jammed into a moment we can't take back. My hands are on her before I can think, gripping her hips, pulling her closer, devouring the taste of everything we shouldn't be. And for one suspended second, the world outside that door, press conferences, forged memos, ghosts and guilt, ceases to exist. The kiss is a landslide, not sweet, not careful, just raw want crashing through the walls we've both spent too long pretending still held. Her hands tangle in my hair, then around my neck, nails grazing the skin like she's marking territory she's not ready to claim. I slide my palm beneath the hem of her sheer, fingers splaying against the small of her back. She's warm and tense and trembling in that way only people who never ask for help do when they finally fall into someone. For a moment, it's the only thing in the world that feels like sense, her mouth moving with mine like it's hunger and truth wrapped in one. But then she pulls back, just an inch. Her breath brushes my lips like a warning. Her forehead rests against mine. I can feel the war pounding in her chest. Reality isn't gentle. It slams back in with the sharpness of headlines and betrayal, and the way her name is being dragged through teeth sharp enough to draw blood. "I can't want this," she whispers, voice threadbare, like it costs her to say it out loud. I let the silence hold. Then I say the one thing that might make it worse. "Oh, yes, you can." It's a dare I shouldn't offer, a lie I don't mean. Because the truth is, I want her too, and I'm not sure I can afford it either. But we're already past the point of safety. We just haven't decided how much we're willing to burn.
Chapter 19. Nyomi. The breakfast table is too long for one person, too formal for the kind of morning this is. White linen, cut crystal, a vase of pale peonies, arranged with military precision. Outside the pristine windows, the Seine drifts by in muted gray, like even the river is waiting for revelation. I sit in a silk robe the color of tarnished gold, legs crossed, spine straight, a plate of untouched eggs cooling in front of me. My tablet hums beside the coffee cup. I've already refilled twice. Notifications blink in orderly rows, press statements drafted by PR, internal audit timelines, an emergency staff memo I didn't authorize but I'm expected to endorse. The language is too careful, too perfectly aligned with the talking points I haven't released yet. I scroll, sifting through the curated hysteria. Sources close to Luxeon say the CEO is personally overseeing damage control. An anonymous executive hints at knowledge of systemic inconsistencies. The brand that redefined luxury sustainability is now facing a reckoning. My jaw tightens. These aren't guesses. These are guide darts. Someone's feeding the press piece by piece, tempered just enough to avoid full detonation. Whoever it is, they're practiced, patient, close. I lift my eyes from the screen, narrowing on the empty chairs around me. 5 more places set, as if someone might suddenly appear and make this war a little less solitary. I almost laugh. Then I don't. I think of Imara. She's too clever to ignore. Imara knows timing, tone, optics. But there's a mismatch in the rhythm of this unraveling. The leak doesn't smell like her. It smells like someone pretending to be her, which in some ways is worse. A soft chime pulls my attention back to the tablet. Another update. I skim it mechanically, eyes flicking over the words without absorbing them. Then, without ceremony, I lock the screen and set the device aside. My coffee has gone cold. I drink it anyway. The silverware gleams untouched beneath the morning light. At this moment, there is no team. No one in the chair across from me to meet the glare of the rising sun. Just me, alone at the top of the empire I built, calculating which thread is already unraveling, and how long I have before the whole tapestry follows. I lean back, exhale once, slow and even. Let them come. There's only one person I know that has any clue what to do with this mess. The gallery smells like oil varnish and restraint. Morning light filters through frosted windows, pooling in pale puddles across the tiled floor. It's too early for patrons, too quiet for comfort. Every piece on the walls feels like it's listening. I find her near the restoration alcove, gloved hands adjusting the tilt of a marble bust that looks like it died holding secrets. Vivian Vale doesn't turn when I walk in. Of course she doesn't. She knew I'd come. I need to ask about someone, I say, skipping the usual dance. No cheek kisses, no cafe orders, no pretending we're just mother and daughter today. She tilts her head, finally looking at me. Her hair is coiled into a knot, as tight as the expression behind her designer frames. "Let me guess," she murmurs. Tall, unspeaking. carries guilt like it's a watch chain. Thane, her hands still. The quiet thickens. She removes her gloves with the kind of precision that's either control or delay, maybe both. You always did have a fondness for dangerous men. I didn't ask for your judgment, just the truth. Vivian exhales like I've asked for a knife. His military file is closed, sealed tighter than the Vatican archives. But I had a whisper come across my desk a while ago. A name on a donor list I wasn't supposed to see. She brushes non-existent lint from her sleeve. The truth, Nyomi, is that no one closes a file like that unless the silence serves someone important. Does it serve him? I ask. Her eyes flick toward a sculpture in progress, its face still half shadowed in stone. I don't know, but I'll tell you this. If you plan to let him sleep beside you, make sure you're ready for what wakes up next to you. I want more specifics. But the conversation's already been dismissed. She hands her gloves to an assistant and begins walking toward the rear exhibit without a backward glance. I leave with no answers and a heart pounding like it heard one anyway. Vivian Vale doesn't get nervous. Not unless something matters. And Thane Calder, apparently, matters. Back at the hotel, I trade silk for armor. A linen blouse, breathable and unassuming. Flat boots, desert-colored and made for more than boardrooms. The air in the suite is stale with evaporated perfume and last night's unfinished tension. I move through the space mechanically, checking cables, securing a folder of briefings, syncing files between devices. Anything to quiet the static in my mind. But it doesn't, because there it is. The armchair beside the window. The faint indentation where Thane sat last night. Jaw clenched, eyes unreadable. He left with that familiar tension in his shoulders. The kind that says goodbye without saying anything at all. I didn't stop him. But I didn't tell him to go either. And something about that silence, it didn't feel like retreat. It felt like reloading. I pause beside my suitcase and flip open the itinerary. Casablanca. The Luxeon sanctuary isn't flashy, purposefully removed, intentionally rustic, a half-day's drive from the main airport, and just close enough to the Atlas Mountains to make press access inconvenient. It's supposed to be a reprieve, a soft relaunch, a place for visioning and recalibration. But I know better. It'll be a place where masks fall off and shadows catch up. I zip the bag closed and straighten the collar of my shirt. This time, I won't be surprised by what's waiting on the other side of the glass. We arrive just as the sun slips behind the horizon, bleeding gold into rust across the sky. The Luxeon sanctuary doesn't sprawl, it emerges. Carved into the edge of the desert with minimalist grace, all stone angles and glass reflections. A mirage designed for the elite, serene on the outside, strategically impenetrable beneath. The air hums with warmth and the tang of orange blossoms. Somewhere distant, a prayer call threads through the dusk like a memory too old to name. It should feel peaceful. It doesn't. I walk the perimeter before I even set my bag down. A silent sweep, doors, windows, sight lines, soft spots. The silence here isn't empty. It's curated, controlled. I don't ask if Thane's doing the same. I know he is. We meet near the fountain at the inner courtyard, where shadows flicker against the mosaic-tiled pool. Neither of us comments on what we've just done. Inside, the team has gathered in the central salon, voices low, posture alert but trying not to show it. I keep the conversation clean. Logistics, press protocols, the internal audit strategy once we reconvene in Rabat. When Thane hands me a glass of water, our fingers touch. It's meant to be a handoff. It becomes something else. The contact is brief, civilized, but it lingers. Just 1 second longer than it should. Enough for both of us to register the weight of it. Enough to know we're still not done unraveling whatever this is. Later that night, the compound quiets to a hush. Most of the team has retired to their private villas, their good nights wrapped in weary professionalism and the unspoken promise of early calls. I stand barefoot just inside the threshold of my suite, fingers grazing the carved doorframe, the scent of cedar clinging to the woven air. Across the courtyard, Thane leans against a column beneath one of the low amber sconces, sleeves rolled, hair slightly tousled like he ran a hand through it one too many times. He doesn't look like a general tonight. He looks like a man standing guard against something that hasn't yet named itself. I don't call his name loudly, just once, soft enough that only he hears it. His head lifts immediately. I tilt mine toward the open door. "Come up," I say. Not an invitation or a challenge, just a single syllable full of intent. His expression doesn't change. Not right away. But something in the set of his shoulders shifts, just slightly, like armor loosening. He crosses the courtyard without a word, and for once, I don't brace for what comes next. I let it. Inside the suite, the lights are dimmed to a low golden hush. Intentional or not, I don't care to clarify. The room smells faintly of citrus and spice, the kind of curated comfort designed to put diplomats at ease. But there's nothing easy about the way I move tonight. Nothing easy about the silence between us. I pour 2 fingers of scotch into the crystal tumblers resting on the tray, my movements smooth but unhurried, controlled. I hand him one without looking. He doesn't take a sip. Neither do I. Not right away. We're not drinking because we need it. We're drinking because we need something to do with our hands. He stands near the window, one shoulder leaning just slightly against the frame, arms folded, gaze locked somewhere beyond the glass. The desert is darker here, broader. It makes you feel like secrets could vanish into it forever. Thane's jaw is tight. The muscles in his forearms tense and release like he's holding something back, not a threat. A confession. Or maybe a promise. He hasn't said a word since he crossed that threshold, but the room is electric with what he's not saying. I move past him, the hem of my linen dress whispering along the floor. My hand brushes the small of his back. Barely. Still, it's enough to pause him, to change something. I set my glass down on the sideboard, the sound soft but definite. When I turn around, he's already watching me, jaw unclenching, eyes unreadable but tethered. And I feel it. That magnetic pull stretching tight between us, subtle but unrelenting. It's not the charge of newness or the adrenaline of proximity. It's inevitability. He doesn't reach for me. I don't speak. I just meet his gaze with everything I've tried not to feel since Marrakesh, since Ghana, since that first near kiss that left us both too aware. This isn't strategy. It isn't diplomacy. It's what happens when the armor slips and neither of us bothers to catch it. Tomorrow will bring questions I don't want the answers to yet. But tonight is asking one of its own, and I'm done pretending I don't already know the answer.
Chapter 20. Thane. The door closes behind me like it's sealing more than just the air. It muffles the sounds of the courtyard, silences the rustle of orange blossoms and the low murmur of fountain water, until all I hear is us, the space between her breath and mine, the space we've both been pretending not to fill for too long. She moves ahead of me, barefoot across the cool tile, her linen dress skimming the tops of her thighs like a secret she's not ready to share, but won't hide anymore. Her back is straight, her shoulders squared, but I can feel the tension clinging to her spine like armor she hasn't decided whether to drop. The suite is dim, warm-toned with golden sconces and the faint scent of citrus and cedar wood, a luxury palette meant to soothe. But nothing in me is calm. She picks up a tumbler of scotch from the tray on the console and hands it to me without a word. Her fingers brush mine, light but charged, like static before lightning. I don't drink. I can't. Not because I don't want to, but because I want to remember every second of whatever the hell this night is about to become. I want it raw, unblurred. I want her without filters, and I want her to see me the same. But she doesn't see me yet. Not fully. She just exhales softly, one hand falling to the sash of her dress, the other curling around her own glass like she needs the anchor. Her eyes stay fixed somewhere near the window, the desert beyond a backdrop to a war we're both tired of pretending we're not fighting. "Do you ever feel like this isn't real?" she asks, finally, her voice low, slightly hoarse, like she's been holding back too much for too long. I set my glass down without drinking. "Only when I'm not touching you." Her head turns then, slowly, and that's when I see the flicker of desire behind her eyes, the softness edged in steel. She's not just deciding if she wants me. She's deciding if she can survive having me. And still, she doesn't back away. She crosses the room slowly, as if each step forward costs her something. I stand where I am, hands loose at my sides, letting her make the call, letting her lead. For now. When she reaches me, she stops barely an inch away, enough for me to feel her heat, but not her skin. Her eyes search mine, not for permission, but for truth. "I'm not looking for safety," she says quietly. "Good," I reply, voice low, "because I don't have any left to give." And then I reach for her, just my fingers at first, two beneath her chin to tilt her face up, one brushing her collarbone as I trace the line where silk gives way to skin. She doesn't flinch. She leans in. My other hand finds her waist, steady and reverent, like she's holy ground, and I've trespassed long enough. Her breath hitches when I push the linen off her shoulder, slow and careful, bearing the curve of her skin to the low light. She lifts her hands to my chest then, not with hesitation, but with purpose. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt like she's trying to pull something deeper from beneath it. My restraint, my composure, the part of me I don't show anyone. Her touch is deliberate, not gentle. This isn't a seduction. It's an exhale. We've been holding this moment in for too long. I lower my lips to hers, the kiss slow at first, exploratory, then consuming. It's not about dominance. It's not even about hunger. It's the kiss of someone who stopped pretending not to need it. I feel her hands tremble when they reach the buttons of my shirt, her breath skipping against my cheek as she pushes it off my shoulders. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Dear God, don't let this be the only time I feel this way. She falls asleep, half draped across my chest, one arm flung over my ribs, her leg tangled with mine like she's staking a claim. Her breath is soft against my neck, the scent of sex and cedar lingering in the air between us. I should feel sated, calm, but I don't. My hand rests on the curve of her hip, thumb tracing idle circles over the skin there, memorizing it, branding it. Every time she exhales, I feel it echo in my ribs. I close my eyes, but the inside of my head is louder than the room. Her face flickers there. So does the past. So does the ghost I keep locked up behind a steel door I swore no one would ever open. I've walked out of firefights with less adrenaline than I feel right now. I've held men while they died, and I didn't shake like this. But one woman sleeping beside me, with no armor, no pretense, has me more undone than war ever did. She murmurs something in her sleep, a soft, unintelligible sound, and nestles closer, her face pressed to my shoulder like I'm the safest thing in the world. I'm not, but I let her believe it, just for tonight. Her breath is a rhythm against my shoulder, slow, unbothered, trusting, and for one brief, gut-wrenching second, I let myself think this might be sustainable. That maybe, just maybe, I could be the man who gets to wake up next to her in the morning without something blowing up. Naturally, that's when the phone buzzes. I curse under my breath, slipping out from beneath Nyomi's arm like I'm dismantling a landmine. She doesn't stir, just shifts and murmurs something soft, something dangerous, like my name. The floor is cool beneath my feet as I cross to the nightstand. Screen, face down. Of course. I flip it over, expecting one of my security leads or a midnight audit ping from Tokyo. Instead, I get, if you don't stop the project, your past comes with receipts. No name, header, app trail, or metadata. Just pure, old-school menace dressed up like a chain store threat. Receipts. Cute. I stare at the words like they might arrange themselves into something less predictable. They don't. My thumb waits over the screen. Then I hit delete. Not because it makes the threat go away, but because whoever sent it already knows me well enough to text in riddles. They also know I'm not the type to flinch. But Nyomi is asleep in that bed. Naked. Soft. Radiating warmth like a goddamn secret I didn't mean to keep. And now the question isn't if the past is coming. It's who they're planning to burn first. My pulse steadies. Not out of calm, but from control. The kind you learn when gunfire's 2 streets over and you've still got 3 blocks to clear. I take a deep breath, hold it, let it out like a drill. And then I do what I always do when someone thinks they've found my pressure point. I lock the thing down, mentally rewire every travel protocol, flag the compound for surveillance updates, draft 3 exit strategies, and lie, not to them. To her, because there's no world in which I tell Nyomi Vale what just landed in my lap. Not tonight. Not after she let me hold her like that was the safest place she knew. Not when I'm still deciding whether I'm her ruin or her redemption. I slip back into bed like a man stepping into memory. She hasn't moved much. Just curled deeper into the sheets, her dark hair spilled across the pillow like ink in water. One arm still rests where I was a minute ago. Like her body remembers even in sleep. Like it doesn't care that I left. I ease down beside her. She stirs, murmurs my name again. Softer this time, slurred by dreams. Her cheek presses against my chest, lips brushing my skin like the ghost of a promise neither of us has made out loud. My arm folds around her, automatically, helplessly. And just like that, I'm trapped in the most dangerous hold I've ever known. Her trust. The message still burns at the back of my mind, but I keep my breathing steady even. Like maybe if I fake calm long enough, it'll start to feel like the truth. Like maybe I can keep this, just for tonight. The weight of her against me isn't heavy. It's holy. I close my eyes, not because I'm tired, but because I don't want to look at the ceiling and start calculating. Don't want to picture who sent the message. Don't want to visualize every damn way they could reach her. Not now. Right now. I just want the illusion. The warmth. The soft sound of her exhale syncing with mine. I want to believe I can lie next to her and not destroy everything she is. And if I can't, then I'll learn how to bleed in silence. She shifts again, fingers curling against my ribs. Her leg tangles with mine, and I breathe her in. Orange blossom and heat, and whatever scent is soaked into these Luxeon sheets. I kiss her temple. Barely. She doesn't wake, and I don't deserve any of it.
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for Hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 21. Nyomi. The phone doesn't ring. It vibrates. A low, angry tremor on the nightstand, again and again until it feels less like a notification and more like an alarm, like something primal whispering, "Get up, run." I roll toward the side of the bed, one arm still tangled in the sheets, and reach for it with the kind of dread usually reserved for emergency calls or bad news from a hospital. It's worse than that. Every screen lights up with my name, not in celebration, not in some headline praising innovation or leadership, just Nyomi Rousseau, the face of Luxeon's crisis. Words like embezzlement and greenwashing jump out before the articles even finish loading. They all read like they've been rehearsed, like the press was just waiting for permission to pounce. One publication calls me a founder with a fractured moral compass. Another accuses me of orchestrating a strategic veil of social impact to mask corporate vanity. No one reached out for comment. The same robe I wore when I stayed up for 48 hours finalizing our investment deck last winter clings to my shoulders, threadbare now. I remember thinking I looked invincible that day, standing in front of the boardroom window, espresso in one hand and a vision in the other. I wore this exact robe like armor, untouchable even as the snow came down in sheets outside. Today it's useless. Today it hangs off me like the aftermath of a war I didn't see coming. Room service arrives with a knock too soft to match the chaos on my screen. A young man wheels in a silver tray, coffee steaming, toast warm, strawberries glazed and sliced into delicate fanned halves. Luxeon's domestic polish on full display. "Will that be all, Miss Vale?" he asks, polite and efficient, his eyes flickering to the tablet still glowing on the nightstand. He knows. They all do. "Yes," I say, voice even, because falling apart in front of the help isn't an option. Not today. He bows slightly and disappears into the hallway. The door clicks shut, too final. I pour the coffee, even though I know I won't drink it. The ceramic cup is warm in my hand, grounding me for half a second before the first sip burns. I let it. I deserve it. A smear of jam glistens on the toast, untouched. The strawberries remind me of the fruit platters we used to send to partners in our early days, back when we couldn't afford real PR and gestures had to double as strategy. I stare at the tray like it's a shrine to who I used to be. Who we were before the world remembered it loves to watch a woman bleed, especially when she dared to build something holy on land the powerful already claimed. The robe slips down my shoulder as I cross to the window. Casablanca stretches outward, sunlight already sharp, the city below caught between prayer and hustle. And somewhere out there, someone is smiling about this. Someone timed it, seeded it, struck hard and fast, like they knew exactly where the weak spots were. My fingers curl around the mug. The heat is gone. This isn't breakfast. It's a post-mortem, and I'm not sure if I'm mourning my company, my reputation, or the fact that he still hasn't said a damn word. I open my inbox like I'm peeling gauze from a burn. Every subject line reads like a bureaucratic shrug. Monitoring the situation. Hoping for a swift resolution. We'll reassess next week. No one says my name. No one offers backup. Just the digital equivalent of averted eyes in a hallway, of closed doors that used to swing wide with welcome. The same board members who toasted our Series B around hand-blown crystal flutes are now typing like strangers behind glass. One of them even replied, "Per legal protocol. No comments until PR finalizes positioning. I built this company. Now I'm being PR positioned out of it." Imara, of all people, sent me a single thumbs up. No words, Just that insipid cartoon digit floating in my notifications like a middle finger in disguise. That woman once helped me ghostwrite a speech that made the Secretary General cry at a climate summit. Today, she's silent. What the hell is happening here? The toast still sits untouched on the tray, curled at the corners like it knows it's outlived its welcome. I pull my robe tighter and start composing a response to the board, something sharp, measured, impossible to misquote. But after 3 sentences, I delete it. They've already decided I'm the problem. All that's left now is how fast they erase the evidence I ever mattered. I swipe open Slack, scroll through dead threads that used to vibrate with ideas. All gone. Replaced by corporate condolences disguised as professionalism. I don't need confirmation to know I'm alone in this. I can feel it in the silence. The empire I bled for is now politely pretending it never needed me. The bathroom is a sanctuary by design. Polished limestone, warm lighting, a rainfall shower that cost more than my first apartment. But luxury has no teeth when your name's being fed to wolves. I turn the water to scalding and step under the spray, willing the heat to strip me clean. It doesn't. The water beats against my back, my shoulders, my chest, like it's trying to pound out the sickness settling beneath my skin. I lather twice. Then again. I scrub until the citrus soap runs slick down the drain, chasing an ache that won't dissolve. It's not sweat, not shame. It's betrayal. It grows quietly, like mold in places you don't check often enough, behind the smiles, beneath the silence, just under the bones of a man you thought you were starting to trust. Vivian warned me. This is happening because I let him in. Her words circle back like a curse. His file is closed for a reason, and the reason isn't one you'll want sleeping beside you. I drag my palms across my arms, down to my thighs, as if scrubbing harder might erase the feel of his hands. But it doesn't. That's the worst part. What we shared last night didn't feel calculated. It felt sacred, like something salvaged from the wreckage of 2 broken things trying to feel whole. And now it feels like complicity. Every moment we've spent circling each other, the airports, the conferences, the near kisses, and finally the real ones, loop through my mind like damning evidence. I gave him access. I let him in. And he's saying nothing while my world burns. Steam clouds the mirror as I step out and towel off, but it doesn't hide the truth. I look myself in the eye and see it plain. I might have invited my own downfall into my bed. The steam follows me out of the bathroom, like a ghost I can't shake. My skin's still damp, towel knotted tight under my arms, the cotton clinging like it's trying to stay upright when I can't. He's already dressed. Stands near the wide window, where the morning light cuts across the floor like an interrogation lamp. His sleeves are rolled, collar open, jaw freshly shaven, like this is just another day to walk through. But the truth gives him away. His posture is too still, too posed. That telltale tension along his shoulders is back, like he's waiting to be accused and has already chosen how he'll answer. Did you know this was coming? I ask. No preamble, no softness. Just the question that's been echoing in my skull since the headlines hit. He doesn't flinch, doesn't stammer or bristle, or even look surprised. Just slowly turns toward me like I'm a forecast he's already read. The way he meets my eyes is worse than deflection. It's that exact controlled stillness he wears when he's trying not to reveal how deep the cracks go. The sun gilds the side of his face like a lie dressed in good lighting. My breath catches, not because he's beautiful, but because I suddenly see him for what he might be. An enigma, a threat, a stranger wearing the skin of someone I wanted. His silence stretches until it becomes an answer. I don't blink, don't give him time to pivot. There's a leak, I say, stepping into the center of the room like it's a battleground. And it's not sloppy or opportunistic, it's surgical. Whoever did this knew exactly where to hit. They went for the brand, the board, the language. Not just scandal, strategy. He crosses his arms. Not in defiance, more like armor. I want names, I say, voice tight. I want to know how this got out, who benefits, and why every inch of this feels personal. Still, nothing. I wait for denial, for even a flash of indignation. Hell, I'd take a lie if it had teeth, but what I get is worse than dishonesty. I get stillness. He watches me like he's listening to a song only he can hear, like my panic is inconvenient background noise. And that's when it lands, not the betrayal, but something colder. He's not surprised. He's not scrambling for a response because he's already had time to decide what not to say. And maybe that's the truest danger of all. Not a man who breaks your heart, but one who won't hand it back even as the flames close in. A man who lets you burn because saying nothing costs less than telling the truth. I inhale slowly, feel the weight of the towel, the weight of him, the weight of every unspoken thing crashing down like a verdict. You're not even going to try, I whisper. He says nothing, and I realize in that moment, I might not be sleeping beside a traitor. I might be sleeping beside a fortress. I turn away before he can see it, whatever sharp glint just broke loose behind my eyes. Not a tear. I won't give him that. Just the quiet violence of my jaw clenching hard enough to ache, the way my spine stiffens, as if it can hold the pieces of me together through sheer posture alone. Every breath becomes a discipline, every muscle, a barricade. Because if I speak, I'll say too much. If I stay, I might still believe in him, and I can't afford that now. Not when the empire I built is falling out from under me, one board member at a time. Not when the press is feeding on my name like vultures on warm blood. And certainly not when the man I led into my bed won't even give me the dignity of a lie. He doesn't move, doesn't follow, doesn't explain. Just stays exactly where he is, a still life of refusal in profile. And I don't know what hurts more, that he might be involved, or that I might still want him anyway. I walk past the untouched breakfast tray like it's a relic from another version of us. The tablet is still on the table, screen dim, notifications stacking like digital debris. I tap the side. It lights up obediently. I open a blank strategy brief. Type a headline, crisis reversal, Luxeon narrative restructure. My fingers hover above the keyboard. I don't know what I'm writing yet, only that it has to be something. A first move, a lifeline, a spell, anything to pretend that structure still exists, that I can architect my way out of heartbreak like I've done with every other impossible thing. Behind me, he exhales. Not loudly, not intentionally, just enough for the air to shift, to remind me that he's still here. But I don't turn, because right now, the only thing I trust is forward motion, even if every step feels like walking through glass.
Chapter 22. Thane. The suite is silent except for the occasional metallic clink of her spoon against ceramic. She's not eating, just stirring the coffee like it might offer answers if she spins it long enough. The breakfast spread sits untouched, pristine and irrelevant, like it doesn't belong in the same room as ruin. She doesn't scream, cry, or curse the walls or shatter the screen, but I watch her come apart anyway. It's in the way her shoulders curl in tighter every time she scrolls, in the way her bare heel taps against the marble floor, faster with each refresh, and how she blinks, slow and hard, like she's trying to hold back not tears, but rage. And I just stand there, not close enough to touch her, not far enough to disappear, somewhere in that unforgivable purgatory between guilt and silence. The light in the room is soft, filtered through those gauzy Luxeon curtains she once called performative drapery for people with too many secrets. It diffuses across her skin like it's trying to smooth out the tension in her jaw, It fails. I shift my weight, the floor creaking beneath me. She doesn't look up, doesn't acknowledge me at all. My mouth opens once, stupidly, like there's anything I could say to make this better. To pull her out of this wreckage I helped build, even if not with intention. It closes again. I don't know what's worse, that she won't speak to me, or that I understand why. I want to tell her I'm not the one who leaked anything, that I've been trying from behind the curtain to protect everything she's built. But all she'd hear is the part where I stayed silent. And silence, when weaponized by someone you've let into your bed, cuts deeper than confession. She sets the tablet down with more precision than should be possible for someone whose entire world is under siege. Her fingers flex once before curling around the armrest, as though even her grip has to be calculated now. She hasn't said a single word since the headlines hit, and I haven't earned one. Not yet. I dress like it matters. Like a clean white shirt and rolled sleeves can somehow make me look less like the enemy, and more like a man who knows what the hell he's doing. My collar stays open, intentional, casual, but the knot inside my throat tells a different story. I'm not calm. I'm cornered. The mirror reflects it back anyway. A face carved too sharp by guilt, eyes that never stop scanning the room, a man trying too damn hard to look like he belongs. She emerges from the bathroom wrapped in towels and steam, her robe cinched with surgical precision. Her skin is flushed from the heat, but there's no softness in her expression. Her gaze slices clean through the illusion I've dressed myself in. And finally, I think I understand what it feels like to stand unarmored in front of a sniper. "Did you know this was coming?" she asks, low and precise. Not an accusation, but it could become one. I open my mouth, close it again. The answer isn't simple. It's knotted and blood-soaked, wrapped in layers of dead friends and strategic mistakes. It's Jewel. It's the ashes in my bag. It's the retreat and the way I forced my way into Luxeon like a ghost demanding re-entry to the land of the living. But saying any of that now would be like lobbing a grenade into her grief, into her dignity. So I say nothing, because silence, for all its cowardice, is the only thing that won't make this worse. It's the only language I trust myself to speak without setting everything on fire. She takes a step closer, and her voice sharpens with it. "There's a leak, Thane. Someone knew exactly where to cut. This wasn't an accident. It was an execution. Surgical. Internal." Her words pierce the quiet like shrapnel, and I flinch. But only on the inside. On the outside, I hold. I want to grab her shoulders. Tell her I've been in the dark too. That I've seen what silence can destroy. That every move I've made, every conversation with Silas, every sleepless night mapping security protocols was to protect her from exactly this. But I don't. Because none of it changes the fact that I stayed silent about the one thing that matters. My reason for being here. The real one. I should have told her about Jewel. About the retreat land. About the ash vial tucked inside my duffel like a buried truth. But I didn't. And now, even if I tried to explain, it would sound like damage control. Like I'm only sorry because I got caught. So I give her what I never meant to. Distance. Not with my body. I stay rooted to the spot. But I let my eyes go cold. Let my posture harden. Let her believe I'm the man she fears I am. Because right now, that's safer for both of us than the broken truth spilling out raw between us. Her silence, when it follows, is the verdict I deserve. And still, it hurts. She doesn't yell. Doesn't demand I stay. Just sits back down, tablet in hand, and becomes someone else entirely. Flawless, controlled, terrifying in her precision. Like the betrayal calcified into strategy the second she stood up from the bed. I know that look. I've worn it too many times. It's not armor. It's war paint. And she's not going to ask again. So I leave. I have to. Before I say something I can't unsay. Before I drag her through the wreckage I've been hiding in my chest like it's noble to suffer alone. The hallway is cool and silent, the kind of luxury quiet that makes even your breath feel too loud. I step into a recessed alcove by the elevator, thumb already hovering over Silas's contact. He answers on the second ring, gruff and irritated. "No hello?" I ask, because sarcasm is easier than bleeding. "You're lucky I picked up," he grumbles. "You're already 2 headlines behind." "I know." I don't bother pretending. "It's bad." "How bad?" "Front page bad. They've got her name, old board votes, strategy memos that were never public. It's surgical, Silas, like someone had a goddamn blueprint." There's a pause. I don't tell him about the look she gave me before I walked out, or the way I wanted to drop to my knees and confess everything. I don't say her name even though it's the only thing I can think of. Silas finally speaks, and when he does, it's with the blunt force of a man who knows me too well to let me lie. "If you're not going to tell her the truth, Thane, what the hell are you still doing there?" The question splits straight down my sternum, because it isn't judgment. It's pity, and I've earned every ounce of it. He doesn't wait for an answer, just dives in like he knows I won't give one. We've been running point on Cassian's digital trails. He's consolidating, reorganizing his inner circle, locking down access logs. Someone fed the press directly. Oh, we're not talking opportunistic leaks. This was placed, coordinated. My jaw tightens. A mole. Confirmed, Silas replies. You were right, but it's deeper than we thought. The timing wasn't just personal. It was engineered to humiliate her. Right before the Marrakech announcement. Right when the board would be watching for signs of instability. He pauses, and I can hear him take a drag from something, probably a vape or a cold cup of coffee, and exhale like he's weighing whether to say the thing that could get him fired. You want my rate? He finally says. Your silence is feeding this. I don't answer. Every day you don't tell her about Jewel, about the land deal, about why this matters to you. You're leaving Cassian the upper hand, and you're making her bleed for decisions she didn't make. I lean my head back against the wall, close my eyes. Try not to picture her hands shaking when she read that first headline. I'm handling it, I mutter. Silas lets the silence stretch long enough to make a point. I'm starting to wonder if you're handling it, or hiding in it. That one lands. Not clean, not fatal. Just enough to remind me what it feels like to be questioned by the only person who's ever followed me into hell without asking why. And I hate how long it takes me to answer. I hang up without saying goodbye. The screen goes dark in my palm, but the conversation stays loud in my head. The hallway feels colder now, like the building's caught on to what I've done, or failed to do, and wants no part in sheltering it. Overhead, the soft glow of recessed lights casts long shadows across the stone tile, like a procession of ghosts marching toward something already buried. I stare at our door. Not hers. Ours. Even if she doesn't think so anymore. My feet don't move. I just breathe. Slow. Measured. Like the soldier I used to be. Like I can control the situation if I just regulate my body first. But I can't control this. Not her. Not the hurt in her eyes. Not the possibility that I've already lost the only person who ever made me want to stop running. The wood is warm under my palm when I press it flat to the door. Proof I still exist on this side of the moment. Because the second I walk through it, something has to change. Either I tell her, or I don't. Either I lay it all out. Jewels, the ashes, the real reason I fought for the Marrakech retreat, the messages I've been deleting while pretending to protect her, or I double down on a mission and watch her hollow herself out trying to survive the war I helped start. Inside, I can hear the scrape of a chair, the quiet rustle of movement. She's in there, reshaping her world, and every version of it she rebuilds makes less and less room for me. I can feel it in my bones, that slow shutting of emotional doors. And I can't even argue. Can't blame her for it. Not when I'm the one who taught her to lock them. I lean my forehead against the wood, eyes closed, pull steady that contradicts what's happening inside me. Because here's the truth no one wants to say out loud. Sometimes you don't lose someone because you failed them. You lose them because you didn't trust them enough to let them carry the truth. I fought wars, buried friends, built legacies from rubble and silence. But this stillness, this choice, this is the one that might finally break me. I inhale once more, deeper than I mean to, like it'll give me a little more time. But it won't. Because when I open that door, it all either begins or ends. And the cruelest part, I still don't know which one I'm more afraid of.
Chapter 23. Nyomi. I'm halfway through a second coffee I don't want, the ceramic mug sweating faint circles onto a linen napkin that still smells like roses and bergamot from yesterday's housekeeping. The room is too quiet, too still. I've muted every device but can still feel the headlines vibrating in the air like static. The knock is not gentle. It's declarative. Before I can answer, the door swings open with the kind of confidence reserved for people who've never once been told no. Vivienne strides in wearing 4-inch heels and a perfume that smells like regret steeped in cash. Her coat flares like a cape as she sweeps past me, trailing Chanel in disapproval. She doesn't sit, doesn't ask, just drops her crocodile bag on the low marble table like it's a gavel and flips it open with the snap of someone used to commanding rooms that bend before they break. Your bleeding reputation, darling. Sit. Her French accent is buried beneath Manhattan polish, but the condescension sings through loud and clear. She pulls out a dossier. Navy leather, gold trimmed, Luxeon branded because of course it is, and fans it open like a deck of cards she already knows will win. A scatter of screenshots, stock tickers, sentiment analysis graphs, and board correspondence spill across the pages in an elegant, ruthless mosaic. This is the kind of narrative that doesn't wait for truth, she says, sliding a page across to me. My name appears 5 times in bold, once as a visionary, 4 times as a liability. Your silence is being rewritten as complicity, and if you don't course correct immediately, the board will have no choice but to protect the brand. I don't take the page. I don't need to. I've already memorized the rhythm of my downfall. Vivienne finally lowers herself into the leather chair across from mine, crossing her legs slowly, like even her bones are part of the performance. You can salvage this, she says, but only if you remember what game you're playing. I stare at her for a long moment. At the flawless red lip. At the $1,000 blouse in soft cream silk that would stain beautifully if I threw this coffee at it. At the hollow behind her eyes, where decency used to live. She thinks I'm hesitating because I'm still reeling, but I'm not. I'm calculating because I know what she's really saying. Not don't fall apart, not don't let them see you cry. No, what Vivienne is saying, with all the charm of a seasoned executioner, is don't let heartbreak make you sloppy. And the worst part? She's not wrong. We moved to the Luxeon Executive Conference Suite, 30 floors above the city, sunlight pooling off curved glass, gold accents winking like trophies no one earned. It's usually a space of vision and velocity, but today, it feels like a mausoleum. Every footstep is too soft, every voice too smooth. I sit proudly like a relic, not a leader. They file in one by one, some in silence, some with brittle, performative greetings. Unfortunate timing. We'll get through this. Thinking of you. Their eyes dart everywhere but mine. Imara dials in 10 minutes late, with her camera off, her voice tight with neutrality. Knox is a no-show, and no one offers an explanation, which is somehow worse than a lie. Sterling's chair is occupied by his VP, a man whose suit fits too well for him to pretend this wasn't planned. The meeting is short, efficient, surgical. They don't use the word suspension. They call it a leadership reset, pending internal alignment. They say it's temporary, that my presence is a potential distraction during a delicate moment for the brand. They thank me for my vision, for getting Luxeon to this point. I thank them back because I've been trained to smile when I'm bleeding, because I know better than to let them see the shake in my hands as I fold them neatly in my lap, because I can feel Thane's silence from 2 floors above, thick as gravity. They don't say I'm being removed, but they don't have to. Their decision is written in what they didn't say, in the way their signatures looked practiced, in the empty water glass no one bothered to refill. I sit through it all with my chin high, spine stiff, and a scream buried somewhere behind my ribs like a shard of glass I refuse to pull out. I walk the halls like a ghost in a skin that still holds heat. Every surface is familiar, but nothing feels like mine. The curated lighting I fought for is too bright. The scent machines, jasmine and vetiver, designed to soothe, now smell like betrayal. I pass a group of interns whispering too quietly. One of them looks up, meets my eyes, and offers a smile too fast to mean anything. It drops off her face like she's ashamed for offering it. I nod anyway. Not because I feel gracious, but because I don't know who I'm supposed to be now if I'm not Nyomi Elgin, CEO of Luxeon Global. A junior associate ducks into a service stairwell as I pass, her tablet clutched to her chest like a shield. The floral mural to my left, hand-commissioned, inspired by regenerative color therapy. I curated every pigment in that panel, but now it stares through me like even the paint has decided I'm a liability. I round the corner and stop at the founder's installation wall. Black marble, gold inlay. My name is etched at the top in bold serif font. Nyomi Elgin, Colorado, founder. The letters are crisp, permanent, but today they look like decoration. A nod to a woman no longer welcome in the empire she built from late nights, vision decks, and battles no one else saw coming. I press 2 fingers to the stone. Just a breath. Just a moment. My reflection in the polished surface flickers. My throat tightens so sharply it cuts. Not enough for tears, but enough to remind me that grief can feel exactly like fury and just as unrelenting. He finds me in the executive garden, the one I insisted on adding to the design when everyone said it was a waste of space. The olive trees have matured since then, their shadows long and fractured across the pale stone tiles. I'm sitting by the fountain, elbows on knees, watching koi move like secrets in murky water when I hear his footsteps. Quiet, hesitant, like even they aren't sure if they're welcome. He says my name, soft, almost reverent, like it's a question he already knows he shouldn't ask. I don't let him finish. Don't, I say, my voice low, steady, lethal. Whatever you're about to offer, regret, reassurance, romance, I don't want it. He stops mid-step, eyes flicking to mine like he's bracing for impact. Good. He should be. You weren't there this morning while I drowned, I continue, rising to my feet 1 vertebra at a time. You let me bleed in front of the people I trusted most, and you did nothing. His jaw ticks, the kind of tiny betrayal of control only someone who's lived under steel discipline would show. His eyes plead with me, without moving, without speaking, but it's not enough, not anymore. Go fix whatever mission you think matters more, I say, taking 1 slow step back as he takes 1 forward. Chase the ghost of whatever this is, but leave me out of it. For a moment, I think he might still close the distance. Say the thing I've needed him to say since Morocco. But he just stands there, hands clenched at his sides, like he's holding himself back from a war that already happened. I walk away first, because this time, if I wait for him, I'll drown twice. Back in the suite, everything looks exactly as it did this morning, but nothing feels the same. The robe is still slung over the velvet bench. The room service tray still holds half a strawberry and a cold carafe of coffee. The curtains have been drawn open, casting warm late afternoon light over surfaces I can't bear to touch. It's like the suite is frozen in a version of us that no longer exists. I don't pack methodically. I shove. Clothes vanish into the carry-on in crumpled handfuls. The heels I wore to yesterday's strategy meeting get wedged between a makeup bag and my backup charger. The itinerary? Deleted. Every pre-scheduled press blurb? Scrubbed. I don't need reminders of a future that doesn't belong to me anymore. When I toss my tablet in, it hits the lining with a thud too loud for how small it is. It sounds like the period at the end of something I hadn't realized was a sentence. I pause only once, by the nightstand. There, draped across the base of the lamp, is the necklace he gave me in Kyoto. A slim silver chain with a tiny carved charm. An abstract wave meant to represent resilience. It's beautiful, quiet, thoughtful in a way he rarely says aloud. I don't take it, not because it doesn't mean anything, but because it means too damn much. And carrying it now would feel like betrayal in reverse. This isn't a dramatic exit. No tears. No slammed doors. No broken glass. It's a quiet extraction. A reclaiming. The kind of leaving you do when staying would be a form of surrender. The hotel's private drive is half shaded, half sunlit, the way late afternoon fractures the day before it hands it over to dusk. A black sedan idles at the curb, engine purring like it knows not to ask questions. The driver steps out and opens the back door without a word. No greeting, no itinerary, just readiness. Perfect. My heels click soft against the marble. Not rushed, not tentative, just final. The doorman doesn't make eye contact, which I appreciate more than I should. It's easier this way. No pity or curiosity, just silence to wrap myself in. The moment before I step in, I catch my reflection in the glossy tint of the car window. Bare face, hair pulled back into a low twist, no earrings, no lipstick, just skin and breath and eyes that don't blink fast enough. This is me, unadorned. Not the face of Luxeon, not the visionary or the strategist or the storm in a bottle, just the woman who stayed too long and saw too much. My phone buzzes again. Another alert. Another headline. I'm sure. Some new spin on the fall of the woman who once dared to build something sacred in an industry built on smoke. I don't read it. I swipe it away with a single flick, then hold down the side button and power the whole thing off. The screen goes black. Quiet. Weightless. I slide into the back seat and close the door behind me, the sound muffled by leather and distance. The driver merges into Casablanca traffic, like he's done this 1,000 times. Like disappearing people is just part of the service package. The city doesn't notice me leave. Cars weave. Vendors shout. Sunset begins its slow golden collapse across the skyline. And somewhere, Luxeon's board is already prepping the next statement, the next sanitized narrative. She had everything, I imagine the article saying. Until she didn't. And now she's gone.
Chapter 24. Thane. I pushed the door open, expecting stillness, maybe even coldness, but not this. Not this kind of emptiness. The lights are off, but the curtains are cracked just wide enough to let the afternoon sun bleed across the marble floor. There's no sound. Not the rustle of sheets. Not the low buzz of the shower. Not the clipped cadence of her voice on a call. The silence isn't ambient. It's absolute. The kind that hums beneath the skin, tightening the space behind your ribs like wire being drawn taut. Her coffee cup sits on the console, half drunk, a ring of lipstick marking the rim. I don't touch it. I just stare like it might hold an answer if I look long enough. Her tablet is gone. So is her laptop. The room isn't disheveled, it's surgically cleared. The drawers aren't left open, the bed isn't unmade, but there are traces. The way the throw is folded with too much precision. The faint perfume that still clings to the air near the window. The indentation on the bed where she used to curl one leg under as she worked. None of it says accident. It says intent. I cross to the closet and find it ajar. The hangers stare back gently, weightless now. A blazer still clings to the back hook. Mine, not hers. The sight of it makes my throat tighten. I check the bathroom. The drawers are empty. Even the little travel-sized body oil she liked is gone. Except the necklace. It's looped once on the nightstand. Delicate chain glinting in the slanted light. I bought it for her in Kyoto, the morning after we didn't say what we meant, but still somehow understood each other. She wore it like armor then. Simple, elegant, personal. Now it sits abandoned. Or no, left. There's a difference. Abandonment is careless. This is deliberate. I sit on the bed and let the realization take its full shape. She didn't just leave the room. She removed herself from me, precisely, strategically, like she was making an incision. There's no note. She didn't want to be chased. She didn't want to be found. She wanted me to understand that whatever this was between us has been excised. Clean, bloodless, final. And the worst part? She did it better than I ever could. I don't pace. Don't break the chair or punch the wall or indulge in some cinematic version of collapse. I just sit. The edge of the bed dips under my weight like it remembers her. But even that's fading now. Her robe isn't on the hook. The mirror's wiped clean. The small dent where her knee would rest when she curled over her tablet is already smoothing out. It's the kind of absence that makes space louder than sound ever could. I stare at the closet door like it might rewind time if I glare hard enough. Every decision I made, the omissions, the misdirections, the silences I convinced myself were noble, tightens around my chest like a cable cinching down, click by click. I told myself I was protecting her, that holding certain things back was the lesser evil. But today, it feels like cowardice dressed in strategy. I lean forward, elbows on knees, fingers threaded through my hair, and try to breathe past the weight pressing into my spine. I tell myself she needed space, that this is temporary, that she'll cool off, sort through the noise, realize I was only ever trying to make sure she didn't drown. But the lie is paper thin, and it cracks when I exhale. What I feel isn't heartbreak. Heartbreak requires some kind of ending, some confirmation of loss. This is worse. This is knowing I may have gutted the one person who saw past the walls, past the war, past the wreckage I carry like bone marrow, and that maybe she walked because I never really let her stay. I call Silas, not because I expect comfort, but because there's no one else who knows how much of this mess was inevitable the moment I stepped into her boardroom with a sealed agenda and a scar I hadn't named. He picks up on the first ring. She's gone, isn't she? I can't answer. My jaw locks. My hand clamps around the phone like it might break under the pressure I won't voice. Silas exhales hard on the other end, frustration laced with weariness. The kind that comes from watching a man unravel in slow motion and being powerless to stop it. You want to chase her, he says. His voice is level, even. No judgment. I get it. But right now, standing down might be the only thing that proves you still give a damn about her life instead of just trying to expunge your own guilt. The words slice clean. Not cruel, but close enough to sting. I don't argue. There's nothing to defend. And Silas knows me too well to expect protest anyway. He lets the silence settle for a beat before adding, quieter this time. You didn't lose her today, Thane. You lost her in every moment you didn't let her see the whole truth. What you do next, that's what'll write the ending. The line goes quiet, and I just sit there, in a suite that no longer smells like her, holding a phone that suddenly feels too heavy in my hand. I don't tell anyone I'm leaving. I don't punch the destination into the GPS. The car's already half-fueled from the last errand I didn't run. I take the keys off the table like I'm stealing something and get in before I change my mind. The route I choose isn't efficient. It's deliberate. The main road's there, mapped and paved for convenience, but I veer off and find the ones that fracture into red dust and vanishing signage. Roads that curve with no warning, then flatten without grace. Roads that don't care if you've earned their passage. I know them too well. Every kilometer strips something off me. Polish, precision, the pretense that I'm in control. The suit jacket comes off first, then the watch, then the voice in my head that's been parsing headlines and board statements, and Nyomi's silence like it's a code I can still crack. It all falls away under the weight of the sun. By the time Marrakech emerges in the distance, bleached domes, stone outlines softened by heat shimmer, I'm no longer Thane Calder, executive liaison, investor, strategist. I'm just a man driving toward the place where everything started to come undone. And maybe, if I'm honest, where it all began. I parked just outside the retreat's flagged perimeter, far enough away that no one will mistake my presence for a site visit. There are no tour groups here today, no architects sketching under white tents, no PR photographers posing beside conceptual renderings. Just wind, silence, and sun. I walked the rest of the way, boots grinding against ground that knows me better than most people do. The terrain hasn't changed much since that night. The air still hums with heat and something heavier, like morning baked into the stone. The boulder comes into view, half sunken in red soil, jagged and crude and eternal. This is where Jules died, where he bled out in my arms while I whispered lies about medics being on the way, where he pressed something into my hand, his tags, his watch, a final weight I still carry like penance. I marked the stone years ago, a single etch near the base, unnoticeable unless you're looking for it, unless you know what it means. I dropped to one knee, not out of reverence, not even grief, just gravity. My hand finds the same ridge of stone my fingers clutched all those years ago, slick with blood and sand and helpless rage. Now it's dry and warm. Dust sticks to my palm. I tried, I say, voice barely audible over the wind. I tried to build something worthy of you. The desert answers the only way it ever has, with heat, with silence, with indifference. And I sit with it, all of it. The friend I lost, the woman I'm losing, the war I never came home from even after I left. I don't cry. I never have. Not for Jewel. Not even when the medic called it. Not when I wrote the report. Not when I met his mother's eyes and handed her back a folded flag and a watch that still ticked, useless and cruel. But here, under a sky so blindingly blue, it feels like mockery. My chest fractures in a way that has little to do with tears. It's deeper than grief. Like something foundational is finally splintering under the weight of everything I built to hold myself upright. I wanted to bring her here. Not for sympathy or absolution, just so she could see why it all mattered, why I mattered. So she could understand that this place wasn't just a project or a profit margin or some haunted monument to a man I couldn't save. It was the closest thing I had to peace, and I wanted her to walk these grounds knowing that. But now I'm here alone, and the silence is suffocating. I reach inside my jacket and find the pouch. Soft leather, cinched with the core Jules braided from tent scraps when we were stuck in camp for 2 weeks and needed something to do besides lose our minds. It's still sealed, still full of dust and weight and promises I couldn't keep. I hold it against my chest, not like a prayer, more like a final draft I'm too coward to submit. I'll bring it home, I say, voice low and steady. I promise. The wind kicks up in answer, dry, relentless, a whisper across the stone and through the scaffold bones of a retreat no one stayed in yet. Behind me, the project still stands, bare bones and ambition half realized. Ahead of me, there's nothing but red dust and the horizon, wide open and waiting. And somewhere between the two, I realize what's buried here isn't just him. It's me, or it was.
Chapter 25. Nyomi. I wake before the sun most days, not because of discipline, but because of the hush, the kind that doesn't demand anything from me. The sea murmurs just beyond the hill, a rhythmic whisper against stone and shore, and the scent of salt and something sweet, wild lavender maybe, drifts in through the cracked window above the sink. This place doesn't try to impress. The plaster walls are uneven, painted the color of old pearls, and the kitchen tiles are cracked in places where time refused to be polite. There's a single armchair that leans slightly to the left, a fireplace too shallow to be useful, and a wrought iron bed frame that groans like it remembers better decades. I adore every imperfect inch of it. I don't open my laptop. I don't check news alerts or the flood of unread messages waiting in a folder marked urgent. My phone lives upside down on the kitchen counter, screen dark. I'm not bracing for the next headline to shape my day. I am the headline, and I've decided not to read it. Instead, I pad across terracotta tiles barefoot, the floor cool and grounding. I make coffee slowly, like it's an act of devotion. 1 spoon of raw sugar, no milk, because I'm not here to soften anything. I carry the chipped ceramic cup out to the front step, where the ocean lies just beyond a tangle of olive trees and sun-faded wildflowers. And I sit there wrapped in the cotton throw I found in the closet. The sky blushes awake in soft smears of peach and lilac. A few gulls circle in lazy arcs overhead, the only things in sight with a defined sense of direction. No one knows I'm here. Not even my mother. She thinks I've retreated to a Luxeon property in Madrid, and for once, I've let the lie stand. Not out of malice, but because I need a version of solitude that doesn't come with check-ins or strategic counsel. I need space that breathes when I do. Here, I'm not the headline or the cautionary tale. I'm just a woman with ink stains on her fingers, a sketch pad on the table, and the kind of thick silence that feels like a clean wound, sharp, necessary, and finally able to start healing. Some mornings, I hear the postman's bicycle clatter over the cobblestones. He never looks up. Probably thinks I'm a reclusive artist or someone's runaway wife. I let him. I let this place tell whatever story it wants about me, because for now, I'm not telling anyone anything. I'm just listening. To the wind, to the crash of the surf, to the part of me that remembers who I was before the world started making demands. And for once, that's enough. There's a converted rail station 5 minutes outside the village, half swallowed by ivy and stubborn wild roses. The sign says Atelier Libre, scrawled in fading teal paint, the kind that speaks in whispers, not advertisements. Inside, the place smells like linseed oil and pencil shavings and kiln-fired dreams. The woman behind the desk has streaks of cobalt and ochre on her fingers, and eyes that linger too long on mine, like maybe she's seen a version of me in some article or segment. But she doesn't say anything, just offers a slight nod and points me toward a battered wooden stool near the open windows. I don't give my name. I don't explain what I used to run. I just ask if I can borrow a roll of butcher paper and a tin of charcoal. That's all I want. Nothing digital, nothing that might auto-correct the chaos I draw like I'm bleeding it out. Rough outlines of the Marrakesh retreat, still half-formed in scaffolding and dust, curves that could have been arches or rib cages. I sketch the Luxeon lobby, elegant, echoing, then erase most of it with the side of my palm until it's more ghost than rendering. I draw hands, Thane's hands, specifically, the way they looked in the Kyoto gallery, brushing against marble, the way they curled at his sides when he didn't know what to say. Then I start over. The lines soften, shapes dissolve. It stops being architecture and starts being something else entirely. Movement, emotion, the in-between things I've never let myself sit with. I let the charcoal run until my fingers are smudged black and my wrists ache. I don't correct any of it. That's not the point. At last, I create without an end goal. No gallery, no pitch, no approval required. Just a woman in a borrowed stool, exhaling everything she was never allowed to feel out loud. It never announces itself. Grief doesn't stride in wearing black or knock politely at the door. It waits, then it springs. It gets me while I'm crouched by the shore, rinsing bits of sea glass in a colander. The water too cold, too sharp. It curls behind my ribs while I wait for bread to toast, watching a gecko dart across the patio wall. It tightens like a fist in my throat when I go looking for earrings I know I left in Morocco. Already rehearsing an apology I'll never get the chance to deliver. It's not just the company I'm mourning. It's the armor I wore so long, I forgot it wasn't skin. The myth of control, the naive little belief that I could outwork grief, outplan betrayal, outlove loss. I told myself that if I was always 3 steps ahead, no one could touch me. That love, if it ever came, would be soft and simple and safe. Not this. I sit on the back porch as the day spills into gold, a sketch pad on my knees, and a glass of wine slick in my palm. The sky shifts shades like it's trying on versions of itself, and I let the silence press in until I feel it. The ache behind my sternum I've been white-knuckling since Casablanca. And then I say it, low, barely audible, but real. I'm not invincible. The words hang there, heavy and liberating, like a truth I didn't know I needed to name. I miss him like phantom pain, sharp in the places I thought had healed. It's not the grand gestures that echo, it's the quiet ones. The way he used to stand behind me during investor meetings, silent but immovable, like a wall no one could breach. The way his jacket always smelled like wind and something darker, heavier, like memory. I miss the arguments too, as twisted as that sounds. The way we'd lock horns and walk away furious, only to circle back hours later with silence that felt more honest than anything spoken. What I miss most is the way he looked at me when I wasn't trying to be Nyomi Rousseau. CEO, just Nyomi. Just a woman in his orbit who wasn't performing, wasn't calculating. The way his gaze settled on me like I was something whole, not strategic, not useful, not beautiful, just me. But there's another side to the ledger, and I can't ignore it. I don't miss the way he withheld things, like secrets were just another kind of currency. I don't miss the evasions, the long pauses before answers, the tightness in his jaw whenever emotion threatened to surface. And I especially don't miss the part of myself that kept justifying it. The truth? I don't know if the version of Thane I loved ever actually existed outside my projections. Maybe I fell for a man who wanted to be better, not one who already was. And maybe that says more about me than it does about him. I sweep sand from the entryway every morning like it's a sacrament. The wind shifts it in overnight, no matter how tight the door stays latched. It settles in the corners, clings to the soles of my feet, reminds me that nature doesn't care about boundaries. I use a crooked old broom I found in the hall closet, bristles worn down like a beloved paintbrush. It feels good, the repetition, tangible, mine. I start rearranging things in the cottage, move the vase of dried lavender to the windowsill, refold the throw blankets into exact thirds, scrub the old tile backsplash until the sun catches in its cracks like mica. No one's watching. The act of order calms something restless in my chest. Later, I flip back through old sketchbooks and start reworking concepts. Not for Luxeon, just to see what still wants to live. A wellness retreat, maybe, but not one carved from marble and scarcity mindsets. Something softer, earth-toned. A space built on feminine intuition instead of masculine extraction. A place where healing isn't marketed, it's modeled. I don't know where the idea will go. I don't need to. What matters is I let it exist, just as it is. Just a flicker of belief, held quietly between heartbeats. The storm rolls in without apology. Winds snap at the shutters like they've got something personal to settle, and the sea, usually so composed, hurls itself against the breakwall in furious rhythm. I don't move from the window, just sit cross-legged on the old velvet chaise, a single candle flickering beside me, casting shadows across the sketches scattered on the floor. In my palm, the necklace. Silver, understated, heavy in my hand. I haven't worn it since I left Morocco. Haven't tossed it either. It's lived at the bottom of my bag, curled in a velvet pouch like a question I wasn't ready to answer. But tonight, I let myself hold it, really hold it. The chain warms slowly against my skin, as if it remembers me. I think about the night he gave it to me in Kyoto, how he didn't say much, but his hands trembled slightly when he clasped it at the nape of my neck. I think about how I wore it like armor during that entire trip, how it caught the light when I stood on stage, delivering that speech about balance and innovation, how I thought I knew him. But maybe that's not the question anymore. Maybe this isn't about what was true or what wasn't. Maybe it's about who I am now, alone, barefoot in a storm-lit cottage, unmade and unashamed. And maybe holding on to this necklace isn't indecision. Maybe it's grace. Maybe it's me refusing to let my softness be rewritten as weakness. I don't know if I'll forgive him. I don't know if I'll go back. But I do know this. I'm not frozen. I'm not waiting for him to knock on the door and explain himself into redemption. I'm choosing every quiet breath, every tide-washed morning, every new sketch, choosing to let my story belong to me again, and whatever door I open next. It'll be because I want to, not because I need to prove I survived.
Chapter 26. Thane. The minute I step off the elevator, I know something's wrong. Not catastrophic, yet, but often the kind of way that makes every hair on the skin of my neck lift one by one. The Luxeon offices are sleek as ever. White marble floors, minimalist lighting, an ambient soundtrack engineered to soothe and impress. But the air is tight, too quiet, too rehearsed. Conversations taper off when I pass by. Phones get cradled. Tabs are switched. A junior analyst in operations glances up, then immediately ducks her head like I might ask for a report she's not ready to give. I don't stop walking, don't speak. Just move through it all, like a ghost in my own command center. The main corridor smells faintly of lemon oil and panic. My name is still on the glass wall outside the executive suite, etched in frost, a subtle reminder of who's supposed to be sharing this empire. But inside, my empire feels like it's already been auctioned off in pieces. I cut through the side wing toward the war room, the one used for crisis strategy and classified rollouts. The glass doors cracked open. I pause. 2 assistants are inside, whispering furiously over a tablet. One of them says media escalation, the other mutters board visibility protocols. My name doesn't come up, but it doesn't need to. The shape of my absence is embedded in the tone of their voices, an undertone of urgency wrapped in caution, like they're navigating around a crater still smoking. When I push the door open, they both jump. "Sir," one says too fast. I don't correct her. I don't ask questions. I just stare for a moment, long enough for the silence to get sharp, then turn and walk away. Down the hall, Silas's workspace is empty. His assistant avoids eye contact when I pass. On the 4th floor, legal is in lockdown mode. The doors are closed. The blinds are drawn. A few finance VPs huddle near the espresso bar, pretending they're not having a whisper fight over portfolio diversification and risk management. One of them makes the mistake of locking eyes with me and immediately pivots his stance like it was all small talk. It wasn't. My jaw aches. I've been clenching it since the airport. The muscles at the base of my neck are coiled so tight it hurts to turn my head. This isn't just a misstep. It's a shift. A coordinated reframing of reality that's already moving too fast to intercept. This kind of silence. I know it too well. It's the silence soldiers carry in their lungs right before a mutiny. A room full of people who've stopped asking questions because they've already decided on the answer, and still, somewhere beneath all of it, a voice in me mutters the worst truth of all. This didn't happen to me. I let it happen. One silence at a time. Cassian's face is on every screen in the board lounge, cut from the kind of lighting only someone with a personal PR team and no moral center could manufacture. The Chiron reads Luxeon faces, executive turmoil as legal disputes stall expansion. Below it, the anchor quotes language from a leaked internal injunction. One Silas never cleared with me. Cassian doesn't look smug. He looks curated, controlled, practiced. Which is worse. Luxeon's investors deserve transparency, he says into the camera, his accent softened just enough to land with the global market. There's no room for chaos in the wellness industry. Not when trust is the product. Trust, he says it like it was his to begin with. I scroll through the legal documents now making the rounds across every major media outlet. Silas filed the injunction 2 days ago to pause construction at all retreat sites. Temporary, he claimed. Strategic, he argued. Designed to protect Luxeon from itself while the fallout from Morocco settled. But Cassian got ahead of the narrative. Again. He leaked just enough to make it look like Luxeon's left hand doesn't know what the right is severing. Every headline reinforces the same fatal illusion. The company's cracking. The board's unmoored. And I, the foreign element, am to blame. I don't say a word as I slide my phone back into my pocket. My hands are steady, my spine straight, but the inside of my chest feels like it's filling with concrete. This isn't an opportunist taking a swing. This is a man who's been studying the board from the start, mapping every weakness, watching for the exact moment to strike. And I handed him that moment when I let Nyomi walk out without telling her everything. Cassian's not just after Luxeon's reputation. He's after its throne. I find him in his corner office, sleeves rolled up, eyes red-rimmed behind his glasses. There's a whiteboard scrawled with potential damage control strategies behind him, but even from the doorway, I can tell he's not proud of any of them. "You saw it?" he asks without turning. "I did." He nods like he expected that much. "I thought if we paused construction, it would signal restraint. Buy us time, give you a window to... To what?" I interrupt. My voice isn't raised, but it slices through the air anyway. To look like we're collapsing from the inside while Cassian rewrites the narrative in real time. Silas turns, face drawn. "I was trying to keep the wolves at bay." "You fed them instead." He doesn't flinch, just leans against the desk and exhales slow. "I didn't think you'd freeze up the way you did after she left." That stops me cold. I brace one hand on the back of the leather chair nearest to me, fingers flexing once. "Is that what you think this is? Me freezing?" "No," he says. "I think it's grief. But grief doesn't pay dividends, Thane, and you haven't exactly been transparent with the team." The silence is brutal. Honest. Because he's right. I've been dodging shadows while pretending the fire wasn't already in the walls. But good intentions don't reverse damage, and even loyalty has a shelf life in this world. If I don't act soon, publicly, decisively, Cassian won't just control the boardroom. He'll control the future I want to build for her. I shut the door to my workspace and twist the lock, not because I think anyone will barge in, but because I need a moment where I'm not on display. The blinds hiss closed, dimming the skyline. The hum of Casablanca, horns, voices, the vibration of a city that never really sleeps, feels far away behind layers of glass. But inside, everything tightens. Slack notifications keep blinking on the screen like a dare. My inbox pings with flagged updates from legal, from PR, from goddamn facilities. The air feels too thin, too artificial, like I'm breathing inside a building that's collapsing in slow motion. I scroll through the latest forwarded chain, metadata, timestamps, file access history, and it hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. The leak didn't come from outside. The original injunction draft was stored in a private server, access limited to 6 internal logins. I know each one by name. Someone I trusted walked into this war room with a match in their pocket, and I can't even narrow it down without turning this place into a surveillance state. The illusion of control, that careful, calculated myth I've fed myself for years, fractures like cheap glass under heat. Not because I failed to strategize, but because I failed to consider that my real enemy might not be across the table. They might be sitting beside me. I drop into the leather chair behind the desk, but it offers no comfort. My shoulders are tight, my jaw locked. The same pressure builds behind my ribs I used to feel on patrol, right before a firefight. The difference is I don't know where this one's coming from. I can't see the sniper on the ridge. Can't chart a route out. Amara's stationed in the media strategy suite, headset tucked behind one ear, pacing between two laptops and a corkboard exploding with color-coded headlines. Her voice is calm, clipped, decisive, the way it always is when crisis goes live. She's holding Luxeon together with threaded wire and sheer willpower. She sees me and pulls the mic away from her lips. 2 minutes, she mouths. I shake my head. Now, I say. No sharpness, just gravity. She turns off the mic. I wait until the last intern files out, door swinging softly closed behind them. Then I say it. 3 words I've been carrying like contraband since the day I signed the damn acquisition papers. I've been threatened. Her spine straightens. Excuse me? Emails, notes left in private spaces. Someone cut the brakes on my car in Sao Paulo. There's been a pattern since I took control of the Luxeon global expansion. And it's not just about business. My voice holds barely. Amara doesn't interrupt, doesn't flinch, just steps slowly around the table until we're eye to eye. I tell her about Jules, about the original land deal in Marrakech, about why I pushed so hard for that location, why I can't back down, not just for strategy, but because it's the last place where he existed whole. The place I promised to honor. I didn't share it, I add, because I thought I could outmaneuver the threat. Thought if I kept it quiet, I could protect everyone better. But now, I gesture vaguely at the world outside the suite. The chaos, the betrayal, the headlines hemorrhaging across networks. Amara doesn't speak for a full 15 seconds. Her silence isn't cold. It's calculated. She exhales like a slow release valve, crossing her arms over her chest. We should have known this wasn't just PR, she says. This was personal. Always was. She studies me, voice gentler now. You're not wrong for protecting what mattered to you, Thane. But if you want to get through this, you can't keep doing it solo. There's no such thing as lone wolf strategy in a pack war. For the first time all week, I nod. Not because I agree, but because I finally understand the stakes. The war room is empty now, the scent of overused coffee pods and panic still lingering in the vents. I lock the door behind me, not because I expect anyone to intrude, but because this next part requires silence. Not the kind that smothers, the kind that reveals. I lower into the chair, wake my laptop, and key into the encrypted thread. It's all still there. Every message, every veiled threat, every veiled promise. Each one crafted with surgical precision, never loud, never obvious, just sharp enough to cut where it counts. I click into the latest attachment. An image loads. Jules, smiling in uniform. A red X slashed across his chest in bold, digital ink. The breath goes out of me like someone kicked it loose. They knew about him. Not just the name, the role, the location. The history I've never spoken aloud outside a classified report. That's not corporate sabotage. That's blood-deep leverage. And whoever's sending this isn't guessing. They're watching. I scroll back. The earlier ones warned me not to acquire Luxeon, then not to push the Marrakech site. Then to reconsider disclosures that would put certain legacy shareholders in uncomfortable positions. And each time I thought, I can handle this. I've handled worse. But this is what happens when you build walls so high you can't see what's dying inside them. I thought I was protecting Nyomi, shielding her from a war she never asked to fight. But maybe that's the very thing Cassian sniffed out. Maybe her absence, her vulnerability, was never the weakness. Maybe it was mine. I open a new draft, Subject line, to the board, read truth. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor blinks like a countdown. I could drop it all right now. The threats, the personal history, the motive behind Marrakech. The reason this isn't about optics, it's about atonement. I could gut the whole strategy in one move. I don't hit send. Not yet. Instead, I stare at the subject line until it swims. Since I set foot in Luxeon's gleaming lobby with blood still drying on my past, I let myself ask the question I've avoided at all costs. What if full disclosure doesn't destroy me? What if it saves us both?
Chapter 27. Nyomi. The storm has passed, but the sea hasn't settled. It crashes against the rocks with the kind of stubborn persistence I used to think I could outmaneuver in a boardroom. Salt hangs thick in the air, curling around my skin as if it knows what I'm trying to forget. I sit curled on the porch swing of the cottage, a blanket wrapped tightly around my shoulders. Still warm from the dryer, but already losing the fight to the morning chill. My legs are tucked beneath me, bare feet pressed to cold tile, anchoring me to something that isn't collapsing. The light here is different, soft and fractured. The sky over southern France doesn't boast the same way Morocco's does. It hums, gentle, overcast, edged in a kind of restraint I find myself craving more than clarity. The waves move without permission, without apology. There's no jury here to decide if they're doing it right. No press release to explain why they rise and fall on a schedule only the moon understands. They just keep going. Forward, relentless, unbothered. I sip lukewarm espresso from a chipped mug I found in the back of the cabinet. The handle is hairline cracked, but it holds. Like me. I don't check the news. I don't scroll my phone. I don't open the laptop sitting on the table beside me like it's waiting for its verdict. The world is spinning. Faster now that I've stepped off of it. And for once, I'm not trying to chase it. Instead, I just watch. The sea doesn't care about branding strategies or public opinion. It doesn't care that my name has probably already been pulled from the Luxeon header. That Cassian is likely hosting his own smug victory tour across every social channel. The ocean doesn't take sides. It reflects. It mirrors back whatever you bring to it. Grief, ambition, guilt, peace. And it does so with brutal honesty. The wind shifts, brushing hair across my face, catching the blanket like it's trying to carry something off. I hold the fabric tighter, breathe in deep. There's rosemary in the breeze, a trace of salt, damp linen, and the fading scent of last night's storm. Ozone and earth and something clean. And just as I begin to exhale, as the muscles in my back start to soften, I hear it. 3 sharp knocks, not forceful, not hesitant either, just inevitable. I don't move right away. I don't brace. I sit there, heart ticking slow and steady in my chest, the mug cooling further in my hands. Whoever it is, they had to follow the winding roads to get here. Past the stone archway, the unmarked arrive, the little iron gate with ivy creeping through it. This wasn't an accident. And still, I let a beat pass before I rise. Because right now, I belong to the sea. And whoever's at the door is going to have to wait their turn. The door creaks when I open it. More protest than welcome. Knox stands just beyond the threshold, damp from the mist, dressed in his usual polished nonchalance. A white linen button-down, navy slacks, boat shoes meant for a dock, somewhere more cheerful than this. But it's his eyes that give him away. That soft guilt tucked just behind his lashes, like he's apologizing before he speaks. He doesn't bother with pleasantries. The vote passed. Just 3 words, no warm-up, no preamble. He holds out a flash drive like it's radioactive, like the weight of the news needs a physical vessel. You're out. His voice is low, even, too gentle for what it carries. I can tell he's rehearsed this, maybe in the rental car, maybe the whole way here from Casablanca. The softness is meant to take the edge off, but it doesn't. It just makes the words sound like they're coming from someone who still wants to be invited in, even as they're handing you your exile. I say nothing. He shifts his weight, exhales through his nose. Cassian fast-tracked the branding changes. The website's already been scrubbed. Press release hits tomorrow. A small muscle twitches in his jaw. It costs him something to say this, but not as much as it costs me to hear it. Knox was never the enemy, still isn't. But he's the one standing here with the execution papers, and in this moment, that makes him the face of every betrayal I didn't see coming. I nod once, not a flinch, not a break, just acknowledgement. Confirmation that I've received the message. Then I turn and walk back inside. Not because I'm dismissing him, because I need to decide what happens next. I stack the espresso cup and plate in the sink, rinse, dry. Set them back where they belong. My movements are clean, controlled. The cottage hums around me, soft and unbothered, like it hasn't just become the headquarters of my own undoing. The candle on the table has burned low, fig sage and grounding. I light a fresh one anyway. Ritual, reset. There's something sacred in the repetition, not because I need the illusion of order, but because I'm about to create something new. And that deserves intention. The laptop wakes with a faint glow, and I don't hesitate. No inbox, no news feeds, no links Knox left behind. Just a blank document. I stare at the cursor for a long breath. Then I type the word, Luxera. Not Luxeon's bastard twin. Not a rebound, a resurrection, a reimagining. My fingers hover for a second, letting the name settle in my bones. Then they move like they've been waiting for this exact moment. Like every line of strategy, every sleepless night, every betrayal, every boardroom slight was just primer for this. Luxera isn't a company. It's a concept. A collective built on intuition and innovation, not legacy and leverage. A movement cloaked in rest, recovery, and radical softness. A place where no one has to bleed for excellence, where power looks like restoration, not domination. I sketch in the margins, not buildings, not branding. Possibility, curved lines, open spaces, rooms filled with art and ocean light, and enough quiet to hear yourself think again. I'm not screaming, I'm building. And if they want to erase my name, fine, I'll just write a new one, louder, bolder, and too damn necessary to ignore. The name wasn't an invention of desperation. It's been waiting. I find the old leather-bound journal wedged in the bottom of my bag, the one I carried my first year out of grad school. Spine cracked, corners worn, pages filled with naive hope and gold ink. On the front cover, embossed with a shaky hand and too much ambition, is a single word, Luxera. I trace the letters with the pad of my thumb. Back then, it wasn't a brand. It was a belief that spaces could hold you gently, that form could follow feeling, that buildings could speak louder than pitch decks and prestige, if you let them. Before Luxeon, before the board, before Cassian and the claws of capital. That was the version of me that dreamed without apology. And maybe she's the one I owe this to. Luxera doesn't beg for approval, doesn't weaponize perfection. It reclaims softness as a form of resistance. A global retreat brand not based on generational wealth or legacy leverage, but on radical generosity, built by women, for women. Soft spaces with hard edges, where no one has to shrink to survive. Places that breathe, that hold, that don't apologize for not being palatable. I don't need optics. I need outcomes, restorative ones. And I don't need a press team to spin it. I need a place to begin. By sundown, the air is thick with salt and citrus. The candle by my elbow gutters against the wind, but the flame holds steady. So do I. The sketch pad in front of me is half filled, line work loose and defiant, spiraling into something that doesn't care about symmetry or legacy. Not anymore. I've outlined a modular ownership framework, a co-owned, women-led global retreat network built on 3 pillars: art, design, and radical restoration. No legacy donors. No funding rounds filled with men who think a sabbatical is a spa day and branding is a font. Just impact, just breath, just freedom rendered in space and form. I flip to a fresh page and begin sketching the France site, the one Cassian dismissed with a smirk. Too provincial, too feminine. That was the word he used, like it was an insult. I draw it anyway, wide arches that frame the sea. Private studios tucked into the hillside, a garden designed not for beauty, but for survival. Native herbs, medicinal florals, stone benches worn smooth by weather and rest. It won't look like Luxeon. That's the point. I close the laptop when the light finally fades and the wine is gone. The sketch pad stays open, pages fluttering like wings against the wind. Then I say it out loud. No fanfare, no announcement, just truth, spoken into the dark. This is what I was always meant to build, and the sea answers with silence. The kind that isn't empty, the kind that makes room for a woman becoming something new. The tide's almost at its peak when I step off the porch and onto the narrow path carved into the sand. No lantern, no phone. Just the moon behind scattered clouds and the steady hush of the waves drawing me forward. I don't come to grieve. I've done enough of that. And rage? That's a luxury I'm done letting other people provoke. I come to remember what it feels like to exist on my own terms. The wind is sharp tonight, cutting through the hem of my cotton dress, threading salt into my curls. But I don't turn back. I want the cold, the real, the grounding truth of it. The surf crashes just feet away, loud and merciless, but I don't flinch. I let the sound wash over me like absolution. Somewhere a headline is spinning my silence into weakness. Somewhere Cassian is pouring himself a drink, reveling in the fact that the board followed his lead like the cowards they are. Let them. Let them feast on the noise. Because I've found something they can't touch. Not reputation, not position, but sovereignty. That untamed center that doesn't beg to be seen to believe in its own power. I step closer to the waterline, toes curling against wet stone and broken shells. The ocean lapping up to greet me like it remembers. Like it knew I'd come back when I was ready. And maybe I am. Not to reclaim, not to retaliate, but to begin. I kneel, fingers trailing through the cold surf, watching droplets cling to my skin like pearls. There's a tremble in my hand, but not from fear. It's energy, creation, motion, something ancient and determined waking up inside me. I whisper one word into the salt-stung wind. Begin, and the sea doesn't argue. It simply carries the word out into the dark, like a promise.
Chapter 28. Thane. The conference room reeks of disinfectant and tension. The air conditioner hums louder than usual, drowning out the click of my shoes against the stone floor. Sunlight knifes through the windows, casting long, accusatory shadows across the table. Too precise, too sterile. Whoever ordered the blinds open wanted this meeting exposed. Every movement under scrutiny. No corners to retreat into. No shadows to duck behind. Amar is already seated, elbows on the table, fingers steepled under her chin. Her eyes track me as I enter, but her expression doesn't shift. Not disapproval, not encouragement, just calculation. She wears black like armor, sleeves rolled to the elbows, no jewelry, no softness. Next to her, a legal pad sits open, notes written in a tight, surgical hand. Not strategy, contingencies. Knox doesn't bother sitting. He leans against the wall like a man seconds from impact, arms crossed, jaw clenched. His blazer is rumpled. His sleeves are rolled too. There's a tension in his stance I recognize from battlefield briefings, when the intel was thin, the targets unclear, and the exit strategy non-existent. He nods once when I make eye contact. It's not a greeting. It's a warning. I step into the room like I'm walking onto a live minefield. Slow, controlled, every step measured. The chair at the foot of the table scrapes softly against the tile as I pull it back and lower myself into it. Posture straight. Gaze level. I rest my hands flat against the edge of the table, resisting the urge to clench them into fists. I've sat in rooms like this before, rooms where silence is a weapon and light is leveraged like interrogation. This one feels no different. Luxeon built it to impress. Marble floors, chrome fixtures, acoustic panels disguised as minimalist art. But all the polish in the world can't disguise the rot when it starts to bleed through the seams. Imara doesn't speak. Knox doesn't move. Somewhere down the hallway I hear the distant chime of an elevator arriving and the muffled sound of heels clicking past the glass. And still, nothing. Just the three of us. The too bright glare of late afternoon. And the knowledge that everything we've built might be sitting on a foundation of lies. I adjust my cuffs, then still my hands. There's no agenda on the table, no presentation queued up on the screen, which means what we're waiting for isn't a report, it's a reckoning. Kavi enters like he's sneaking into his own funeral. No laptop, no folder, just a flash drive tucked between his fingers and the kind of weary posture I've seen on men asked to fire friends they haven't made yet. He's young, mid-30s maybe, with the kind of bone-deep stillness I've learned to respect. Most tech contractors are all bravado or babble. Kavi's neither. He walks in like he's already lived the fallout. He nods once at Imara, once at Knox, then looks at me like he's gauging the depth before jumping into the deep end. I didn't know who to bring this to, he says quietly, stepping toward the screen at the head of the table. But I've been tracking anomalies since March. At first, I thought it was a sync error. Then it kept happening. He doesn't ask for permission, just plugs in the flash drive with practiced care like he's disarming a bomb. The screen flickers, then lights up with an interface built from scratch. Clean, dark-coded, proprietary. I flagged access times that didn't match login credentials. Sessions showing up on the admin ledger with no corresponding badge swipes. Files being copied, but not moved. Not read. Just lifted. Cloned. Precise as hell. He pauses to tap open a subfolder labeled Mimic Strings. A half-dozen timestamps light up across the display, each tagged with a user profile. Cassian's profile. Then came the device logs, Kavi continues. Geolocation pings from his primary tablet, while he was supposedly logged in for board meetings in London. Same time, 2 locations, physically impossible. A beat of silence swells across the table. No one moves. He clicks again, opening a log of internal messaging metadata, then turns back toward me. I didn't want to believe it, he says. I thought maybe someone cloned his credentials. Maybe it was a frame job, but the digital trail doesn't lie. So I started saving everything, silently, daily, just in case. His voice doesn't shake, but I can tell it costs him something to stand here, to say it aloud. Cassian's not just dirty. He's been inside our system, our structure, our trust. The first file Kavi opens is a thread, plaintext, date-stamped, signed with Cassian's full signature header, a back and forth with a journalist from Le Monde. My breath halts as the content loads. He offered embargoed financial projections in exchange for strategic optics. Spun language, euphemisms soaked in poison. He wasn't defending Luxeon. He was grooming its corpse for a post-mortem he could profit from. Imara stiffens beside me. Knox swears under his breath. The next file is worse. It's a PDF. Metadata tagged from inside the Paris office. A leaked cease and desist with my name on it. The same one that ran on French tech blogs 2 weeks ago. The IP address attached to the outbound send traces directly to a Luxeon administrative account Cassian personally set up. There's no room for interpretation. The scroll continues. Every click opens a new betrayal. Fake invoices routed through shell consulting firms. Private transfers made from media black budget accounts we didn't even know existed. Even access logs pinging my restricted military dossier, my classified service record. Top-level clearance. There are only 3 people in Luxeon with access to that file. Cassian's one of them. The others were never in France. I feel the rage first in my teeth, a clench that threatens to fracture something deep in my jaw. Then it moves, heat rising up my spine, spreading across my chest. I stare at the screen like it might blink and reveal something else. But it doesn't. This wasn't a leak. It was an incision, precise, strategic, personal. He didn't just want the company. He wanted the one man he knew could keep him from taking it. Gutted, discredited, erased. Me. Knox surges out of his chair so fast it screeches backward across the floor. His jaw flexes once, twice, like he's chewing through the urge to punch the wall. Or Cassian, or both. Jerk, he mutters, pacing a tight circle behind Amara's chair. We could have stopped this months ago, before the branding vote, before they steamrolled Nyomi. His voice drops to a sharp hiss. How many votes did he buy? How many careers did he burn through just to stage his goddamn coup? His gaze snaps to mine, daring me, expecting me to shout, to flip the table, to become the kind of monster the press already suspects I am. I don't. Not yet. But the pressure behind my sternum feels combustible. Like if I inhale too sharply, it might ignite. My hand curls into a fist against the table's edge, not to strike, just to stay grounded. Amara, ever the eye of the storm, doesn't flinch. Her hands remain flat on the wood, but I can see the crescent marks her nails are etching into the grain. Her voice is level, but it cuts through the air like a scalpel. We release this, she says, eyes still on the screen. And we don't just win back public trust, we obliterate him. She finally looks at me. This is the kind of thing that ends boardroom dynasties. I don't smile. That would be too easy, too premature, but I do lift my chin. The battlefield in my mind rearranges itself into something resembling advantage, something almost like hope, or at the very least, clarity. I lean forward, elbows anchored, eyes trained on the data as it scrolls. This isn't guesswork. It's digital bloodwork, clean, traceable, damning. Every IP, every timestamp, every user session linked to a unique hardware signature Cassian couldn't deny without implicating himself even further. Kavi's work is meticulous, chain of custody logged with internal system redundancies. Even the file names carry patterns, subtle digital fingerprints no one else would have spotted without knowing where to look. And Kavi didn't stop at code. He included CCTV footage, time-stamped, silent. Cassian late at night, slipping into secure wings of the Paris office, no badge in hand. Just a burner phone pressed to his ear and a thumb drive slipping into a terminal that was never meant to be accessed outside of compliance audits. Another video shows him sliding a file folder into a courier bag. Another still of him accepting an envelope from an unmarked driver in a black sedan. It's all here. The anatomy of betrayal rendered in pixels and silence. I glance at the flash drive still plugged into the port like a detonator. Then back to Kavi, who's watching me with calm, open eyes. You've got backups? I ask. He nods. 4 servers. 2 mirrored on the blockchain, 1 in Iceland, 1 in Mumbai. That earns him a look from Imara, half impressed, half terrified. He may be soft-spoken, but he's just handed me a nuclear warhead. And my finger is hovering above the launch key. When Kavi leaves, the room doesn't move. No high fives, no relieved exhale. Just the low rumble of the AC vent and the weight of what we've just seen stretching between the 3 of us like a tripwire. The door clicks shut behind him, and it's like the light changes. Or maybe it's just the atmosphere recalibrating, hope shifting into strategy, adrenaline slowing into clarity. I stand. Not abruptly, just enough to anchor myself against the edge of the table with both palms braced, shoulder blades taut beneath my jacket. I don't look at the screen again. I don't need to. The damage has already been logged. The proof already replicated. Instead, I turn to Amara. How fast can we weaponize this? She doesn't flinch, doesn't blink, just reaches for her tablet like she'd been waiting for me to ask. Already in motion. Strategic release schedule. Anonymous drop to 2 press outlets with reputations for vetting before printing. Enough smoke to draw attention without lighting our own house on fire. She's been planning the counterstrike without being told. That's why she's still in this room. That's why I trust her with this, and with everything that comes next. Across the room, Knox exhales slowly and drags a hand down his face. He looks wired, ragged, but underneath the fatigue I see it. A grim sort of anticipation, a readiness that mirrors my own. I should feel something like vindication. I don't. I feel alert, balanced, like the first calm second before a sniper takes a shot. Because this isn't the peak, this is just the pivot. And now, for the first time, we're not reacting to Cassian's plays. We're making our own. My eyes flick toward the window, past the blinds, past the skyline. I wonder if Nyomi's seen any of it yet. If the press alerts have started to ping. If she'll read the reports and realize I didn't abandon her. I just didn't want her caught in this crossfire. My chest tightens up, but I don't let the thought root too deep. This isn't about regret or redemption. This is about execution. The war just shifted, and this time we're not on defense. We're the ones coming over the hill.
Chapter 29. Nyomi. The rain has no intention of stopping. It lashes against the greenhouse roof in a rhythm that's more percussion than ambiance. Sharp, urgent, relentless. I don't bother with the umbrella past the gate. My blouse clings to the dip of my lower back, damp at the collar, and my braids, pinned into a low twist, are already frizzing at the edges. I don't care. Not today. The scent inside hits me first, and it's damn near enough to drop me to my knees. Loamy earth. Rosemary pressed against glass, the faint sting of ozone clinging to the air like grief that hasn't found a name yet. Something's decaying here, but something else is just beginning to bloom. I breathe it in. Let it curl down into my lungs like ritual. The succulents by the west table are too wet. Someone's been overcompensating. But the lavender, thriving, proud, unapologetically alive, I let my fingers drift across the edges of a nearby planter, grounding myself. A tactile reminder that I once made something beautiful here, that even if the board stripped my name off the masthead, they couldn't erase this. I take 3 steps forward and then stop. He's here, not a hallucination, not some phantom conjured by regret or hope or heat. Him, broad-shouldered and rain-damp, standing alone at the far edge of the atrium. The overhead lighting casts half his face in shadow. His jacket's off, sleeves rolled. Arms crossed like restraint is the only thing keeping him from breaking apart. And his eyes, those storm-seductive eyes, are fixed on me like I'm the last thing tethering him to this world. My breath catches before I can stop it. He doesn't move. Not yet. Just watches. And that alone, that stillness, it unravels something I didn't realize I was holding together. We stand there, suspended, 2 ghosts in a room that never let either of us forget. The space between us isn't wide, but it holds everything. The trust we lost, the truths we buried, the nights we both lay awake, wondering if we were still tethered by anything real. The rain keeps tapping against the glass above like it's waiting for one of us to speak first. He doesn't. Neither do I. Because some silences are sacred. Some silences say more than we ever could. My fingers hover at my side, itching to cross the distance, to touch his face, to slap it, to memorize it again with new hands. My mouth is full of everything I practiced. Sharp, barbed things meant to protect me from exactly this moment, but none of them survive the look in his eyes. They're not cold, not shuttered, not hardened like they've been so many times before. They're red at the corners, storm gray and naked with exhaustion. Grief lives there, and love, and something softer, something terrified. They look like the eyes of a man who stopped pretending he has the answers. My breath shudders, barely tethered to my lungs. I take a step forward. He matches it, like his body already knows the path mine is carving. One more step, and then we're close enough to feel the weight of each other's presence, the warmth, the heartbreak, the magnetic ache that's never stopped pulling. I drink him in, the faint stubble he hasn't shaved, the wrinkle forming above his brow from clenching too hard, the scar at his temple, one I know by heart, but suddenly want to kiss like it's a prayer. I whisper, "You shouldn't be here." My voice splinters on the last word, like it's carrying more than just fact. It's carrying the cost. His throat bobs with a swallow. His hands stay clenched at his sides, but he nods slow, deliberate. "But here we are," he says, no defense, no challenge, just truth. It knocks the breath clean out of me. The rain turns heavy, hissing against the glass like it's trying to drown the past. Inside the greenhouse, the temperature rises, humid and slow, like breath caught in a chest that forgot how to exhale. The scent of crushed rosemary sharpens in the heat, mingling with petrichor and something sweeter, something alive. We move carefully, not toward each other, not away, as if we're orbiting the same wound, afraid to touch it, but unable to stay distant. Our fingers graze near the edge of the workbench, where the succulents sit. My skin sparks at the contact, an electric flicker that races down my spine before I can think. Neither of us flinches. That one brush, the back of his knuckle to mine, undoes me more than shouting ever could. He stoops without a word and picks up a fallen sprig of sage, already half wilted from the damp. He doesn't offer it like a gift, more like an apology without a sentence. When he places it in my palm, his fingers linger, barely there, just enough to ask. I don't pull away. I let it happen. Let that gravity pull me down, atom by atom, into the space between rage and relief. My thumb brushes the side of his hand, and I feel him breathe, a stuttered, broken thing like he's still not sure he deserves air. He touches my jaw next, not to tip it up, not to dominate, just to confirm I'm real. His palm is calloused and warm, the pad of his thumb sweeping just beneath my cheekbone, like he's trying to memorize the shape of something he thought he'd lost. He doesn't lean in right away, not like the men who only know how to devour. He pauses, letting the inches ache, letting the reverence fill the hollow where distance used to live. I tilt into the touch, my lashes fluttering shut for one long heartbeat. And when I open them again, he's still there, still here. "I haven't a clue how to fix it," he murmurs, his voice low, cracked at the edges. "You're not supposed to," I whisper back. The kiss comes not with fire, but with surrender. A slow press of lips, a quieting, a soft ache wrapped in apology and disbelief. His forehead rests against mine, and for a long moment, we don't do anything else. We just breathe the same air, like it's a miracle we're still allowed to, like we might earn the right to begin again. The old garden lounge still stands behind the propagation tanks, half shielded by climbing ivy and glass fogged from the storm's breath. It smells like moss and memory, like something that was meant to outlast us. There's a bench with worn cushions and an old greenhouse mat beneath it, once used for late repottings, now reclaimed by time and tenderness. I step onto the mat and exhale, fingers finding the hem of my damp shirt. The cotton clings from the rain, and I peel it over my head in one slow motion. No flourish, no tease. Just a quiet declaration. I have nothing left to hide. He watches. Not with hunger, but with reverence. Like he's watching a moment he prayed for, but never believed would come. His shirt is next. Dark linen, soaked at the shoulders. He unbuttons it slowly, each movement deliberate. No bravado, just precision. Like he's not just undressing, he's laying down something heavier than fabric. Armor, guilt, the weight of everything he didn't say in time. I reach for the button on my skirt. It slips free like a held breath, falling down inch by inch till it pools on the floor. The rhythm is steady, almost ritualistic. I feel his eyes track every inch, not with possession, but with something gentler, sadder, like he's remembering how my skin tasted before the world turned cruel. He moves toward me, powerful and silent. His body is lean and marked, old scars from battles no one else lived to name. His forearms still bear the burn scars God knows what, and I feel my throat tighten at the memory of running my lips across each one. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. My breath slows, but my arms and legs tighten around him. I press a reverent kiss to his neck, and he buries his head against my chest, trailing kisses up and down my damp skin. He holds me like I'm still part of him, like letting go might undo the moment. The rain slows, softening from a roar to a hush, like the storm finally got tired of shouting. We lie tangled on the old garden bench, limbs half covered by a blanket we pulled down from the supply cabinet, my head resting in the crook of his shoulder. His skin is warm and damp against mine, the slow rise and fall of his chest, a rhythm I can measure time by. One of his hands rests over the curve of my waist, steady and sure, like he's not ready to let go yet. Like maybe this silence matters more than anything we could say. We don't speak. Not because there's nothing to say, but because there's too much. Too many sharp-edged truths, too many questions with answers we're not ready to name. Right now, words would only shrink what this was, what it still is, lingering between us like smoke that hasn't quite dissipated. Instead, I trace slow circles over the inside of his wrist, where his pulse beats calm and certain beneath my fingertip. It's not a question. It's not a plea. It's just connection. Outside the glass canopy, the storm has passed. The sky is silver-washed and raw, a pale reflection of everything we just laid bare between us. The air in the greenhouse is still humid, still sweet with lavender and soil and something unspoken. But inside me, there's space again. Not peace, not yet, but something close, something honest. Maybe we're not ready to rebuild. Maybe the bridge between us is still broken, the foundation too scorched to stand on. But we're here, breathing the same air, sharing the same warmth, no performance, no armor, hopefully a new start. When he shifts slightly to press a kiss to my lips, I don't flinch. I just close my eyes and let it settle, like a seal over the moment, not a promise, not a beginning, just this. This feels like enough.
Chapter 30. Thane. The hallway to her private office still smells faintly of paint and resolve. Neutral walls, curated prints, soundproofed everything. Nyomi never leaves anything to chance, not even acoustics. I push open the door without knocking, the cardboard tray in hand already damp with condensation. She's where I expected her to be. Seated, upright, laser-focused on the screen in front of her. Jaw set, a gold cuff glinting against her wrist like a shield she doesn't need but wears anyway. I set the coffee down between us on the edge of the desk. One black, one coconut milk, no sugar. She doesn't glance up at first, but her fingers pause on the trackpad. Then, slowly, she reaches for the black cup. Her nails are clean but clipped short, her grip firm and unceremonious. She doesn't thank me, not aloud, but the way her hands cradle the heat makes something in my chest ease just a notch. The The silence stretches, but it's not the kind that suffocates. It's the kind that listens, that remembers. She takes a sip. Her expression doesn't shift, but I catch the subtle tension in her shoulders ebb by a degree. She swallows and finally looks at me. Eyes that haven't softened, but also haven't shuddered. They're assessing, as if she's still deciding whether I'm today's problem or yesterday's mistake. And I can't blame her. Neither of us have mentioned last night since she left early this morning. I stay standing, fingers brushing the edge of the desk, eyes on the sleek digital dashboard glowing behind her. The numbers don't matter right now. The forecast doesn't matter, because we both know what we're avoiding. The greenhouse, her breath on my neck, my name on her tongue, whispered like something sacred. The way we folded into each other like confession and release. None of it is simple, and neither are we. "Did you sleep?" I ask, finally breaking the silence. She lifts an eyebrow without answering and leans back slightly in her chair, one leg crossing over the other with surgical precision. "Did you?" I almost smirk. Didn't come here to trade sarcasm. "No," she replies, voice flat. "You came here with coffee, which is dangerously close to optimism." I shift my stance, settling into the moment, refusing to let her deflect without earning it. Consider it a truce offering. Temporary, caffeine-based, no strings. Her lips twitch, but she doesn't smile. Instead, she glances down at her cup, then back up at me, finally meeting my gaze without armor. There's a flicker of something in her expression I haven't seen in days. Not anger, not regret, just weight. The unbearable gravity of memory. For a second, the hum of the office around us recedes, the distant echo of footsteps in the hall, the low vibration of a security ping, the blinking cursor on her screen. It all falls away beneath the thunder of what we're not saying. I can still feel her on my skin. Still smell rosemary and rain. But now we're in the cold light of day, with headlines poised to land and reputations hanging from a fraying thread. She sets the coffee down carefully, rotating the cup between her palms like she's grounding herself in the motion. "If you're here to dissect what happened, don't," she says, eyes forward again. "It'll only make it smaller than it was." "I'm not here to dissect," I say. "I'm here to fight, if you'll let me." Her gaze flicks toward mine again, and this time, it holds. Steady, unflinching. Outside the office windows, the clouds roll in, low and fast and gray. A new storm's coming. But this time we're facing it with open eyes, and the aftertaste of something real still lingering between us. The notification pings like a needle dropped on glass, sharp, immediate, unignorable. I tap the screen. The video begins with a slow cinematic pan across a wall of architectural renderings. Not his work. I'd bet my last commission they were lifted from an intern's desktop or purchased from a mood board site with enough licensing to keep lawsuits at bay. But the average viewer won't know the difference. All they'll see is Cassian Bell looking like the second coming of design brilliance. His face fills the frame. Flawless lighting, custom-tailored suit. Just the right touch of underdog bravado in his smile. The kind of aesthetic that reeks of PR consultants and selective storytelling. "Luxeon was born from a singular vision," he begins, voice low and almost reverent. "Mine." Across the desk, Nyomi doesn't move. Her back stays straight, arms folded loosely, but her narrowed eyes track every word like crosshairs. The nonsense rolls out like a practiced sermon. He paints her as a temporary collaborator, an early contributor to a now global enterprise. Then he pivots to me, calls my position a misstep in leadership alignment, and a correction the company was too late to implement. His tone never rises, his face never tightens, because he's not speaking to us. He's speaking to shareholders, to future investors, to anyone desperate for certainty over complexity. He rewrites our legacy with the confidence of someone who's never been challenged, not by truth, not by merit, not by consequence. When the video cuts to black, the silence in Nyomi's office is clinical, No gasp, no curse, no desk slammed in fury. Just the soft buzz of the central air and the hiss of steam from her untouched coffee. I exhale slowly, feel the tension roll down my spine in molten drips. It's a kill shot, I murmur. Scripted, framed like a resignation when it's really a rebranding. Naomi's eyes are still fixed on the screen. She blinks once, slowly, and sets the mug down with careful control. He's not trying to leave quietly, she says. He's trying to be canonized. It takes less than 5 minutes. By the time I refresh my feed, Luxeon is trending in 7 countries. Cassian's video has over 2 million views and climbing, the thumbnail alone cementing the illusion of legitimacy. Comment sections boil with hashtags and think pieces. Armchair analysts dissect every sentence. His name becomes gospel, and ours, hers, dissolves beneath the noise. I glance down at the investor thread on my phone. The messages roll in faster than I can read them. What's happening? Is this true? We need a statement. Pull the numbers, now. A few messages from board members hover like landmines. He built it. We backed him. This is bad optics. Can we distance ourselves? I look back up. Nyomi is still watching the video, not because she needs to, but because she refuses to look away. Her jaw is tight, a single tendon flexing just beneath her ear. Her hand is wrapped around her mug again, knuckles pale with pressure. He's hijacking the narrative, I say quietly, the words tasting like copper. Her gaze doesn't shift. And people are buying it. They always do, especially when it's wrapped in a man's voice and a spotlight. There's no heat in her voice, no tremor. Just the cold, flat cadence of someone who's lived this cycle too many times to be surprised by it. But that doesn't mean she's not furious. The kind of fury that simmers. That waits. That builds not toward an explosion, but toward strategy. I lean against the corner of her desk, watching the storm spread across our screens like wildfire. There's no containing it now. But maybe we don't need to contain it. Maybe it's time to fan the flames. She scrolls like she's digging through rubble. One by one, pages update in real time. The homepage, the About section, the press archive. Every corner of Luxeon's digital body scrubbed of her fingerprints. I watch as her face, once framed in monochrome elegance on the Our Founders page, vanishes, replaced by Cassian's smug, immaculate portrait. Even the metadata changes. Even the tone. It's not just erasure. It's crucifixion. Rewritten history laid over the truth like a fresh coat of white paint, still reeking of denial. I've seen artillery-level buildings. I've watched men set fire to their own outposts to keep them from falling into enemy hands. But this is quieter, more surgical. Watching someone dismantle her legacy 1 pixel at a time while she remains motionless. It feels like violence dressed in HTML. Her hand stays steady on the mouse. No twitch. No tremor, but her lips are drawn tight, and a vein pulses just beneath her jaw like a clock ticking down to something I can't predict. You don't have to stay for this, she says, voice low, unmoved. It's not your war. I don't answer, not right away. I step closer, lay one hand flat against the polished edge of her desk, grounding myself in the silence between us. It is now. She finally looks up, just once, a glance sharp enough to draw blood. But it doesn't cut me, it marks me, and we both know it. We stand shoulder to shoulder in the wreckage, not touching, not speaking, just breathing in it. The slow collapse of a narrative we once thought unshakable. The ghost of what Luxeon was, or could have been, before it became collateral. Outside, the sky hangs heavy. Rain slicks the windows like someone trying to wash away what's already soaked in too deep. My hand hovers near hers for a heartbeat longer than I mean it to, but I don't reach. Not yet. This isn't about comfort. And she wouldn't take it that way. This is about something else. Something neither of us can name without unraveling the fragile thread between grief and grit. I could walk. I've done it before. Slipped into the shadows of other people's disasters, fixed what I could, burned what I couldn't, and moved on like it didn't scrape my ribs raw. But I don't want to do that now. Not with her still standing in the center of the fire, still upright, still daring the flames to take her down. You have plans, I say, voice quiet. Look, Sarah, I saw the sketches. Her eyes narrow, wary. Did you go through my things? No, I say. I listened. She blinks. Instantly the oxygen shifts, not because I said the right thing, but because, for once, I didn't deflect. Didn't dodge, I chose truth. And she's not sure if that makes me more dangerous or more worthy. Her gaze lingers. Hard. Measured. And then she looks away, but not before I catch the subtle flicker of thought in her expression. Not hope. Not yet. But something with teeth. The headlines refresh again with mechanical cruelty. Cassian Thorne. The mastermind behind Luxeon's rise. His name stretches over the screen like a declaration of war, bolded, capitalized, unearned. The photo they chose, of course, it's that one. He's mid-handshake with a UN delegate, teeth bared in a perfect politician's grin. Polished, persuasive, not a single wrinkle in his suit. A shot designed to crown him king of the clean deal. But I was there. I know Nyomi was the one who brokered that partnership. After months of back-channel negotiations, sleepless strategy calls, and a last-minute midnight flight that left her with a 3-day migraine and a stitched-up heel from sprinting in heels through the Nairobi terminal. Cassian? He was the one who arrived for the photo op. I turned to her. She hasn't moved, hasn't blinked, but I feel the shift in her body like a current snapping taut. She's vibrating with restraint, every breath a choice not to shatter something. And I realize that this version of her, the one who built an empire in silence while men rewrote the credit, is more dangerous than she's ever allowed herself to be. My voice comes out low, final, a fuse struck on stone. Then let's burn it down together. She doesn't answer right away, just lifts her eyes to meet mine, steady and unflinching. Something flickers at the corner of her mouth, not a smile, nothing that soft. It's sharper than that, a promise, a prelude, a warning. Then we don't start with strategy, she says. We start with truth. I nod once, not because I agree, but because I understand. Because I'm already there with her. Outside, the rain has finally stopped, but inside these walls, something more volatile is gathering. And this time, it's not Cassian's fire that's going to consume the room. It's ours.
Chapter 31. Nyomi. The glass doors slide open with the same mechanical sigh I remember, but everything else feels unfamiliar. The overhead lights are set too bright, a sterile white that bleaches the warmth out of the space. The once vibrant moss wall near the entry has been replaced by a backlit Luxeon logo, polished, impersonal, and wrong. My heels echo as I step inside, crisp against the polished concrete, the sound too sharp in a room that used to absorb silence like velvet. Someone scrubbed this place violently. The faint scent of lemon sanitizer hangs in the air like a warning, but beneath it, subtle and stubborn, is the orange blossom oil I always kept in the diffuser tucked behind my bookshelf. They must have forgotten it was there. Or maybe the scent clung to the walls like memory, like something unwilling to be exorcised. I pause at the table, staring at the space where my nameplate used to sit. It's gone. In its place, a minimalist tray holding 2 branded pens and a blank notepad, props for a role they tried to recast. My curated wall of Black female futurists, portraits I chose with intention, has been replaced with a muted abstract canvas in off-white and gray. It's the kind of thing interior designers select when they don't want the art to say anything. I set my bag down slowly, deliberately. The leather makes a quiet thud against the surface, and that sound, soft, solid mine, anchors me in a way nothing else here does. I remove my coat, fold it over the chair, and walk the perimeter of the room once, reacquainting myself with the space. My fingers graze the windowsill. Someone wiped away the fingerprints, but not all of them. A shadow crosses the frosted glass pane, and I don't need to turn to know it's Knox. He opens the door a second later, not waiting for permission. He never does. His suit is charcoal, tailored within an inch of its life, and he carries a slim leather briefcase like it contains state secrets. The faint smell of bergamot and resolve trails behind him as he steps inside. "Security waved me through," he says without inflection, but his eyes sweep the room, cataloging every insult and change with clinical accuracy. "They've been expecting someone." "Good," I reply. My voice doesn't rise. I don't give the room anything more than it deserves. "Let them." Knox places the briefcase on top of the desk and snaps it open with the precision of a man preparing for war. Inside, neatly stacked folders, color-coded tabs, and 2 burner phones rest atop a thin silver laptop. He doesn't sit. Kavi enters seconds later, dressed in layered neutrals, with a laptop already open in her hands and 2 earbuds hanging around her neck like jewelry. She doesn't say anything at first, just scans the room as she crosses it, then glances up at me with a raised brow. "They really thought moss art was too radical." "They thought I was," I answer, but there's no venom in it. Only fact. She smirks. Then they're about to find out what radical really looks like. Her fingers move quickly across the keyboard as she finds a seat on the far edge of the room, pulling up real-time analytics without missing a breath. Knox begins sorting the dossiers, laying them out like playing cards. Every sheet a move in the game we're about to reset. The war room is live, and I am done waiting. The cursor blinks against a black background, like it knows the weight of the decision that rests on it. I sit at the helm of my desk, the monitor angled precisely, the speakers muted. Kavi stands behind me, fingers poised above the keyboard, waiting. The video is cued. 10 minutes and 37 seconds of truth. Clinical, cinematic, and sharpened to a blade's edge. It begins with a flash of timestamps and metadata, layered against a montage of Cassian's internal memos, proof of tampered figures, backdated credits, boardroom sabotage dressed in professionalism. Then it cuts to me, 5 years younger, on the Luxeon stage, delivering the original pitch deck in its rawest form. Audio off, captions on, no music, just evidence. In one window, Cassian's face lingers in a still shot, his smile fixed, eyes glassy, caught in the frame while I speak beside him. He never once looks at the slides, only at me. That clip plays in silence, but the message is thunderous. Kavi doesn't ask again. She doesn't need to. Her eyes flick toward me, brows slightly raised, cursor hovering over the final execution command that will syndicate the video across every Luxeon-owned channel. Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, the corporate homepage, even the screens in the lobby. I rest both palms flat on the desk and exhale through my nose. Not a breath of doubt, just precision. I've lived in the fire too long to fear smoke. Run it. She taps a single key. No fanfare, no splash screen. The upload begins, measured and merciless. Every screen flickers. Every digital hallway becomes a gallery of what they tried to bury. There's no press release, no embargoed leak, no whisper to the PR team. This isn't an announcement. It's a reckoning. The hallway smells like recycled air and dried nerves. Knox falls into step beside me, his expression unreadable but his presence grounding. He doesn't offer words. That's not his language. He walks like a man who understands what it means to flank a general. The corridor toward the boardroom is lined with polished glass and tension. I pass a junior assistant I hired during her internship. She avoids my gaze, cheeks flushed, shoulders tight. Guilt or fear, I don't know. Another employee stands frozen in front of a mounted screen, eyes wide as the exposé plays in muted detail. Cassian's signature appearing on documents time-stamped weeks after I'd filed them. No one speaks. The silence is heavy and reverent, like a procession through sacred ground. A security guard at the end of the hallway nods, slow, respectful. He taps his earpiece once but doesn't block the way. My heels strike marble again, the rhythm slower now, intentional. A click with every step. Not thunder, but the kind of sound people remember later and assign meaning to. The boardroom doors are already open. They knew I was coming. It's 10:58 a.m. I cross the threshold without faltering, eyes steady, jaw set. The table is full. Faces I've known for years, some loyal, some not. Some wearing polite neutrality, like a mask they hope won't slip. I feel my pulse pressing hard against my collarbone, a private war drum, but my hands are steady. My voice, when I finally speak, will be precise. Because this isn't about ego. This is about legacy, and I've come to reclaim mine. The head chair is empty. It gleams under the recessed lighting, flanked by 2 untouched water glasses and a notepad bearing the Luxeon crest. The chair itself is new. Leather still stiff. Its modern design meant to symbolize forward momentum. I know, because Cassian had it custom ordered the week after my forced sabbatical. Now it sits like a monument to cowardice. A few board members can't help glancing toward it, waiting for that practiced stride, that smug half smile, that opening monologue where Cassian would pretend to know what he was talking about. But there is no entrance, no excuse text, no last-minute appearance, just air and absence. I don't waste a second looking at it. I move to the seat I first claimed when this room was still being wired for electricity. Back then, this chair was too big for me. Now it fits like a second skin. I pull it out with one hand and sit without hesitation. No dramatics, just memory reclaimed. Kavi wheels the portable screen toward the end of the table and nods, already syncing the local server with the cued exposé. Knox, ever the tactician, begins placing executive briefings in front of each board member, printed on Luxeon letterhead with footnotes as damning as any legal deposition. The room is quiet, but not calm. It's the kind of silence that's preparing to pivot. No one's sure yet where the momentum will go, but I can feel it bending towards something heavier than regret. The absence of Cassian speaks louder than any protest could. He knew what was coming, and he didn't have the guts to face it. The video plays in full. No skipped segments, no edited for time version. 10 minutes and 37 seconds of curated evidence, unspooling across the screen like a blade being drawn slowly from its sheath. Memos with forged timestamps. Emails rerouted through shadow inboxes. Financial documents that cut my development credit line by 80% just 2 days before launch. Signed, conveniently, by Cassian and backdated 6 weeks. I don't speak. I don't perform. I don't offer commentary. I let the paper trail tell the story I've known for months. I let the numbers testify. Every line item is a wound. Every footnote, a scar he thought I wouldn't trace. The room leans forward in tandem, the collective weight of their attention sagging into something like disbelief, or maybe shame. One of the older board members, Harrington, rubs a thumb against the side of his temple like it might buy him clarity. He clears his throat, but the words tremble when they emerge. We didn't know. My voice is quiet. Not cruel, not even cold. You didn't ask. And in that moment, something shifts. The silence that follows isn't defensive or brittle. It isn't political. It's clean, honest. The kind of stillness that happens after the smoke clears and the building is still standing. Only now they understand who built it. They start to murmur before the credits even finish rolling. A low tide of phrases like board reconsideration, strategic correction, and interim reinstatement rise around the table like an apology disguised as policy. I don't respond. I let them spin in their own scramble for dignity. Let them try to rebuild the structure without admitting they lit the match that cracked it in the first place. I've already powered up the next presentation. Luxeon, not a pivot, a reclamation. I speak clearly, not to persuade, but to declare. Modular wellness architecture, global resonance-based therapy pods, an end to extractive capitalism and healing spaces. The proof lives in Knox's funding model and Kavi's data projections, both displayed in a single slide deck that radiates audacity. The air stiffens again. I close the laptop. I don't want my seat back, I say, looking directly at Harrington, then Mallory, then at the still vacant head chair, like it's a ruined shrine. I want the foundation rebuilt, with or without your signatures. No one applauds. No one dares. And yet, every face in the room knows the truth. I don't need their permission anymore. I've already built the future. The moment the boardroom door clicks shut behind me, I shed the armor. Not all at once, just in layers. Like a snake remembering how to breathe without skin that no longer fits. Back in my office, the air is still warm with the ghost of orange blossom. I don't turn on the lights. I don't reach for my tablet. I walk to my chair, and lower myself into it slowly, spine uncoiling inch by inch. One hand presses to my sternum, fingers spread, not to hold myself together, but to feel proof that I still am. I exhale. On paper, today was a tactical success. Control rested back. Truth returned to its rightful owner. Luxeon redirected. But beneath the strategy, beneath the steel, my body hums. Thane's name doesn't cross my lips, but it's written in the ache along my hip, in the tremble just beneath the breath I can't quite steady. The echo of last night lives in my muscles like muscle memory. The way his hands moved like they were asking permission, not demanding access. The way he made space for grief and grace in the same breath. I press harder against my chest, not to silence the memory, to honor it. Because this balance, this impossible feral balance of fire and surrender, of clarity and chaos, is what surviving looks like, and what becoming always costs.
Chapter 32. Thane. I land in Marrakech just before noon, the desert air clinging to my skin like something half-remembered. The scent hits first, dust, diesel, and the faint sweetness of crushed hibiscus left too long in the sun. It's warmer than I expected, but not enough to sweat. Not yet. The driver offers to take me to the main entrance of the Luxeon retreat compound, still framed in scaffolding and fresh cement, but I wave him off. I know where I need to go. I've always known. The tin is in my jacket pocket, rattling slightly with each step, like a warning or a prayer. My boots kick up chalky clouds of ochre dust as I move toward the far western edge of the property, past the shallow basin that will one day be a mineral soak, past the framework of glass where the spa dome will rise. The construction teams are already working, voices low and tools clattering against rebar. But they don't bother me. I'm a ghost out here. No one stops me. The GPS coordinates are etched into my brain, seared in the kind of way trauma brands itself. I don't need to check the screen. I feel it in my chest when I arrive, like something sacred and sick all at once. The wind picks up as I reach the spot, tugging at the hem of my coat, teasing grit into the folds of my cuffs. I pause. Then I drag the edge of my boot through the dirt, one diagonal line, then another, a rough X, carved not for marking treasure, but for mourning what can never be recovered. The ground here looks the same as every other corner of this land, unremarkable, dry, waiting. But I know what happened here, what ended here, and what never should have. I slip my hand into my pocket and wrap my fingers around the tin. It's cool to the touch, lighter than memory, but heavier than anything I've carried in years. My thumb grazes the lid. I don't open it. Not yet. I don't speak. I don't kneel. I just stand boots planted in soil soaked once with someone else's blood, and I let myself be still. Still, but not empty. Still, but not numb. Just listening. To the earth. To the silence. To what's finally ready to be laid to rest. I don't hear her footsteps. I only notice her when her shadow folds into mine, long and soft in the morning light. No announcement. No fanfare. Just Imara, dressed in loose linen the color of desert stone, a rolled clipboard tucked under one arm and wind-mussed curls slipping from her scarf. She doesn't look at me, doesn't ask questions. She simply exhales like this moment has been waiting for both of us to arrive. She kneels, knees pressing into the chalky dirt without hesitation, and unrolls the draft paper across a flat wooden board she pulls from her bag like a ritual. Her pencil moves in steady, practiced arcs, arbor pathways, a shallow koi basin, sundials that mirror constellations. A crescent-shaped stone wall blooms across the page, cradling the spot where my boot carved the X. I watch her outline a circular bench that wraps like a waiting embrace. She still hasn't said my name. When I finally set the tin down at the center, at the foot of where Jules died, she reaches out, 2 fingers only, and adjusts its placement by half an inch. Her hand lingers there for a beat too long. Then, softly, she murmurs, "We'll build around it." Her voice doesn't waver, doesn't invite discussion. It lands like scripture, like the first nail in the foundation of something sacred. And I let it. Because maybe she sees what I can't say. That this isn't just memory. It's atonement, carved in stone and seeded with silence. I watch Imara pack up the blueprints as the sun climbs higher, casting long shafts of light over what will become the first cornerstone of the retreat. She heads back toward the main site without asking if I'll follow. My fingers drift back to the tin, now nestled into the earth. A small cairn of stones marks the place. Jewel would hate the drama of it. He'd make some dry joke about ghost gardens and crybaby generals. But beneath the sarcasm, he'd get it. He always did. Nyomi doesn't know I'm here. Not because I'm keeping secrets. I've had enough of those. But because I don't know how to translate this. She speaks in ecosystems and equity models. Luxera is a vision sculpted in clean angles and sustainable materials, built for the future. But this is for the past. For the rot that takes root if we never name what broke us. For the guilt that calcifies when you carry it too long in silence. She sees trauma as something to solve. I've only ever known how to survive it, so I haven't told her. Not yet. Not until I have something worth showing her. Not until this space says what I never could. The midday heat lays low, thick with iron and dust, but Imara stands just outside the compound, sketching like it's oxygen. Her pencil darkens the outline of the circular bench, low and wide, the kind that invites stories and silence alike. "Hand-carved," she murmurs, not looking up. "From the cedar trees you brought in from Lebanon." I nod once. She draws a small plaque to anchor the design, its copper surface catching phantom light even on paper. There's no date, just space for a name. Enough. Around it, she drafts narrow beds of rosemary, thyme, lemongrass, scents that pull memory up from the soil. Between the herbs, curved inlets of whinstone carved into shallow bowls. "Sound bowls," she says. "When the breeze moves just right, they'll hum, low, reverent, ancient. It isn't a monument. There's no pedestal, no marble. It's not built to be visited. It's built to be felt." I stand beside her, boots pressed into the earth that swallowed my past and might, just might birth something else. "No fences," I say, voice flat but final. She pauses, then lifts her gaze to meet mine. "No fences," she echoes. "Nothing that divides the grief from the growth," I add. "Nothing that implies he should have stayed buried when he's been with me every day since." Imara watches me for a long beat, her expression unreadable. Then quietly she asks, "You sure she won't want this space for something else?" I shake my head. She asked for healing. This is where it begins. I hope that might be true. The site empties out slowly until only dust and the hum of settling beams remain. Imara disappears into her trailer with a backward glance, but no words. She knows better than to offer comfort I haven't earned. I stay behind, stepping over scattered tools and half-stacked rebar to reach the unfinished atrium. No walls yet, just the skeletal frame of what will become Luxeon's beating heart. The open-air gathering space. Nyomi's idea, all flow and connection and shared breath. But tonight, it's mine. The moon hasn't risen, but the stars scatter like glass across the darkened sky. Wind whistles low through the beams, whirling in and out of the gaps, like it knows the place is listening. I sit on a pallet of unlaid stone and pull the folded photo from my jacket. Jules, squinting into sunlight, teeth crooked, middle finger raised toward the camera with his name stenciled on his chest. Dog tags crooked. Alive in a way I haven't let myself be since he left. The edges of the photo are worn to cloth. I rub a thumb across the ink, whisper something too private for the night to repeat. Something broken, something real. No battle plan, no spreadsheet, just the hollow of what's left in the slow, sacred echo of what could grow there. I don't resist the silence. I let it fold around me. I let it hold me. Because tomorrow I'll show her. But tonight, I become the man who can. I take out my phone. No passcode, no distractions, just a blinking cursor and a thread that never really ended between us. I type 2 words. Come soon. I add the pin drop. Latitude, longitude, the coordinates etched into my brain like a scar. My thumb hovers over the send icon. I could let the message go, let the satellites carry it to her in seconds. But that's not what this moment deserves. I delete it, rewrite it, then delete it again, because when I tell her, when I show her, I want it to be in the wind that moves through sound bowls, in the way the desert quiet bends around memory, in the way our shadows will stretch long across this garden that no one but us could have built. It can't be digital. It has to be sacred. This isn't an apology. It's an invitation to grieve, to remember, to begin again. And when I turn away from the site, when I walk back toward the skeleton of the atrium we'll fill together, I know exactly what I'll say. Not about strategy, not about Cassian. Just this. We don't owe the past our loyalty. We owe the future our truth. And she deserves to hear mine with her feet on this soil and her eyes on mine.
Chapter 33. Nyomi. The message comes through at 1:41 a.m. No preamble, no punctuation, just a dropped location pin with coordinates so exact I can feel the latitudes settle into my chest like a second heartbeat. I know who it's from. I sit up slowly, blanket tangled around my legs, laptop screen still glowing from the draft I've been editing since midnight. The cursor blinks over the word legacy. I close it without saving. There's no strategy to what I do next. No calendar sync or assistant ping. I toss a few things into my backpack, phone charger, backup battery, a clean dress I never seem to wear. Passport's already in the kitchen drawer, tucked beneath an unopened bottle of lavender bitters and a bar spoon I never returned to Thane's drawer. By 3 a.m., I'm in the air. Somewhere over the Atlantic with cabin lights dimmed and my tray table cluttered with untouched pretzels, I tell myself this is intel gathering, that I'm only answering this summons because it might affect the Luxeon rollout, that he owes me context. But if I'm honest, brutally so, it's not about any of that. It's about him. It's about the weight of his silence last time, the pain pressed into the spaces between us like a bruise we both kept touching. It's about the fact that he asked. The Moroccan morning is all angles and quiet fire, light catching on the unfinished beams of the Luxeon retreat like a prayer cast in bronze. Sawdust lingers in the air, softening the scent of sun-scorched stone. Everything here feels halfway to becoming. Half walls, half doors, half-hung signs promising healing and renewal. It's not polished yet, but it doesn't pretend to be. That alone makes my chest ache. I spot him before he moves. Just a figure at the edge of shadow, boots planted firmly in the dust. He isn't pacing, isn't leaning, isn't postured like a man preparing for a conversation he doesn't want to have. He's just there, open. When I cross the threshold of the main archway, my breath slows without permission. We say nothing. Words would only clutter the air. He gestures, not with a hand, but with his body, and I follow him across a gently sloping incline that spills into a curved path lined with raw stone. Some of the mortar is still drying. Wild herbs, rosemary, marjoram, perhaps something citrus, have already begun to take root near the garden edge. The scent of them folds into the desert heat, sharp and grounding. I know instinctively, this isn't part of the Luxeon blueprint I last approved. This isn't about the brand. This is something else entirely. We walk slowly, and the hush between us deepens. It's not the awkward kind. It's reverent, sacred in a way I hadn't expected. At the center of the curve, beneath a lone olive tree that casts deliberate shade, he stops. There's no plaque yet, no marker, just a ring of smoothed earth surrounding a weather-worn tin pressed flush against the roots. I look at him. I see a man who isn't trying to win the battle, only survive the aftermath, and maybe begin again. He doesn't ask me to sit, but I do. On the low, curved bench not yet sealed, its stone still raw beneath my hands. He stays standing, arms loose at his sides, gaze fixed somewhere just beyond the horizon, and then he speaks. Not like a man presenting evidence, not like a soldier giving a report, like a mourner, like a witness to something that never stopped bleeding. His name was Jules. He says, voice low but steady. He was my second in command. My friend, my conscience most days. I don't interrupt. I don't blink. He tells me about the firefight in the hills outside Fallujah, about the call they never should have answered, the intel that came too late, about the moment Jules bled out in his lap, whispering nonsense and memories in the same breath. He kept talking about his daughter, Thane says, a rough laugh catching on the edges of the words. She wasn't born yet. He never got to meet her. A bird cries somewhere overhead, sharp and fast. I want to reach for him. I don't, not yet. I held him until the chopper came, he continues, except by the time it got there was nothing to carry back but weight, blood, guilt. He turns to face me then, eyes storm gray and unguarded. I wanted in on this because I didn't know how else to bury it. To bury him. He doesn't flinch from the wreckage. He hands it to me with both palms open, and the wildest part of all is that I don't feel crushed by it. I feel trusted. He hands me the sketches, complete with markings for the memorial that he must have conceptualized somehow. The garden isn't just beautiful, it's intentional. A place to sit without needing to speak. A space where memory isn't performative, it's protected. I look at the tin, still in his hands. Everything suddenly clicks into place. This isn't branding. This isn't optics. This is what grief looks like when it stops hiding. You didn't have to show me this, I say finally. I did, he replies. If we're going to build something together, it can't be half-truths and cover stories. Not anymore. His voice isn't sharp. It's clear. I glance toward the half-formed retreat walls in the distance, the exposed beams, the work in progress, and suddenly, I see it. What I hadn't let myself imagine before. We don't have to choose. We don't have to pit legacy against love. We can build something rooted in both. Something that remembers and renews. Something that doesn't polish the past, but honors it while making room for more. We'll build the garden, I tell him, stepping beside him, letting my shoulder rest against his arm. And we'll build Luxera around it, Not over it, around it, as it was meant to be. The corner of his mouth curves. Barely, but it's there. At last I feel like the future is more than a concept. It's standing right here, in the dust and the silence, waiting for us to shape it. We settle beneath the tallest arch, the one slated to anchor the future rooftop garden. For now, it's bare scaffolding and exposed rebar. The bones of a dream still forming. The sun peeks over the horizon, as if celebrating this moment with us. I lean against him, not testing, not teasing, just tired, just present. We sit in that silence long enough for my heartbeat to slow, and then we talk, low, unhurried, about everything we never gave voice to. What Luxera could be if it stopped chasing disruption and started chasing depth. What it might mean if we didn't build over pain, but through it. What if we stopped choosing? I ask, tilting my head to look up at him. Between the mission and the mess, between the brand and the blood. His jaw tightens, reflex, but he doesn't reach for his usual rebuttal. Doesn't remind me of all the reasons love and leadership don't coexist. Instead, he lifts his hand, slow and certain, and lets it hover in the space between us. I take it, and something inside both of us exhales. Not because it's easy now, not because it's solved, but finally, we're reaching in the same direction. I stand, brushing dust from the back of my skirt, but I don't move toward the gate. I don't want to go back, I say quietly. Not to the hotel, not to the city, not yet. His gaze holds mine, steady, unafraid. There's a cot in the mainframe office, he says. No doors, but a roof. Sort of. Perfect, I murmur. We walk there together, past the skeleton of what we're still building, past the wild beginnings of a garden that already feels like prayer. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 34. Thane. The sun's already punishing by the time we start, blazing across the high plain like it's trying to brand the earth into submission. There's no ceremonial ribbon, no speech, no photographer angling for the right kind of grit in my expression. Just a skeletal horizon, the hum of power tools in the distance and the steady scrape of metal against earth. The shovel jerks in the laborer's hands as it strikes clay, and I recognize that sound before I even register the movement. Resistance. The kind that bites back. I cross the clearing and take a second shovel from the supply stack, heavier than the standard issue ones I used to carry, but familiar in its own way. My fingers close around the worn wooden grip, and I sink the blade into the perimeter line, the soil giving only slightly before pushing back. Stubborn, sun-baked, unyielding. So am I. I roll my sleeves up past the elbows and crouch low, driving the next dig with my whole body. It takes a few tries before the motion smooths out, but I keep at it until my breath comes in quiet, even pulls. I don't bark orders or ask for updates. I don't need to oversee this. I need to do it. To feel the tremor in the ground, the strain in my shoulders, the rawness of the sweat trailing down my spine. Every strike into that obstinate red clay feels less like excavation and more like confession. Dust swirls at my boots, rising slow and dry like smoke from an old fire that never really went out. It sticks to the creases of my knuckles, clings to the fabric of my pants, settles in the groove between my shoulder blades. I let it cover me. I don't brush it off. There's something holy in the stillness that follows each shovel's bite. No voices. No barking radios. Just the occasional metallic chime from the frame above the atrium, catching wind like it's tuning itself to the new rhythm of this place. I don't think about headlines or operational delays, or whether this is a good use of executive time. This is about Jewel, about honoring him with sweat, about breaking ground not just in the literal sense, but in every way I never allowed myself to before. The laborer beside me, young, quiet, Moroccan, pauses to wipe his brow. He doesn't ask who this space is for. He doesn't need to. There's something universal about grief when it's wielded with intention. He nods once and returns to digging, and I match his pace. We keep going like that for hours. Unspoken rhythm, shared weight. At some point I look up and see that the perimeter has taken shape. A curved outline, imperfect but true. The edges still raw, the center still empty. But the shape is there now, like a breath pulled in and held. I drop my shovel, lean back on my heels, and feel the tension that usually anchors my shoulders start to shift. Not disappear, just loosen. And in its place comes something I haven't let near me in years. Relief. Not from pain, but from the belief that I have to carry it alone. The ground is broken. And for once, maybe that's not failure. Maybe it's where something better begins. Knox doesn't announce himself. He never does. I hear the engine cut before I see him. Some beat-up hybrid he borrowed from the airport lot, probably. And by the time I glance up, he's already ducking under the scaffold beams, hair mussed by the wind and expression carved from granite. Typical. He doesn't say hello. Doesn't ask what the hell I dragged him halfway across the world for. He just slows when he reaches me, gaze ticking over the barely sketched outline of the garden space and the stack of schematics balanced on the back of a folding chair. "I thought you didn't do symbolic," he mutters, nodding at the arc diagram on top. I hand him the schematic anyway. No explanation, just paper and ink and intention, all bundled into one sharp-edged offering. He takes it without hesitation, glancing down once before looking up again. Really looking. His gaze holds mine longer than usual. There's something in it that feels older than us. Something that says I know what this is. I know who it's for. "All right," he finally says, rolling his shoulders like he's settling into something bigger than steelwork. "We'll keep the arc lines clean. Let the material do the talking." "And the names?" He doesn't flinch, doesn't ask for clarification, just presses his palm flat against the schematic, fingers spanning the spot where the memorial tiles will be set in a spiral along the inner wall. Etched deep, permanent. My throat tightens. Not because I doubt him, but because he gets it. The permanence, the weight, the risk of remembering too vividly and the danger of forgetting too soon. I nod, once, firm. I let someone else hold it. Not just the plan. The meaning. The blueprint doesn't belong to me alone anymore. Maybe that's the point. Imara arrives just as the sun begins to dip, arms full of fabric swatches, copper rods, and a spiral-bound notebook with half its pages threatening to escape. She doesn't ask permission to jump in. She never has. She sets up near the edge of the garden plot, crouching low beside one of the marker posts. Within seconds, her fingers are moving, measuring wind vectors, humming to herself, tapping notes into her tablet between pencil sketches. It's not chaotic. It's kinetic. I watch her pull out a piece of rolled brass about the length of her forearm. "We need resonance," she says without preamble. "Not pitch. Not melody. Just enough to make the silence feel like it's breathing." I arch an eyebrow. It's a memorial garden, not a wind chime shop. Her smile curves, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "You think silence honors the dead?" she asks softly, bending the rod into a subtle curve. "It doesn't. Silence just hides what we're afraid to say out loud. We let the wind speak for us so we don't have to." I'm quiet for a long moment. Then I crouch beside her, hands braced on my knees. "You think it'll work?" She flips the page to reveal a rough mock-up. Spiraled chime towers, tuned to different frequencies based on regional prayer tones. Sufi, Amazigh, even Slavic lullaby intervals. "It won't be music, it won't be noise. Just breath. Something that stirs, even when no one's looking." I nod slowly, my hand brushing the grit of the foundation trench beside us. "He'd like this," I murmur. "Didn't like quiet rooms. Always needed some kind of sound to cut the edge." Amara doesn't gloat or glow at the praise. She simply presses her palm against the wooden support beam like she's grounding herself to it. "Then this will be part of remembering." She walks away before I can respond, back to her notes, already shifting frequencies and testing harmonics with a tuning fork she suddenly pulled out of her bag. And just like that, the space around us feels different. Less empty, less mournful. It doesn't sing, but it breathes. And I swear, in that moment, so do I. The heat hasn't fully settled in when I arrive at the build site. Morning wind whistles low across the dunes, kicking dust along the path like an impatient usher. Idris is already there, crouched on a folded tarp with his tools arrayed in a crescent, chisels, clay blades, a kiln stencil darkened by years of flame. He doesn't rise when I approach, just nods once and taps a palm against the stone slab he's been studying, as if greeting an old friend. "This one's riverborn," he says. His accent drapes across the words like linen, soft but deliberate. "Came down from the Atlas Mountains last spring." I crouch beside him. The stone looks unremarkable at first, sun-bleached and dry. But as I run my hand over its surface, I feel the etchings already forming beneath his chalk outline. Symbols I don't recognize, not fully. Winding lines, half-suns, a mark that looks like breath pause mid-air. "I don't want a memorial that feels like a headstone," I say. He tilts his head. "They don't speak of it in the past tense." I explain the concept. Tiles for those who've been lost, and those who will be. One for Jules. One for each name we carry in silence, but still remember. Not a grave, not a monument. A ledger, a living archive. Idris listens, really listens. When I finish, he doesn't offer platitudes, doesn't try to interpret the design. "This is not graveyard work," he says, setting a small clay square into my palm. "It is story work." The tile is still soft, damp from the press, edges slightly curled. It sinks under the weight of my thumb without resistance, like memory giving way before it sets. "I'll fire it tonight," he murmurs, watching my reaction. "Until then, it remains open." I nod, fingers pressing into the malleable surface until I feel the imprint take. There's no flourish to it, no badge of rank, just presence, just proof that I was here, that I remembered. He takes it back gently like it's something holy and places it beside a growing row of other soft-touch tiles waiting for their final shape. For now they're pliable, unfixed, like grief, like hope. By midday the heat presses against us like a hand, not punishing but firm, persuasive. Most of the crew have retreated beneath the stretch tarps for lunch, voices drifting soft beneath the hum of power tools and radio static. I find shade under the half-constructed awning we erected yesterday. Nothing more than rebar and sailcloth, but enough to temper the sun's edge. I tilt a bottle of water against my lips, watching wind ripple through the spiral chimes Amara hung that morning. They're subtle, more suggestion than sound, like breath remembered after holding it too long. Knox drops beside me, his boot kicking up a lazy curl of dust. He doesn't speak right away, just hands me a second water and wipes his forehead with the sleeve of his hoodie. Without warning, he says, You're not barking orders. I glance at him, surprised. Didn't realize I was the barking type. He smirks. You didn't bark, but you used to move like everything would collapse if you stopped holding it up. The words land with more accuracy than I'm comfortable admitting. He's not wrong. For years, I wore control like armor, strategy as survival. If I wasn't fixing, planning, commanding, I didn't know who the hell I was. But today I let Idris choose the tile placements. I let Amara tune the chimes. I let Nox redraw the arc line when the wind shifted the compass reading. I watch him now, face half-shadowed beneath the awning, waiting to see if I'll deny it, deflect, but I don't. Instead, I follow his gaze toward the curve of metal we welded into the garden's heart, the way it glints under the sun like it's catching some memory from the air itself. He takes another sip and speaks softer this time. You're letting this one build you too, aren't you? I don't answer. Not with words. I just sit beside him in the stillness. Let the question live without smothering it. Let the truth breathe. Dusk doesn't fall so much as waft slowly across the site, violet seeping into rust, into ochre, into the soft pewter of night. One by one the crew filters out, Nox with a tired wave and a muttered something about breakfast plans. Imara slipping her sketches into a leather tube before disappearing toward the truck with a silent nod. Even Idris lingers for a moment longer than usual, eyes scanning the newly laid tiles like a father watching over sleeping children. And still, I stay. Not because I'm needed, because I want to. The unfinished frame of this place doesn't feel like a checklist or a deadline. It feels like ribs, like breath, like something living and not yet labeled. The skeletal beams of the main office space arch above me like a cathedral stripped bare, honest, exposed, impossible to ignore. The cot's already set up beneath the half wall that will eventually become glass. For now it's just canvas and steel and the weight of the day folded into creases. I drop my boots beside the entrance, then lower myself slowly onto the cot, arms stiff from digging and sanding and lifting, but not in pain. Just aware. The chimes clatter faintly in the distance. Not a song, not even a rhythm, just presence, like breath remembering how to move through stillness. My dog tags sit on the floor next to my water bottle. I haven't worn them in weeks. They used to mark me. Used to mean don't forget, don't forgive, don't let go. Now they're just metal. Not meaningless, but not binding either. I turn toward the garden, or what will be the garden, and rest one hand behind my head. Even in the dark, I can make out the curve of the memorial arc. The stones stacked in preparation. The dirt, smooth now, waiting to be carved into something sacred. It's not finished. Neither am I. I used to believe permanence was punishment. A tether. A scar you kept pressing just to remember where it hurt. But tonight, the idea settles differently. Legacy doesn't have to be a wound. It can be a witness. Something that holds the shape of what mattered, and who we loved, without making us bleed for it again and again. The wind picks up just enough to lift the edge of the tarp above me. The fabric flutters like a breath drawn in and held. I close my eyes and let the sound wash over me. Chimes, stone shifting, the quiet pulse of becoming. Sleep doesn't take me so much as invite me in, and I go, not with armor on, not guarding the perimeter, not bracing for threat. Just me, just now, just here, becoming too.
Chapter 35. Nyomi. The press doesn't wait for a ribbon cutting. By the time I head into headquarters, the Remembrance Garden is already trending, first in Morocco, then across wellness circles, then somehow under a tag used by grief counselors in 3 different countries. I swipe through images on my phone, blurry-eyed and half-conscious, expecting to find the usual vultures circling. But there are no headlines about Luxeon's financial restructuring, no exposés about my romantic entanglement with a former general, just stillness, just frames of sculptural arcs reaching into an open sky. Slow pan drone shots of the mosaic tiles catching sunrise, and the kind of captions that aren't written to stir controversy. They're written like prayers. This is what healing can look like. Wish I'd had a place like this when I came home from my first deployment. Not a memorial. A beginning. I press my thumb to the screen, not scrolling, just holding the moment still. The photos don't show the garden in full because it isn't finished yet. There are piles of lumber just out of frame, scaffolding in the far corners, temporary fencing that will come down before the soft launch. But the bones are there, the intent. And somehow they're speaking louder than any headline ever could. I don't open a spreadsheet first thing, don't scan press alerts or swipe through board updates. I grab a heather gray sweatshirt that still smells faintly of vetiver off the coat rack, stains from some forgotten overnight, and sit cross-legged in the corner of my office with a blank document open in front of me. The cursor blinks like it's daring me to try something different this time. I start typing. No header, no branding language, just words I can stand behind. Luxeon is not a company built on silence. It is built on what happens after. After the war. After the diagnosis. After the systems break and the world tells you to carry on like nothing happened. This garden is not our apology. It is our promise to make space, to listen, to build forward. I pause and let the words settle. No sound in the room but the low hum of the HVAC and the soft ping of incoming emails I'm choosing, for once, not to read. The statement isn't a pitch. It isn't even PR. It's the kind of thing I used to mock back in my early comms days. Too emotional, not marketable, too raw. But that's the point. This isn't spin, it's center. There's a knock at the door, gentle, not urgent. Imara peeks her head in without waiting for a response, holding 2 mugs. One's my usual black coffee. The other, a green juice she'll tease me into trying, and I'll pretend to hate. She glances at the screen behind me. That the new release? Something like that, I murmur, accepting both mugs. She leans her hip against the doorframe. You look different. How so? Like someone who stopped trying to win a debate and started trying to tell the truth. I don't answer right away. Just sip the juice and make a face on purpose to lighten the moment. She smirks, leaves without pressing further. Alone again, I look back at the photo still open on my phone, an aerial shot of the garden from just above the wind sculpture. You can't see Thane in the frame, but I know he's there. I remember the way his hands moved when he aligned the tiles, the way he knelt instead of barked orders, the way he let the dust cling to his skin like it belonged. This is the story they're telling now, not of collapse, but of return, of choice. I no longer want to edit it. I just want to make sure it's heard. By my 4th edit and 2nd espresso, the edges of the day feel over-caffeinated and under-anchored. Words blur on the screen, and the air in my office turns stale. I stand too fast, stretch until my spine clicks, and grab the old building badge I keep tucked behind a framed photo of my mother. I don't tell anyone where I'm going, not Imara, not security. I just go. The old Luxeon wing is quieter than I remember. The quiet settles into corners and refuses to leave. The walls still bear the outdated color palette from the early 2000s. Polished steel and earth tones, meant to look contemporary and grounded, according to an interior design brief I once found in a shared drive. My heels echo down the hallway like memory has a sound, a hush, a hold, a beat between heart and history. When I reach his office, the door resists. Not locked, just reluctant. It's been untouched since the day after his funeral, sealed out of respect or maybe fear. No one wanted to be the one to archive a legend. I turn the handle slowly, half expecting the room to push back. Instead, it exhales. The scent hits me first. Cedar polish and dried ink, layered with the faint bite of old paper. My father's office always smelled like permanence. like someone had been writing something important, even if no one else knew it yet. I step inside, leaving the door cracked just enough to feel like I'm not trespassing. The air is cool, undisturbed. His chair is still tucked in neatly, as if he might come back from a meeting any minute. The desk is wide, heavy, the kind of wood they don't mill anymore. I trace the beveled edge with my fingertips, pausing where the finish is slightly worn, right where he used to drum his knuckles when he was thinking. There's a groove there, a shallow dent from repetition, a man who planned the empires one tap at a time. I circle around to the drawers. The top 3 glide open easily. Paper clips, fountain pens, an old ID badge with a younger face and a tighter jaw. The bottom drawer sticks, always has. I remember watching him yank it with a grunt and a muttered curse. I brace one foot against the desk leg and tug. It groans, then gives. Inside, there's only one thing, a cream-colored envelope. No label, no letterhead, just his handwriting, neat and spare, unfinished business. My heart stutters, not in panic, in reverence, like it's bracing for something sacred. I lift the envelope with both hands, careful not to smudge the ink with the sweat already prickling at my palms. The flap isn't sealed, but I hesitate anyway. It feels like a hinge, like whatever's inside might swing the past open and invite the future in. The paper inside is thick, not flimsy printer stock, but archival grade, meant to last. I slide the sheets free and flatten them across the desk. They're blueprint sketches, rough but deliberate, each line more emotional than technical. He'd drawn them himself. I recognize his annotation style. Square block letters, sharp arrows, the occasional ink blot where he paused too long. The first page shows a hexagonal main structure, almost hive-like. Radiating from it are curved wings labeled with things like hydrotherapy atrium, multi-sensory meditation rooms, immersive light mapping. Notes scribbled in the margins mention retractable wall panels for indoor-outdoor transitions, rainwater collection systems, spaces designed not to isolate but to invite. I flip to the second page. More renderings, one labeled Sanctum, Flexible Use. Another says, Healing never starts at the surface. A final note, ink smudged. Let it feel like sanctuary, not hospital. It's not Luxera, but it is. Not in name, not in branding, not in all the sleek language I'd wrapped around my own vision to sell it to the world, but in essence, in heartbeat. The idea I thought I'd birthed alone, he'd carried first, quietly, without fanfare, maybe without even knowing what form it would take. The tears come soft, no sobbing, no heaving grief, just the warm rush of recognition pooling at the edges of my eyes and slipping down as if it's been waiting for this exact moment to fall. This isn't pain, it's something gentler, something like being seen across time. He didn't just believe in the legacy he built. He believed it could grow beyond him. He made space for the future without having to name it, without needing to control what I'd make of it. I lay my hand over the sketches and close my eyes. Maybe this isn't about becoming the person he would have been. Maybe this is about becoming the person he always saw in me, even when I couldn't see her myself. I propped the old sketches beside my laptop, angling the pages just so, like if the light hits right, I'll see something I missed the first time. The paper curls slightly at the edges, years of quiet waiting evident in its wear. I scan his handwriting in the margins, a shorthand I once mocked for being too cryptic. Now it reads like a private language I was always meant to learn. Healing isn't what we give, it's what we make room for. Let the space breathe. He hadn't been designing a center, he'd been designing a philosophy. It knocks the wind out of me how deeply I've misunderstood legacy. I thought veering from his model meant betrayal, that innovation without permission was rejection. But these notes, these soft-spoken declarations penned in pencil and certainty, tell a different story. He wanted the space to evolve, to flex, to feel lived in, not locked down. I sit with that for a while, fingers hovering above my keyboard as the press release blinks from my screen. It's drafted, technically, structured in all the right ways, but it reads like armor. Safe, sterile, defensive. I delete it. All of it. And I begin again, not with apology, not with corporate polish, but with the root of what we're actually doing here. I type one clean line and stare at it until my breath evens out. We're not rebuilding. We're blooming from what's been buried. It doesn't need to say more. The garden will speak for itself. By the time night settles, I'm back in my apartment, floor scattered with mood boards, textile swatches, and renderings that feel both mine and not mine at all. I pin his sketches beside my own on the cork wall, letting the pages overlap at the corners. His pencil, my stylus, his curves, my color palettes. Some pieces I'll keep as is, those hexagonal hubs, the seamless outdoor integrations, the emphasis on breath and water and time. Others I'll strip down, redesign with the wisdom of what's changed, what I've lived, what I've learned, what I refuse to repeat. And yet, nothing about this feels like erasure. It feels like expansion, like I'm not correcting him. I'm continuing him. I lean back, stare at the fusion of our visions, and feel something catch low in my throat. Not grief, not pride, but a third thing. That quiet recognition that I've spent so long trying to prove I could outgrow the shadow he cast, when maybe all I ever needed was to stand with it, not behind it, not beneath it, with it. Legacy doesn't live in nameplates or inheritance clauses. It lives in momentum, in direction, in daring to hold what was and what could be in the same trembling hand. This isn't just mine to lead. It's ours to build. I press a final pin into the board and whisper it out loud, not for anyone else, just for the room to hold. I don't have to choose between origin and outcome. I can stand in both. Before I shut my computer down for the night, I move to the corner shelf, the one everyone else thinks is decorative, but I've always treated like altar space. I strike a match with my thumb and light the small glass candle resting there, orange blossom and smoke. The scent unfurls slowly, curling into the room like it knows where to go. My mother wore this perfume when she wanted to feel solid, right before speeches, board meetings, birthdays without my father. She'd dab it behind each ear and say, "Let them smell your grace before you speak it." I never understood what she meant until now. I breathe it in, long and low, until the tension behind my rib cage dissolves. Not gone, but quieted. Like maybe I don't need to fight the pressure anymore. Just hold it gently and let it teach me what not to carry. The lights are off except for the flicker of the candle's flame. In the window's reflection, I see myself framed by both. Not the heir or the upstart. Not the girl who stayed small to stay safe. Or the woman who swung big just to prove she could. I see someone else entirely. A continuation. A convergence. The next stanza in a song written by more than one voice. The flame dances behind me like a heartbeat. Steady, undeniable. I whisper the only benediction that feels honest. You didn't fail. You left me the spark. And I walk out into the dark, not to escape it, but to carry that fire forward.
Chapter 36. Thane. The tent flaps barely stir in the wind that cuts across the garden site, but something shifts as I step inside. Something small and quiet, like the weight of an unfinished sentence. There, leaning just so against the fold-down desk I've claimed as my mobile command post, is a cream-colored envelope. No seal. No courier's tag. Just the sharp drag of ink across the front. My name. Printed in a hand I haven't seen since the last time I walked away from a battlefield more haunted than the one I entered. Thone. I stare at it for a moment, just long enough for the metal of my spine to remember how it felt to stand at attention while that man stripped me down with words he thought passed for discipline. I don't need to touch the envelope to know what it means. The guesses are gone. The anonymous barbs, the threats typed in all caps. The bureaucratic silence that followed every time I pushed back. It was him. Of course it was. But I pick it up anyway. The paper is thick. Military issue, probably pulled from some out-of-use base ledger, and warm from the sun that cut through the tent seam earlier. I tear it open in one deliberate line, letting the flap fall like a blade dropping. Inside, a single piece of paper. No signature, no preamble. Just one sentence written in black, unshaken hand. You owe me the truth. Meet me where it ended. My hand tightens around the page, crinkling it slightly before I smooth it back flat. He means the training field. Not just any field. That field. The one outside the decommissioned base near Marrakesh. The one we used to run drills in before the heat distorted our helmets and the air turned to mirage. The field where Jules last fired a live round before everything fractured beneath the weight of too many voices, giving too few orders. I close my eyes. Not to block it out, just to mark it. There's no spike of adrenaline, no heart-racing fury. What settles into my chest isn't fear or panic. It's something heavier, older, readier. I slide the note into the front pocket of my shirt and glance toward the unfinished framework of the garden outside. Wind lifts the edge of a tarp covering the memorial tiles, revealing one still blank, waiting. I don't have anything left to prove, but I do have something left to face. He's already there when I arrive, standing in the middle of the cracked field like he never left it. Time has sanded the sharper edges of him, but not softened them. Same high and tight buzz cut. Same squared shoulders like his spine's fused to a code he doesn't question. His hands are behind his back in that false-at-ease stance he always favored, like a statue waiting for orders that never came. He doesn't salute, doesn't offer a greeting. Just narrows his eyes as I cross the field, watching me like I'm an unexploded device he's not sure how to disarm. I don't stop, don't posture, don't blink. I know it was you, I say when there's no more ground between us than protocol used to allow. The notes, the dig at my clearance, all the nonsense. Sloan exhales like a deflating tire, the first real breath I've ever seen him take. I didn't want you dead, he says, low and clipped. Just quiet. Your press tour was attracting the kind of noise that gets the wrong eyes watching. No, I reply, and I don't raise my voice, but it lands like impact. It threatened your kind of silence. His jaw ticks. 1 beat. 2. You disobeyed protocol. And you disobeyed duty. My tone doesn't rise, but it sharpens. Jules followed my call, not yours, and he died because of you. That lands harder than anything else I could have said. His throat works, but no sound follows. For a second, just a second, he looks almost human. He doesn't apologize. Sloan was never the kind of man who gave away power in the form of contrition. Instead, he hides behind the same veil of abstraction he's always preferred. His words unfurl like a committee report. Sanitized, bloodless, too many syllables for something meant to mean so little. There are optics to consider, he starts. National morale. Chain of command. A whisper in the wrong place from the wrong source can do more damage than the truth, I cut in, my voice low and flint-edged. You want to talk about damage? Look around. You're standing on the ground where it happened. No intel failure, no chain breakdown. Just men with orders and no answers. Sloan shifts his weight. It's subtle, but it tells me everything. He feels this. He just doesn't know how to carry it. Whistleblowers destabilize systems, he says, more to the horizon than to me. One ripple and the whole current shifts. I step closer, every word shaped from the marrow I've had to excavate. Don't you dare dress cowardice as caution, I say. You didn't protect protocol. You protected yourself. You buried the part of the story that made you complicit. And then you tried to bury me with it. The muscles in his jaw twitch again. His throat bobs like something acidic's lodged halfway down. He still doesn't speak. That's fine. His silence was always the loudest thing about him. I've lived with guilt, I say, quieter now. Sat in it, named it, learned how to let it grow a garden instead of rot the foundation. I take one step back, deliberate, final. And you outsourced yours, wrote your guilt in letters because you didn't want to stain your hands. The air still's around us. There's no wind, no birds, just two men and the ghosts we dragged here. And when the silence lands this time, it doesn't feel tense. It feels complete. I don't wait for another word. Not a defense, not a protest, not a half-swallowed regret disguised as command speak. I simply turn. My boots crunch against the gravel in a slow rhythm, the sound sharp in the dry morning air. The training field stretches out behind me, like an unfinished sentence I've finally chosen not to finish. And for once, I'm not leaving something undone. I'm just leaving. The breeze brushes against the back of my neck, warm and unsentimental. There's no cathartic swell of strings, no dramatic thundercloud building in the distance. Just the quiet crunch of my own footsteps, the way my spine settles into itself more fully with each step. I trace the edge of the perimeter, instinctively scanning for cover points, terrain shifts, old habits I don't scold myself for anymore. But I'm not patrolling. I'm not circling the wagons. I'm closing the loop, walking the scar line of the place where something split open in me, and where finally it doesn't ache like it used to. By the time I reach the far edge, Sloan is a shadow behind me, absorbed by heat shimmer and old ghosts that are no longer mine to carry. I breathe in deep, not healed, not holy, but unburdened enough to keep walking without dragging. That night, the tent is dark except for the faint amber glow of the backup generator outside. Most of the crew has cleared out. Construction teams off-site, execs back in their time zones. It's just me and the soft whir of the portable recorder in the corner. I didn't plan to do this. There's no media prep, no talking points. No comms team smoothing the message like wet cement. Just the blinking red light. Just breath. I sit at the fold-out table, spine straight but not stiff, hands loose in my lap. My throat feels tight in that old, familiar way, but I don't clear it. I let the ache sit there and speak through it. To the one still carrying ghosts, I begin, my voice rougher than I expect. It's okay to set them down sometimes. The silence afterward isn't empty. It listens. You don't owe them your sleep, I continue, or your silence, or your spine. I pause. Not for effect, just to feel the words land inside me before they land anywhere else. There's more than one kind of service, more than one way to survive. I don't look at the camera. I don't perform. I don't aim to inspire. I just speak. As myself. As a man who isn't trying to outrun the wreckage anymore. When I finish, I don't replay it. I don't trim the edges or re-record the ending. I upload the file directly into the Veterans Resource Archive under no title, no tags, no credits. And then I shut off the light, step outside into the wind-heavy dark, and leave the tent unzipped behind me. Because the truth's finally out there, and it doesn't need me to carry it anymore. I don't tell Nyomi. Not when I return to camp with dust caked in the lines of my palms, or when she brushes past me later, too distracted by blueprints and bloom schedules to notice the new stillness I'm carrying. I think about stopping her. Just a hand on her shoulder, a simple, "Can we talk?" But the words don't come. Not because I'm hiding, but because this one isn't for both of us. Not yet. Some things aren't shared in real time. Some things have to wait for the ache to meet the answer. The file I uploaded is untagged, buried in the Veteran Network archive with nothing more than a timestamp and a file name that means something only to me. No subject line, no fanfare. Just a moment, a turning point, stored in quiet. She'll find it when she's meant to. Maybe weeks from now. Maybe in the middle of the night, searching for something she can't quite name. I hope it doesn't feel like a secret. I hope it doesn't sting like omission. What I want, what I mean, is for her to hear it without pressure, without me in the room. I want her to see not a confession, but a door cracked open. A man trying not to be perfect, but to be real. When, or if, she presses play, I hope it sounds like a hand outstretched in the dark. Not begging, not demanding. Just saying, you can come sit beside me if you want. You don't have to carry it alone. You never did.
Chapter 37. Nyomi. The reception hall hums with breath instead of buzz, alive in a way no press gala or shareholder event ever managed to be. Raw brick climbs the walls like memory still in progress, softened only by panels of glass that catch the amber glow of the dusk outside. The lighting is intentional, warm, low, non-theatrical. There are no stage lights, no towering floral displays, just strategically placed candles, flickering like votives, casting shadows that feel more like presence than absence. The air carries the faint scent of Palo Santo and citrus, diffused gently enough to comfort without distracting. Every chair is placed not for symmetry, but for conversation. Circles, not rows. Corners, carved out for private pause or whispered counsel. There are no name tags, just open palms, nods of recognition, questions asked without performance. I watch them arrive from my vantage near the welcome table. Knocks already in motion, greeting, guiding, quietly connecting people who would have never met without this strange, hard-won convergence. A trauma surgeon from Ghana, deep in conversation with a Navajo herbalist. A Department of Defense liaison, standing shoulder to shoulder with a mindfulness researcher who once lost tenure for talking too openly about energy fields. These are not the faces of people showing up for spectacle. They are here for substance. Some came with scars, some with skepticism, some with grant proposals, some with grief so heavy it radiates from their shoulders in waves, but none of them came to be dazzled. The press is minimal by design. No step and repeat. No glossy programs, just a manifesto printed in bold ink on recycled parchment. We are not rebuilding. We are blooming from what's been buried. This night isn't meant to celebrate a company. It's meant to call something into being. A reckoning of lineage and leadership. A gathering of survivors. A soft opening, not just for Luxeon's retreat, but for the kind of future that can only be built when we stop pretending pain disqualifies us from power. In the staging alcove just off the main floor, the air smells faintly of champagne and a nervous kind of calm. Knox sits beside me, tapping the corner of the tablet with 2 fingers, flattening out the keynote notes like they're going to warp on screen if he doesn't. He's not anxious, just meticulous. Always is. I let him fuss because he needs it more than I do right now. I don't reach for the device. I don't need the script tonight. This speech isn't about perfection. It's about proof of survival, of evolution, of a truth that doesn't beg to be believed, only witnessed. There's a tall window next to the coat rack, streaked with a fingerprint or 2 from someone who got lost earlier. I walk over and catch my reflection, not in the mirror above the sink, but in the window glass itself. It's less polished that way, less curated. And that's who I need to see tonight. Not the CEO with the steady heel strike and press-ready sound bites, not the daughter of Monroe Vale Rousseau. Just the woman who lived through it, rebuilt from it. Chose to finish the job. My jumpsuit is midnight navy with a cut that says elegance, not armor. I smooth my hand down the side seam, not out of vanity, but anchoring. I feel the fabric, the heat of my palm through it, and my breath catches. Not from fear, from certainty. The kind that blooms in the chest cavity when you know the words you're about to say matter more than the applause they might earn. Behind me, Knox says quietly, "They're ready." And I nod. Not because I am, but because the truth doesn't wait for readiness. The stage isn't elevated. That was deliberate. We wanted level ground, wanted the message to be eye to eye, not top down. As the house lights dim, the quiet that settles over the reception hall isn't a pause for effect. It's anticipation weighted with recognition. I don't begin with a greeting. I begin with a wound. My name is Nyomi Elgin, and if you're here tonight because you read about us in headlines, you probably think you know the story. I let the silence stretch. Let it make room. But what you read wasn't the whole truth. In fact, it might have saved us. I tell them about the exposé, how it cracked the shell we didn't know we were hiding inside, how it forced us to stop polishing rot and start clearing room for something honest, something alive. I tell them how we nearly built a sanctuary out of scaffolding that couldn't hold the weight of real pain, how silence would have been easier, familiar even, but would have cost us everything. I say it plainly. Honoring our cherished ones with love, when it's honest, builds infrastructure stronger than steel. There's no slide behind me, no bullet points, just the cadence of memory pressed into a microphone. I speak of my father, not the titan, not the myth, but the man who once sketched dreams on napkins and never quite got to see them bloom. I speak of the garden we're still building, of the desk I unearthed in a back hallway, of Thane, not as a name, but as a shape, a presence, a force that pulled legacy out of abstraction and into action. I don't try to resolve the grief. I frame it, not as an ending, but as a blueprint. Legacy doesn't begin with inheritance, I say. It begins with intention. And in that moment, the quiet doesn't break with applause. It folds in on itself like a prayer being whispered back. There's a point, somewhere between my father's name and the phrase infrastructure of love, where the audience shifts, not in their seats, not in body language, but in energy. I can feel it. The air grows denser, not heavy, but rich, responsive. A woman in the second row, salt and pepper hair pulled into a braid, starts to cry when I speak the word unspoken. She grips the hand of the person beside her, maybe a daughter, maybe a nurse, and doesn't try to hide the tears. She lets them fall like something holy. A man in a decorated navy jacket blinks hard, his fingers tightening on the armrest when I say, some ghosts aren't meant to be buried, just acknowledged. And still, no one moves to interrupt. No one pulls out a phone or clears their throat with polite disengagement. Instead, the room seems to lean in, as if it too has something to confess. Knox catches my eye from the wing. He doesn't signal with his clipboard or flash the countdown clock like we rehearsed. He just mouths 3 silent words. They're with you. And I know exactly what he means. We're not just launching a center tonight. We're not just repurposing grief into a brand. We're asking for collective release, for something raw, unresolved, and stunning in its refusal to be fixed. This isn't catharsis. This is communion. It happens in a blink, a pause in my breath, a soft pivot of my gaze to or at the edge of the lights. I'm not looking for anyone, not exactly, but my body knows before my mind catches up. There, just beyond the glow, standing still as bone, Thane. His silhouette is unmistakable. Broad shoulders, relaxed stance, arms loose at his sides, not crossed like before. He's not performing presence. He is present, fully, quietly. And something in my chest, tight since sunrise, releases its grip. He didn't tell me he was coming. Didn't RSVP or slide into the front row for optics. He's not here to be acknowledged. He's here to bear witness. My voice doesn't falter, but it deepens, warms, grounds itself. I keep going, word by word, but now I feel him folded into the rhythm of the space. Not as a distraction, as a tether. He doesn't nod, doesn't smile, but I don't need him to. I know he hears every syllable. I know, because the ache behind each one has always belonged to both of us. And in this moment, I don't feel alone. I feel included, too. When I finish speaking, the silence holds. It stretches, not awkward, not uncertain, but sacred. Like the room needs a beat to breathe again. A moment to recalibrate after being gutted and stitched open in public. I don't feel it. I don't gesture for applause or offer some quippy closing line. I just lower the mic to my side and look out at the sea of eyes, wet, wide, narrowed, thoughtful, present. The first clap comes from the back left corner, then another, a rising rhythm, soft and staggered, like rainfall on canvas. No ovation, no standing crowd, just honest gratitude. I bow my head, not out of humility, but recognition. You met me here, it says, and I'll meet you again. Thank you, I say quietly, into the mic that's no longer needed. Not for coming, but for staying, for witnessing. That's what legacy really is. Not the work we finish, but the people who carry it forward. I step off the stage, feet steady on the carpeted ramp, shoulders square, spine taller than it's felt in months. The lights above shift focus, dimming the dais and illuminating the communal tables where tonight's speakers will gather. Knox is already moving toward me, tablet tucked under his arm like a battle standard lowered after victory. But I'm not looking at him, because at the far edge of the room, half in shadow, half haloed in amber downlight, Thane is standing. He doesn't move, doesn't signal me over. He just is. A silent landmark in a space now filled with movement, not demanding attention, just anchoring mine. And I realize in that breathless second that the story I've spent my whole life trying to control, perfect, or defend doesn't need polishing, doesn't need spinning. It just needs continuing. With honesty, with presence, with him.
Chapter 38. Thane. The summit is over, but it hasn't left us. It trails in our bones, in the subtle shifts of posture when someone says your name with reverence instead of resistance. There's no speech left in me, no talking points or closing remarks. Just breath. Just movement. Just the quiet pull of the garden calling us inward like a tide. Nyomi and I don't announce where we're going. We don't need to. The path curves through the courtyard like it's been waiting for us. Its tiles warm beneath the soles of my boots, their inlaid names catching what light remains from a sun already slipping beneath the city's spine. There's no one else here. No cameras, no aides, no guards. Just wind, stone, and memory. She walks beside me without touching, but her nearness is a kind of gravity. I match her pace without thinking, our steps finding a rhythm that doesn't need correction. The garden is still new enough to smell like unsettled earth, but there's something else threaded through it now, something cleaner. The copper arcs hum when the breeze threads through them, not loud, not artificial, just presence made sound. It's as if the place is exhaling. Above us, the olive tree sways just enough to paint moving shadows across the tiles, its limbs sprawling wide like they want to gather everything. Sunlight, sorrow, survival, into one held thing. The branches don't crown the space so much as consecrate it, a kind of cathedral built from what couldn't be buried. We don't speak yet. There's too much to say, and none of it wants to be rushed. So I let the silence fill my chest instead of armor. I let it carry me forward, one breath at a time. I'm not walking through a memory. I feel like I'm stepping into a beginning. The light is thinning now, but it hits the tiles just right. Soft gold catching in the grooves of the etchings like fire caught in fault lines. I pause in front of one name and crouch down, boots pressing into the earth that still smells faintly of lime dust and metal. Jules. The curve of the joy sinks deeper than the others, like whoever carved it leaned in too hard. Maybe on purpose, maybe just with grief in their hands. I run my thumb along the edges of the stone, brushing away a thin layer of wind-settled grit. There's no ceremony in this moment, no audience, no lens waiting to capture a quote-worthy frame. It's just me and him. Or what's left of him in this world. The permanence of it undoes me a little, not in a way that buckles my knees, but in the way that steadies them. Jules deserves that, not a shrine, not a spectacle, just something solid, something still, something meant to last longer than the memory of his laugh in my ears. I feel Nyomi step up behind me, her shadow long across the tiles, but she doesn't say anything, doesn't try to make the moment easier or cleaner than it is. She just stands still, lets it be, lets me be, and that's what makes all the difference. We don't talk about how long I kneel there. We don't have to. Some things aren't about grieving louder. They're about giving silence a shape to live in. The center of the garden is quieter than the rest. Something about the olive tree muffles the world, like its branches have absorbed all the static and left nothing behind but breath. We walk until we're beneath it. Not with intention, not with plan. Our feet just carry us there like we're following a rhythm older than both of us. I rest a hand against the trunk. The bark is gnarled and warm from a day in the sun, and there's a groove near the base where someone, maybe even me, I don't remember, once leaned a shovel too long during the early construction days. I trace that shallow scar without thinking. This place doesn't smell like blood anymore, I say, voice low. Almost surprised at my own words. She doesn't respond. Doesn't say something wise or careful. She doesn't need to. Instead, she just shifts closer, her hand sliding into mine like it knows the shape of it. Her fingers are warm, grounding. Not in a way that pulls me back. In a way that lets me stay. I squeeze gently, not for reassurance, not for thanks. Just to say, I feel it too. It doesn't solve anything. But something in my chest loosens. Not pain, not joy. Just the pressure of holding too much for too long. And maybe that's what healing really is. Not fixing. Just finally having someone who holds the silence with you without needing to break it. We walk the perimeter slowly, hands still clasped, as the last sliver of sunlight slips behind the high stucco wall, casting long shadows across the inlaid tiles. The air shifts with it, cooler, quieter, but not still. The wind threads through the chimes, stirring them just enough to let each one speak in turn. Amara's wind-sculpted tunings ring soft and high like a chorus of breath. Nox's steel structures catch the dusk in geometric echoes, their clean lines cradling the shadows like modern psalms. Idris's carvings wrap the stones in stories I can feel beneath my boots, textures that belong to people, not plaques. But it's the in-between that moves me, the stillness not of absence, but of arrival. Each step we take feels like a wordless vow, one neither of us needs to say aloud. There's no performance here. No weight of public expectation pressing in. Just gravel and grass and the sound of our shared exhale. The garden doesn't ask to be marveled at. It invites us to belong. The way Nyomi's fingers are interlaced with mine, the way our footsteps drift into quiet sync, it's not just peaceful, it's participatory. As if this garden, this vision stitched together from ghosts and grit, knows we aren't just walking through it. We're part of what it's becoming. A breath between storms. A note that doesn't resolve, but still carries. The kind of quiet that doesn't close a chapter. It dares you to write the next one with care. We make the final turn around the olive tree without saying a word. And it doesn't feel like avoidance. It feels like reverence. There's nothing that needs fixing right now. No spreadsheet to pull up. No news cycle to navigate. We could talk about the summit, or the board's questions, or even what happens next with the rollout. But none of it belongs in this moment. None of it earns the space. Nyomi squeezes my hand once, not tight, not asking. Just a gentle compression that speaks in a different language. I return it, thumb grazing the back of her hand like punctuation. We don't speak, but in the quiet something whole exchanges between us. Not explanation, not apology, just understanding. The garden doesn't perform for us, it reflects us. Its stones don't shimmer for attention. They breathe, The chimes don't sing for applause. They listen, and in the way the space holds our energy, I recognize something more durable than clarity or resolution. I recognize the weight of deliberate choice. We are no longer two people navigating wreckage. We are two people building something from it, not just for the world, but for each other. We don't name it, but we know it. We decide. Overhead, the lights flick on, not bright, not theatrical. Just warm pools of amber and orange washing gently over the garden paths, casting elongated shadows that stretch like limbs into the courtyard. They don't interrupt the moment. They extend it. We just stand there, two silhouettes held steady by the gravity of everything unspoken. The tiles beneath our feet glow, steady and soft like coals that never cooled. The olive tree sways gently above us, branches murmuring against the darkening sky, its roots a quiet promise beneath the surface. It isn't polished or pristine, and neither are we, but it's growing, so are we! There are no declarations that could add more meaning than the weight of her hand still wrapped in mine. No metaphor that would say more than the way her thumb traces slow, sensuous circles against my skin, grounding me in real time. This isn't closure, it's convergence. A line in the dirt that says, something begins here. At last, I'm not standing in a scar. I'm standing in soil. Rooted, with her. Not just surviving the aftermath, but finally, undeniably, part of what comes next.
Chapter 39. Nyomi. The elevator ride from the courtyard to the penthouse is quiet, not because we've run out of things to say, but because some silences are full. Between us, there's no tension, no awkward fumbling for words or position. Just a shared knowing that whatever's about to happen isn't about release, it's about return. My heels echo once on the polished hallway floor before I slip them off, carrying them in one hand as Thane opens the suite door with his key card and a steady kind of masculine grace that has me warming from head to toe. Inside, the light is low and warm, washing the walls in tones of amber and bronze that remind me of late sun across the Atlas Mountains. Everything is understated. Clean lines, brushed steel, soft leather seating arranged to face the floor-to-ceiling windows. But it's what's beyond the glass that arrests me. The Remembrance Garden, now hushed and empty, glows beneath the courtyard lights. The wind chimes shift in slow rhythm, their sound more breath than bell, like the space itself is exhaling after holding its breath all day. We don't speak as we cross into the room. We don't need to. The door clicks softly shut behind us, sealing the world outside in a way that doesn't feel like escape, just privacy. My pulse slows, not from exhaustion, but from that strange, delicious quiet that only comes when you've stopped anticipating abandonment. There are no rose petals scattered across the bed, no champagne on ice, no orchestrated romance, just us, fully dressed, fully seen, standing a breath apart in a space that doesn't ask us to perform for it. Thane sets his phone on the side table without checking it. His jacket comes off next, not with flourish, but with intention, folded carefully over the back of a chair. He meets my gaze across the room, like he's offering me the time to decide what comes next. My fingers curl gently around the strap of my purse, but I don't look away. I hold his eyes and feel something loosen inside my chest. Not nerves, not fear, something simpler, quieter. We move across the room, eyes locked on each other. Slow, like the moment might buckle if we move too fast. The low lighting paints him in bronze and shadow, his figure sharp in that quiet way that's always undone me. There's gravity in his steps that just pulls me forward. His gaze lingers, my mouth, my collarbone, the edge of my shoulder where the fabric curves tight. It's not appraisal, it's memorization. His hand finds my jaw, thumb brushing the hinge like it's both a question and an answer. And then he kisses me, not the kind of kiss that demands or declares, the kind that welcomes. His mouth tastes like breath held too long. like a man who's wanted this not for weeks, but lifetimes. My fingers curl in the fabric at his back, anchoring him to me as his other hand slides into my hair, gentling the kiss even as it deepens. "Oh my God, Thane," I breathe, my breath searing the skin on his neck. His answer is a low growl as he pulls me closer, tighter, till I can feel his arousal against my hot core. I take a step back, keeping my eyes on him. I don't turn away when I reach for the zipper. I don't dim the lights. I don't hide behind pleasantries or poses. I stand there facing him fully and slide the zipper down the curve of my back with the quiet defiance that has nothing to do with seduction and everything to do with truth. The fabric parts easily, falling down my hips like it was always meant to let go. I step free of it without breaking eye contact, the air cool against my skin, but I don't cover myself. I don't need to. There's no performance here, only presence. Thane doesn't move for a long breath. His gaze holds mine like a steady flame, then drifts lower. Not greedy, not possessive, but reverent. He takes me in like I'm a revelation he's waited too long to believe in. My breasts rise with the pace of my breath, and I close my eyes, leaning my head back as he steps into me again, wrapping his arms around me till I feel the strength emanating from him. His hands lift slowly, as if asking permission without words, and I give it with a tilt of my chin. He brushes my hair from my shoulder, fingers warm and deliberate. The way he touches me, it's not a tease. It's a declaration. His fingertips drag down my neck, and I feel them like heat stitched into my spine. "Nyomi," he murmurs, my name a low vibration against the space between us. "You undo me." Our lips meet again with a softness that almost breaks me, like he knows I've had enough force in my life, enough demands disguised as desire. His kiss is slow, searching, all the more devastating for the control he keeps. I feel an intense desire growing in the pit of my stomach, and my breath comes in short, sharp gasps as I slide his shirt from his shoulders. His chest, broad and dusted with dark hair, rises beneath my palms. There's a scar that runs just below his collarbone, a jagged remnant of a past he doesn't speak about much. I kiss it, and he exhales sharply, like he wasn't ready for that kind of reverence. His hands grip my waist, his thumbs grazing the curve of my hips. And the way he pulls me in, bare, whole, unhidden, makes something inside me come undone and rethread itself all at once. "You feel like home," I whisper against his throat. And I never thought I'd want one again. He doesn't respond with words. He lifts me, easy as breath, and lays me down across the soft linen duvet, the lights from the garden spilling through the window behind him. His silhouette blocks everything else. There's nothing above me now but him and the ceiling, and the slow unraveling of years I spent trying to protect the wrong parts of myself. "Nyomi," he says, voice raw, lips at my neck. "I want you. I want it all." He doesn't rush. There's a delicious tension laced in his movements, no strain to conquer the moment, just the kind of certainty that wraps around my spine and tells every frayed nerve in my body, "You're safe now. You're seen." His palm finds the curve of my back, broad, steady, warm, and rests there like it belongs, not as a claim, not as possession, but as a vow without words, a grounding, an invitation. I sigh as I relax into it, not because I've lost control, but because for the first time, I don't need it. I'm allowed to fall, not down, but into him, into this, into the steady rhythm of our breathing as we close the small space between standing and surrender. His mouth brushes against the side of my neck again, but this time lower, beneath my ear, then trailing down between my breasts. I clutch at his hair, my head tossing back and forth against the pillows as I let the intense sensations wash over me. Every kiss is passionate, building. He lingers just long enough to make it count, and then moves, leaving behind warmth and the ache of anticipation growing deep within my core. We move across the bed with the unhurried gravity of tide meeting shore. Nothing theatrical, nothing contrived. Just two bodies remembering they belong in motion together. Thane hovers for a moment as pulls back, eyes locked with mine like he's checking for something. Permission, trust. Whatever he's looking for, he finds it, because his hand comes to rest just above my knee, then slowly traces the inside of my thigh with aching reverence. Not lust, not even desire. Not at first. It's recognition. It's presence. Things are getting pretty spicy again, but don't worry. You can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, where YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from BWWM Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. I press my forehead to his again, eyes closed, but fully awake in a way I haven't been in years. I'm not afraid to build with you anymore. I whisper, and the words feel like mortar, messy, imperfect, permanent. Thane doesn't speak. He just nods once, slow and deliberate, like a man placing the first stone, not with bravado, but intention. Like he already knows the structure won't be flawless, but it will stand, because we will. Outside the window, the wind lifts again, soft and insistent. The chimes respond, not as ornament, but as instrument. The notes are uneven, minor, beautiful. And somehow I don't hear them as decoration anymore. I hear them as blueprints, a kind of sacred architectural language. Their sound stitches into the silence like thread pulled through skin, gentle, anchoring, real. He curls his hand around mine, still resting against his chest, and brings it to his lips. Kisses the back of it with something more reverent than heat. A vow that doesn't need to be spoken, because we've already said it. In breath, in touch, in the way our bodies refuse to hide or perform. The garden below is still lit, a constellation in tile and stone, and I realize this isn't the summit of anything. It's the foundation. We're not ending, we're beginning, and we'll build from here.
Chapter 40. Thane. The morning sun crests over the eastern edge of the retreat, spilling across the mirrored archway like liquid gold. It catches on the glass facade, then bounces down across the courtyard tiles, drawing light into the corners like a blessing. Luxeon's opening has been on press calendars for months, and the expected crowd is already gathering. Tripods click open, badges flash, and microphones sprout like antennae from every major outlet. But the lens flare and live streams don't hold my attention. It's the quiet ones who stop me in my tracks. A woman in a modest teal dress, spine too straight to be natural, steps through the main gate with a black and white photo pressed to her chest. Her fingers clutch at its edges like it's something living. Just behind her, a boy no older than 7 walks slowly along the curved water wall, his hand outstretched, index finger skimming the surface as if reading it. There's a pair of older men, too, veterans by the cut of their shoulders and the caps pulled low, moving with synchronized solemnity, boots falling soft against the new stone, like they're walking into a memory. The security gate clicks open behind them, but they don't flinch. They keep walking forward past the main pavilion where donors sip citrus spritzers and take photos near the Luxeon logo. Past the main hall where panelists are being mic'd up for the first wellness roundtable. They're not here for programming. They're here for what breathes beneath it. A promise, not a brand, not a ribbon cutting. Nyomi appears beside me just as the wind picks up, pulling her dark curls across her cheek. She tucks a strand behind her ear without speaking, her gaze already locked on the garden entrance. Her dress is an elegant plum shade, clean lines, no frills, but the way she wears it makes the air around us feel stiller, weightier. The kind of presence that doesn't demand space, just naturally holds it. "We knew this would be big," she murmurs without looking at me, voice steady. But I didn't know it would feel like this. She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't have to. I watch another wave of guests cross the threshold, some in designer shoes, others in worn sandals, one in a motorized wheelchair with combat patches stitched into the headrest. They arrive with no performance, no flashbulbs, just the slow, deliberate gravity of people who've carried loss and are finally willing to set part of it down. I didn't either, I say, and my voice feels too large for the moment. I lower it. But maybe that's the point. We built it, but they make it real. She slips her fingers into mine, quiet and firm. The gates are open, but more than guests are coming through. Hope is, grief is, forgiveness is. So am I, and the garden isn't hypothetical anymore. It's not blueprints or renderings or one of Knox's sleek digital flyovers. It's real, rooted, breathing. The olive tree has stretched since we first planted it, its canopy fuller, broader, branches reaching like arms, generous and open. The light cuts through its leaves in golden ribbons, dappling the stone path with warmth that doesn't feel artificial. And beneath it, at the heart of the design, is the plaque. Bronze, weather-treated. No excessive polish, just weight. The letters catch the light like something sacred. Julius Brennan, 1981 to 2003. But it's what rests beneath his name that makes my throat tighten. For the voices that still echo, and the hands that stayed to hold the future steady. No logo, no attribution, just truth. I crouch, knee to stone, and run my thumb along the inscription, the grooves as familiar now as the lines in my palm. It doesn't feel like a grave marker. It feels like foundation, like something meant to hold weight without cracking. There's a smoothness to the metal, but the heat it carries isn't from the sun. It's from every pair of feet that's walked this path, every hand that's brushed past the olive leaves overhead. 1,000 small reverences layered into permanence. Behind me, someone sniffles. A woman, maybe the same one from earlier, presses a tissue to her mouth and mouths a name I don't catch. Not Jewel. Someone else. But I understand it. The impulse to connect, to anchor grief in something you can touch. This place was never just about remembering. It's about choosing what to do after you remember. And somehow, in the hush of this moment, I know that Jules would have liked it here. There's no stage, no risers, no branded step-and-repeat backdrop. That was Nyomi's call from day one. We don't preach healing, she said. We invite it, quietly, like pulling up a second chair. So when the first round of visitors begins to gather near the olive tree, drawn not by agenda but by common purpose, there's no signal that tells us it's time. Only a natural shift in the space, like breath before speech. Nyomi steps forward, clearing her throat. She's wearing a blazer dress the color of midnight, sharp in line but soft in presence. Her heels barely click against the pavers as she moves. To her right, Knox wears his signature look, tailored indigo with barely tamed curls. And Idris, as always, is the quiet current holding steady behind them. I don't follow behind them. I walk beside her. Not for optics, not for posture, for presence. The space widens naturally, making room for us to move as a unit, not a procession, not a performance. Just people who've built something and now stand inside its shadow together. Our hands brush once, then again. And finally, they stay threaded. No announcement, no speech, no script. Just the warmth of her palm in mine, her thumb grazing the inside of my wrist like a heartbeat sinking to mine. A claim. Not one made in ceremony or spectacle, but in the subtle insistence of skin against skin. The crowd doesn't erupt. They don't even shift. But the air changes. The moment folds around us like water, taking the shape of what holds it. And finally, I don't feel like I'm holding something fragile. I feel like we are holding something sturdy. And this time, it's not weight. It's future. The reception shifts outward like breath expanding. Not a stampede, a drift. Clusters form along the courtyard edge, tech entrepreneurs in minimalist linen, trauma therapists with the lapel pins that read, "Feelings first," spiritual leaders wearing robes that catch the breeze like banners. There's a hum of conversation in pockets, but it never overruns the garden. That's the unspoken rule here. The garden sets the tone, not the guests. I spot a man standing alone near the far corner, maybe late 50s, maybe older. Gulf War patch on his jacket, silver crew cut, posture like he's still waiting for orders that never came. He doesn't move toward the olive tree or the water feature. Instead, he stops in front of a tile just past the jasmine wall, one engraved with a name that clearly means the world to him. He closes his eyes, doesn't speak, doesn't even kneel. Just lets the moment pass through him like breath. The wind stirs, chimes hum, a low metallic resonance that folds into the silence like it belongs there. He sways slightly, not enough to lose balance, just enough to let the rhythm catch him. No one interrupts. No one asks if he's okay or tries to usher him forward. Here, stillness isn't awkward. It's allowed. It's protected. Knox clocks the man from across the path, eyes narrowing with a kind of quiet recognition that doesn't need words. Idris slows, lets the moment hold its own weight. Even the servers pause at the edge of their approach, champagne flute steady, waiting. This place doesn't need signs, doesn't need arrows or audio tours. The people who come here don't need to be told where to stand. They already know. A child, a boy, maybe 5 or 6, slips free from his mother's hand with the kind of bold, sudden grace only children still untouched by shame possess. She doesn't panic, doesn't yank him back or scold him for running. She just smiles, a full, wide smile that seems to say, "Let him touch it, let him learn what it means." He runs straight for the olive tree, arms swinging, shoes slapping softly against the sandstone. When he gets there, he slows, respectful, like even at his age he understands this isn't just landscaping. It's story. He presses one finger, small and sure, to one of the mosaic tiles inlaid near the trunk. His lips move like he's sounding out the syllables carved in glass and stone. I can't hear what he says. I don't need to, because in that single gesture, I see it. This garden, this retreat, it's not built around grief to trap it. It's not a fence for the past. It's a root system, a continuation. We didn't construct this space to silence loss. We named it. Then we built something living from it, something that doesn't flinch in the face of sorrow, but offers it a chair, a sun-warmed path, a tree to grow beside. My throat tightens as I scan the names again. Jules, Imani, Sado, Carmen, the unnamed, unreturned, unresolved. They're not just memorialized here. They're embedded. In the choices, in the paths, in every brick that Knox placed, every sculpture Idris carved, every breath Nyomi and I took in hesitation before we chose to move forward anyway. This isn't a place that pretends pain didn't happen. It's a place that says you're still here, and so are we. The crowd has thinned, tapering off into the main atrium where the dinner reception glows behind floor-to-ceiling glass. Laughter filters through the open doors, low and honest, no longer tinged with obligation or press-ready polish. But we don't follow, not yet. Nyomi and I remain at the garden's edge, backs to the chatter, eyes on the olive tree that started as a blueprint and became something holy. The lights have shifted again, this time with the sun's surrender, casting long amber shadows across the sandstone tiles. The breeze has mellowed into a hush. The chimes whisper instead of sing. She's still holding my hand, not tightly, not with urgency, just present, steady, like she always is when it matters most. Her fingers squeeze once, then again. 2 pulses like a code. Her voice is low, barely above the breath of wind, but it carries, soft and sure, the way it always does when she means every word. Let's keep building. I don't speak right away. I just look at her. Not as the CEO who survived every headline, not as the woman who challenged every expectation. I look at her as my partner, my witness, The one who didn't ask me to change, but invited me to choose. Her curls are kissed by sunset, skin warm with the last light of the day. And I can't help it. I reach up and brush my thumb over her cheekbone, slow and reverent, like I'm making a vow with my hands. "Can't wait," I say. And the words don't float. They land, like a stone dropped into the center of a spiral, rippling out into whatever comes next. The garden breathes around us. The olive branches sway like an exhale. The mosaic tiles reflect the sky's slow descent into twilight. It doesn't feel like closure. It doesn't feel like farewell. It feels like home. And as we stand there, the two of us silhouetted against a space we built, not just from ambition, but from intention, I know with a clarity I've never known before. This isn't the end. It's the foundation.